Hi! How's everyone doing today? Hope you're all doing pretty dang good. Like myself, I'm doing pretty dang good. Anyway, more Ace Attorney because I can't stop. I need help. But I promise, once this is done, I won't be touching visual novels on Twitch for a while. I'll play literally anything else. Anyway, let's play the video game, I think. Yeah, I think it's about time we do that. Sounds like a good plan. That's what we're here to do. Okay. We're back, baby. So last time, we found the missing guy, found the missing husband, and we're gonna make him relive his trauma to find out the truth of what happened 10 years ago, I guess. Because that's fun. I still can't quite believe what just happened. I know. I inquired of the bailiff after the court session was adjourned. It seemed Mr. Vigil was taken to hospital to recover. Right. 10 years ago now, Mr. Vigil attempted to commit suicide by jumping out of the window of the prison governor's office. But ever since then, he's completely blocked the memory of those events from his mind. Nobody knew his secret. Not his family, not even the man himself. But I forced it out in the open. Probably wasn't the best thing, but was it wrong me to do that? Not accept the mark, I wonder? Yeah, probably, but I mean, if it wasn't gonna be me, it was gonna be Kazuma. So, Runo! Oh, Iris. You're miles away! Anyway, I brewed a fresh pot of some soothing tea for you. Oh, thank you. You and Susie have had an exhausting day so far, haven't you? Oh. Thank you, Iris. How thoughtful of you. Happen to know where Mr. Sholmes is? We came out of the courtroom back into the defendant's antechamber. He disappeared. Oh, no, I don't know. He just suddenly sprang to his feet and left. All he said was, I must leave. I wonder if he's pursuing the mystery of Inspector Gregson's death. Well, you know what Hurley's always saying, don't you? There are mysteries in this world that should perhaps never be solved. Yeah, he really didn't want the story of this to happen. For the construction of a solution comes only at the expense of the destruction of something else. What does that mean? Well, the destruction of Mr. Vigil's psyche, first of all. He knows very well that when you open someone else's old wounds, you often open your own, too. But he just can't take his own advice and leave well enough alone. Solving mysteries is too important for him. That's so true, bestie. That's what I like about Hurley, after all. I suppose that's a lot of great detective in some ways. So then, let's have tea. That'll give you a hand. Do you have time, Iris? Yes, I finished this month's manuscript last. With barely a day to spare before deadline. Oh, I'm so looking forward to it. Brand new story to read in the adventures of Sherlock Sholmes. You know, I always hide Hurley's violin in the days before I have a deadline. You do? Poor Mr. Sholmes. I'm sure it's very wise, Iris. How sensible of you. Now then, my dear fellows, let's make a plan of action before we continue our investigation. It's weird hearing Iris say that. Guess Sholmes is rubbing off. His way of speech is... What's the word for that? Whatever. So, how did it go in court this morning? Well, we still don't know the truth about what really happened, but one thing's increasingly clear. Lord Van Zieks definitely didn't do it. Oh, goody! Yes, that's right. They managed to recover several new facts as well. Oh, really? And there's another development, too. Kazuma. It's quite clear now. Kazuma-sama is not himself. The way he's acting, it's almost as if he's possessed. No, I mean, at the end of the proceedings earlier, it's like a bloodhound the way he was chasing down Mr. Vigil's forgotten past. He's not normally so mercilessly persistent. He really wants to know what happened. That's the reason he came to Britain, I think. What's going on in his head, I wonder? I really need to sit down with Kazuma, try to understand what he's going through. And we haven't definitively proven that the Reaper didn't do it. Gregson was really murdered the day before his body was discovered. Lord Van Zieks has to be innocent, you see. What? The day before? Well, that should be easy enough to work out. Just by examining the corpse, surely. Yes, you would expect so, but curiously, no time of death was included in the autopsy report. That is curious. There's still unanswered questions about Lord Van Zieks, though, aren't there? Do you mean... what was he doing there on Fresno Street that day in the first place? Well, according to the man's testimony, he said he was investigating Inspector Gregson, didn't he? Turns out that little room was actually the Inspector's secret office. Ooh, that sounds like it has all the makings of a wonderfully devilish plot! Then how's that nose board in there covered in all those particular papers? Here's my case of the link to the Reaper. I'm starting to get a bad feeling about all this. Oh dear, it sounds more like something horribly devilish. We must start by looking at Inspector Gregson's movements of late. Oh boy. Never mind, I never imagined I'm have to be investigating Inspector's movements. Well, according to the entry to his diary, he's carrying out an incognito investigation of the Redhead League the day before his death. Oh, you mean he was doing the same as Hurley? Well, Mr. Sholmes is trying to apply, whereas the Inspector is supposed to be investigating. I do wish it had been the other way around. Anyway, as it turns out, the Inspector went to investigate the Redhead League that day. It wasn't actually Gregson at all. It was Mr. Vigil in possession of Gregson's identification. You know what that sounds like to me? Establishing an alibi. Oh my, yes, you're absolutely right, Iris. But why would Gregson need an alibi? It appeared the Inspector had something to do that he wished to keep secret. I don't believe it. I always thought he was just a harmless love of fish and chips. Perhaps there was seasoned something a little more potent than salt and vinegar. I don't know, guys. I think perhaps we should try to move away from food analogies. Well, if Lord Van Zieks felt the need to investigate Gregson. Yes, I agree. We must try and find out what he knows. Vigil, you say? Is that the name of the lady who came to visit Hurley yesterday? That's right. Asked Mr. Sholmes if he would help her to find her missing husband. Mr. Sholmes completely passed the buck to us. Actually, didn't you say that Mr. Vigil had been taken to hospital? Do you know which one? Ah! It's St. Sinner's. It's starting to wonder if all the other hospitals in London have closed down. But that's amazing, Runo! You found the lady's husband already! Well, I suppose I have. By accident. 10 years ago, Mr. Vigil was the chief ward at the prison. He was responsible for overseeing the professor's incarceration. No! So when the convict escaped, he was held responsible and immediately dismissed. Sometimes I really don't want to grow up. There's more. For 10 years after that, he was ostensibly working as a peddler. He also had another secret job. He was paid by Gregson to be a stand-in to impersonate the inspector. To impersonate Gregsy? But why? I have absolutely no idea. Ginny was right. I'm starting to think all adults are up to no good now. Including you, Runo. I haven't paid anyone to impersonate me. That means he has ties to the Professor and to Inspector Gregson, though. So I do think we ought to pay a visit to Mr. Vigil, don't you? Back to St. Sinner's, then. Literally the only hospital in London, apparently. You know, it's not. I'll drink the soda. Sorry. Well, I think it's clear what we need to do, isn't it? Let's investigate, my dear fellows. Oh, Iris. You're even more enthusiastic than usual today. If anyone's anything to hide, my special Wilson shooting iron will set them straight. That water pistol? It's not full of a piping hot extra special blend of mine. I'm quite sure it'll be very effective. Be careful not to hide anything. It feels a little strange that Mr. Sholmes is nowhere to be seen, but still. Let's go and see what we can find out. Yes! Alrighty. Where to first? Yeah, we're not allowed to go there. Should we go here? Why not? Oh, there we go. That's a reason to come here. Here we go. No arguments, Prosecutor Asugi. You'll continue with the trial exactly as instructed. Is that clear? Perfectly. It's Kazuma-sama. Defying Lord Strongheart by the sound of it. Never did know when to back down. On your way now, Asugi. My lord. Kazuma. Never without saying a word. Yes? What are you doing here? Oh, well, I was just hoping to ask you a few questions, if you wouldn't mind. I wanted Van Zieks' trial conclude today. Prosecutor Asugi's unwelcome inquiries are going to make it take longer than necessary. Welcome inquiries. As a result, losing even more precious time. Currently 2 hours, 55 minutes, and 41 seconds. 42, 43... They must resolve everything before 3 hours have passed, Mr. Naruhodo. Miraculous, not even 5 minutes. I can't let the man's obvious bad mood put me off. I need information. Okie dokie. Prosecutor Asugi believe that Lord Van Zieks is the Reaper? I wouldn't know. It was 10 years ago, in that fateful closed trial, Lord Van Zieks made a name for himself amongst the judiciary. The next trial he fought, he lost. And the ringleader of the criminal organization was acquitted, thanks to all the jurors being under duress. That's awful. The man's freedom was short-lived. It lasted just 3 days. Yes, let me see. He died in a rock slide at his place of work, I believe. Oh. Oh, that's not good. Correct. That was the inauguration of the Reaper of the Bailey. People believe Lord Van Zieks was responsible. He was brought to trial himself, but it was shown to have been an accident. So he must have had a solid alibi then. Nevertheless, the mysterious deaths continued. In total, 16 persons perished in unusual circumstances, ostensibly at the hand of the Reaper. That's a long run of coincidences. Well, the Reaper's tragedy may well be revealed by this trial. The impact that revelation would have on the British public cannot be understated. Is that why it's a closed trial? Precisely. Let's talk about a closed trial. This country hasn't seen a closed trial for 10 years. So the last one was the Professor's. The trial of Genshin Asugi. Correct. Actually, we heard that originally. You were going to prosecute that trial yourself, Lord Strongheart. Van Zieks entreated me to relinquish the prosecution to him, that he might avenge his brother's death. And here we are, 10 years later. The son of the man Van Zieks had condemned, now looking to avenge his father's death in the same way. They do say that what goes around comes around. However, it would seem the new young prosecutor is harboring some ulterior motive as well. Kazuma is? Like my organization runs smoothly, in the exact manner that I prescribe. As with the giant clock in here, I won't tolerate a single cog being out of step with the others. So that's what all these gears are about in here. Sort of power trip, I guess. The young man refuses to mess with the other parts of my great machine. I will be forced to take steps. What do you mean? Not something with which you need concern yourself. In any case, all your questions will be answered tomorrow. Alright. Jeez. Now, I shall have to ask you to excuse me. As of this moment, I've been delayed from attending my next meeting by precisely 3 hours. Oh my, that is a long time. And I hold you entirely responsible. Even though we're actually managed to fit everything into not even 5 minutes? I wonder if you might agree to us, talking with Prosecutor Asagi. Discussions between the defense and the prosecution outside the courtroom are generally frowned upon. However, I'll make an exception in this case. Now go! You can find him in his office. Oh, thank you. Yeah, we're not necessarily asking about the trial, we're just asking him... Dude, what the heck? Let's go see him at once, Mr. Naruhodo. Kazuma's my best friend in the world, but... I'm really not all sure I know how to talk to him at the moment. Here we go. Kazuma's just sitting in the chair, just like leaning back. It's like, my office now. My city now. Oh. Hey, that's a thing. So this is the office of Prosecutor Asagi now, is it? Kazuma-sama is doing so well for himself. Even though he's always forced to kneel on the floor, Japanese style, in the dark corner. This happens to Seiza style whenever he's working. Well, looks like our journey here was wasted. The prosecutor appears to be out. Perhaps we should discuss things with another prosecutor we know first. That's a good idea. Lord Van Zinks is reading, look. Doesn't seem like he wants visitors, does he? He must have known that we're here, surely. Oh, look at the side of her little backpack there. That's adorable. Look at that. Oh my gosh. What do you Nipponese want? Some way to beat the lawyer who's trying as hard as to prove your innocence, is it? Perhaps not. Hmm? I apologize. So, what can I do for you, Miss Naruhodo? Lord Van Zinks, speaking earnestly. Oh, the fog will lift over London for the first time in months tomorrow. This does feel very, very strange. I must say, I was impressed. Oh, well, thank you. Not by you. By a fellow Nipponese, your prosecutor friend. Oh, I see, yes. It's sardonic, don't you think? For a man such as me, so loathing of the Nipponese, to retaliate at the mercy of two of you. I suppose. It's retribution for having played the part of the Reaper all these years. Played the part? Alright. You once told me that you gladly allow people to believe you're the Reaper. It could help reduce the amount of serious crime that took place in London. Keeping quiet and playing the part benefits the cause myself am committed to pursuing. Then why would I choose to say anything? The henchman of a criminal killed by the Reaper attacked you only the other day. That was just the most recent of many attempts on your life, wasn't it? Someone's clearly profiting from your sounds about all this. Someone's using you. Believe me, ever since the Reaper first appeared, I've been doing my utmost to expose him. Or rather, expose the organization.
It's a whole organization.
It's inconceivable that all those accidents were once orchestrated by one man. No, the Reaper always appears to have very accurate information about the accused in each case, which can only mean that somebody at Scotland Yard is involved.
Someone at... You can't mean...
It's taken me many years, but I finally identified the central figure in this Reaper organization.
It's not Gregson, is it?
Tobias Gregson.
Oh my god, he's the Reaper! No! Gregson, the Reaper? Oh my god. Oh my god. So the reason we're investigating Inspector Gregson is because you intend to expose him as the Reaper?
As I said, the Reaper of the Bailey is no single person. It's a highly secret organization with close ties to Scotland Yard. There's no doubt that Gregson was a key member of that organization.
I don't believe it. Are you saying that that he was behind all those awful criminal meetings there?
Gregson didn't do the dirty work himself.
Oh.
He was the tactician. His job was to covertly investigate the marks and plot their assassinations. In order to do that without arousing suspicion, he regularly needed a firm alibi.
Which is where Mr. Vigil came in, posing as the inspector.
Vigil knows nothing of the Reaper, but the room he rents on Fresno Street was almost certainly the headquarters of the operation. Gregson would have met the assassin there for briefings.
So how should we know who carried out the killings then?
Actually, I do have a name.
You what? Well, if we can name the man, you have to try to identify the Reaper already then.
Or, if I can name the woman.
Oh? Oh.
She's a young woman by the name of Asa Shin.
Wait, what? Shin?
Oh no! Oh no!
The true name of terrified killer I only know too well. No! Oh god. Oh god. She came to Japan posing as a visiting student and murdered Dr. John H. Wilson. It just would seem that the diplomatic protection would help her escape Japan and conviction. The mysterious woman was herself murdered in a small summer beach hut. It's all connected. And that woman was actually the Reaper of the Bailey? Oh my god. So Naruhodo, this perhaps is the place to discuss... No, of course not. Can't mention it here. The fact that she killed Dr. John H. Wilson. Because Iris doesn't know, and it's very likely that the man was her father. Asa Shin, I should let father know at once. Yes, I agree. Oh my god.
Kazuma, isn't it? Kazuma Asuki. You say he's a friend of yours.
My best friend. He's the whole reason I got to come to Britain. It's all on his merits. I have nothing but respect for him.
Yes, I understand that only the very best students are selected for such opportunities. And a fine demonstration of how sharp he is in the proceedings earlier today. He missed nothing. In fact, his flawless performance has very much reminded me of his father.
Genshin Asugi, the professor.
It's true, the aristocracy at the time was the root of numerous grave societal problems. They're abusing their power, playing with the common man as pawns in politics, in economics, in war. In many ways, Asuki was carving out a canker from society that we British couldn't deal with ourselves.
I see.
That's precisely why it makes no sense. Clint von Zieks was a noble and upstanding man. He wasn't corrupt. Why did that dang Nipponese have to go and take my brother's life? In spite of having once saved mine.
He saved your life? How'd that happen? That's why it was a betrayal. That's why it was a betrayal. Because he said it was a betrayal on... Now, okay, if there's a link, there we go. It was 10 years ago, on a foggy night. Was to be the professor's final strike had sent a wave of panic through the capital.
So Clint Van Zieks had already been killed at this point, then.
Genshin and I were walking down some back streets in late hour. Of course, at that point, I had no idea of the true nature of the man at my side. All of a sudden... Don't make a beep! You're coming with us! We were surrounded. All of our assailants were armed with pistols, their faces obscured by scarves. Clint was not only from noble heritage, he was a brilliant prosecutor as well. The scum of London hated the sight of him. They had no sympathy for his younger brother either. I'd been targeted several times before already.
Yeah, it's Van Zieks, all right. We got him!
I could hear them murmuring amongst themselves. I knew they were after me, but that's why I thought my time had come.
If I let them kill you, Clint would never forgive me.
It was Asuki's voice. There's a whisper in my ear.
Bang.
After that, I don't remember exactly what happened. The next thing I knew, there was silence all around. Genshin lay on the cobbled street. Blood was seeping from his left hand. He'd shielded me. Two days later, they arrested him, on suspicion of being London's most notorious mass murderer ever, the Professor.
How awful for you.
All at once, I lost the brother I revered, and the foreign friend I held in such high regard.
So sorry, Lord Van Zieks. That's why.
That's the end of my miserable tale. I never thought I'd recount it to anyone.
Oh, thank you for confiding in me. The Professor, the Reaper, and Inspector Gregson. I wonder just how intimately related they all are. Still can't quite believe that Gregson was essentially the Reaper, giving assassination orders to Giselle Brett. Miss Naruto, let's go and inform my father. I'm sure our government want to hear about this new information. Oh, that means I get to meet your daddy, Susie! Hooray! Yes, alright. Head back to the Great Waterloo Hotel, then. Okay. That is a lot. That is a whole lot. Oh my god. Susato, please! This place seems to rather suit Lord Van Zieks. Oh boy. Anyway. Back to the hotel. Back to Luigi's Mansion 3. Thought yesterday, I think again today. This place is so princely. It's a wild guess, but I have a feeling you'll think the same tomorrow, too. Might tease a finer fragrance of whatever they're serving in the tea room here, though, wouldn't you say?
Ah, look we have here. It's an unexpected pleasure.
Ah, Father! Ooh, is this your daddy, Susie? How lovely!
What a charming young lady you are.
Getting introductions out of the way.
Ah, really? So you're the author of The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, are you?
That's me. Iris Wilson at your service, sir. Susie's been such a wonderful friend to me over the last year, you know.
Well, Miss Wilson, I must say I read your work regularly with much interest.
Iris actually lives with Mr. Sholmes, you know, Father.
Is that so? Well, perhaps that goes some way to explaining the bright look in your eyes.
You wouldn't be smiling so early if you knew just how bright she is, believe me.
Now then, young Naruhodo, it was a pleasure seeing you in action earlier. As an invitee of the symposium, I was allowed to observe from the gallery. If I twisted some arms, I must say it was a truly exemplary performance.
Oh, well, thank you very much. I'm fairly sure you omitted by Kazuma on the end there.
No, please don't misunderstand. It was you who impressed me.
Really?
You didn't miss a step against Asuki. We all know how capable he is. Really, to have matured in such a fine defense lawyer in less than a year is quite extraordinary.
It's very kind of you to say so. It's really nice to hear.
I saw in court today confirmed what I've been hoping for. favor I mentioned yesterday, Naruhodo. Trust you haven't forgotten. Oh, no, you did mention something, didn't you? But first, we have something to report, Father. We still don't know the favor. Of course. Shall we take tea while you discuss matters further? I wonder where Judge Jigoku's got to. Oh, took a bit for the menu to come up. Father, do you know about the so-called Reaper of the Bailey? I've heard rumors. Some members of the Judiciary explained it all to me yesterday. Of course, when I was a visiting student here in London, the Reaper was yet to emerge. He didn't appear until after that case when the visiting students had already returned home. Lord Van Zieks, who was in the dock today, that was Barrock, the younger brother of Clint Van Zieks, I believe. That's right. He's known throughout London as the Reaper, as you've heard. But the truth is, it wasn't him behind all those mysterious deaths. It was somebody else. I see. So what you're saying is, there's been a professional killer at work here. Exactly. Some by the name of Asa Shin, in fact. I beg your pardon? Did you say Asa Shin? You mean that Giselle Brett woman who's responsible for killing my great friend? Oh no! A friend of yours was killed? Professor Mikotoba, I think perhaps we shouldn't discuss this right now. Because the friend the professor's talking about is Dr. John H. Wilson. That's not something we want ours to find out about. Not like this, anyway. Yeah... I've just remembered something. Biscuits! This hotel has the most delicious looking biscuits. That's rather the blue. She's doing this deliberately. I think I'll go and see if I can purchase some. I wonder, would you like to come too, Iris? Oh, yes! You just tried to leave me behind. So that young girl. It's called Iris Wilson, is she? Yeah, that's right. And she's the author of all those adventure stories starring the great Detective Sholmes. But the name of the credit author isn't Iris, is it? It's Dr. John H. Wilson. Yeah, I know. It's the name of her father, you see. Her father. Dr. John H. Wilson. He's deeply indebted to the man for all the kindness he showed me during my time in London. That's why I was keen to reciprocate and invite him to the Imperial Yuma University 4 years ago. He was murdered last year by Giselle Brett. Why? Why'd the hand of the Reaper stretch all the way to Japan? Iris knows nothing about that case. It seems very likely that the victim, Dr. Wilson, was her father. Well, can't say that we ever spoke about his family, so I don't know if he had a daughter or not. I think you can say with some certainty, he was never the great detective's partner. So, could have been another Dr. Wilson, you think? Well, John and Wilson are both common names, after all. Still, it's probably best not to mention this to the young lady until we can be sure. That's what we thought, yeah. We're back! With cinnamon biscuits! Oh, they smell delicious, Iris. I think cinnamon will go very well with the tea they serve here. Don't you, Susie? Yes, I'm sure you're right, Iris. There we go. Wait, if we talk about this again, will they leave for biscuits again? Okay, I'm gonna try. Yep, yep. More biscuits. Okay, I'm sorry I had to. They're leaving again for biscuits again. That's funny. Little waste of time, but, you know, it's funny. Get on with it! Oh boy. Come on! We get back to the menu, there we go. There's Judge. Where's Judgy Boy? I haven't seen Judge Jigoku for a while, have you? Guilty! That guilty's still ringing in my ears. No, now that you mention it, I haven't seen him since this morning either. Suppose since the symposium's opening is postponed, he'll have gone to explore at the Great Exhibition. That reminds me of something you mentioned yesterday. About Judge Igoku having once been to the dock himself. Ah yes, it was all tied up with that cursed trial. Close trial of Kazuma's father. Sessio was trying to mitigate Genshin's guilt, so he took the stand to testify. But he got a little carried away and, actually managed to break the witness stand. Oh my! He also said some contemptuous words about the British Empire, for which he was charged. Oh dear. Well, it's worryingly easy to imagine him doing that. Well, it was all alright in the end. He was acquitted and returned home to Japan together. Thank goodness. Ah yes, talking to Sessio. I have a copy of the photograph we all took together here yesterday. Please. Oh, what a lovely picture! Someone seems to shout, "We've arrived in Britain." Uh-oh. It's taken as evidence, so it's gotta be important sometime. None of us had any idea what was coming when we took that, did we? No, that's so true, bestie. The favor! You never told us the favor! So, you mentioned a favor that you'd like to ask me. Well, the fateful trial that you're fighting. One way or another, it'll be over before long. And when it is, I'd like you to accompany me back to Japan. You want me to do... What? Father? What's the meaning of this? Now, Susato, you should understand. You've seen how courts work firsthand. Japan's judicial system is in its infancy, especially when it comes to defense. Oh, you mean... The Supreme Court of Judicatures is desperate need of a good defense lawyer. As soon as possible. Really quite urgently, in fact. But I've not even been in London a year yet. Read all Susato's reports. Well aware of your extraordinary talents. Having seen you in action with my own eyes earlier today, there's no question. You, Naruhodo, are precisely the man our country needs. So, you'd be leaving then, Runo? But then, what am I supposed to do, Father? Came here to serve as Asugi's judicial assistant. Oh yes, she's supposed to be Kazuma's assistant. The government is still in the process of deciding how best to deal with this situation, though. You've always chose your own path, Susato. And I trust your judgment. In this matter also. Father! Please, the pair of you, don't look so downcast. Merely a suggestion, you understand. A hope, if I'm honest. But I won't force you. I'll ask that you consider it. Come to a decision by the time the trial concludes. Yes, alright. You won't leave, will you, Runo? Oh boy. Thought it even crossed my mind. Up until now, I've just been trying to do what I believe to be Kazuma's will. But it turns out, he's still alive, so... Where does that leave me? Where does that leave us? I move past the mic to drink sodar. Well, if you excuse me now. I need to telegram government ministers and Japanese police with this information about Asashin. Of course, Father. Thank you. I look forward to next month's installment, Miss Wilson. Oh, good! And please do come to Baker Street sometime, won't you? We'd love to entertain you. I'd be delighted. Best of luck for tomorrow, Naruhodo. And give my suggestion your full consideration, won't you? Yes, I will. Going back home. Well, you know, Kazuma-sama's always meant a great deal to my father. I'm sure he'd love the chance to meet with him and talk to him about all this. Yeah, no doubt. Oh. How could I have neglected to consider the possibility before now? Mr. Sholmes. Hurley, where have you been?
Why, I joined you all for tea, of course. What an extraordinary question. I didn't notice you at all. No matter, no matter. Anyway, to more pressing concerns, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, yes? I must dispatch a telegram to your country at once. It's a matter of much urgency. To Japan, you mean? Tell me, to whom can I trust the task? Quickly now, who? Well... My father's just now left to send a telegram to the Imperial Police Bureau of Japan himself. I see. Well, he looked reliable enough for a bearded fellow. Do you not trust people's beards? I don't think what father sports could be considered a beard, Mr. Sholmes. There's not a moment to lose. Kindly ask your trusty unshaven father to see if this is sent. I will, but what is it? No questions at this time, if you please, Mrs. Sato. All we can do is pray that for once, my deduction is awry. Doesn't that imply deductions are normally correct, Mr. Sholmes? Which isn't exactly... Now then! You may be surprised to learn that I'm a very busy man. Certainly have no time to hide behind settees and eavesdrop on other people's conversations. So that's what joining us for tea meant. I leave the sending of this in your hands, then, my dear fellows. Wait a minute, Mr. Sholmes. He just sort of ran off, didn't he? At quite a pace. Left the unpaid bill for his tea behind, too. Aw, man, Mr. Sholmes, come on. It's not the first time he's done something like this. Must catch up with Father Telegraph Alphans at once. Now running calls a cab. Straight away. Oh. And there was me, thinking everyone would be clamoring to pay Mr. Sholmes' bill. Well, I guess I'll, We're gonna leave poor Mr. Vigil for last. Oh well. I don't know if he'd be very happy to see us after all this. Well, I don't know. There he is. There he is. Kazuma. Thought it would be long before he paid me a visit, Ryunosuke. I was right about what I said, wasn't I? Sorry? They have all the makings of a great defense lawyer. Well, I always believed that you fulfill your dream of advocating in the British courts. Just never imagined for 1 second that'd be as a prosecutor. Seeing you stand in a foreign courtroom, so gallantly realizing your dream, Kazuma-sama. I'm truly happy for you. I'm truly thankful to you, Judicial Assistant Mikotoba. Ryunosuke, I always thought it'd be fun for you and I to shake up the British legal system a little together. It doesn't quite how I envisaged it, though. Envisaged it. I guess that's a word. Huh. Why don't you say envisioned? Envisaged. I'm not going to do word of the day yet. It's too early. Suppose just another twist of fate. I learned a lot of things during my time in London. Master Sato-san's father was himself a visiting student here once, along with Judge Jigoku. And about what happened with your father. And you'll have no difficulty understanding. I had no choice. I had to find a way to get to Britain as a visiting student myself. I want to hear it from you, Kazuma. As you wish, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Alrighty. It's getting on for a year now. This is what happened on the SS Bureau. They're heading across the oceans from Japan to Great Britain. What a bizarre series of coincidences led to those tragic events. I thought I had lost my best friend forever. I must have been unconscious for a long time. When I woke, I was lying on a bed. It was a narrow little room, with a symposium of flowers by the pillow. It took me a little while to realize I was in the cabin of a ship. I slipped out of the room and head up onto the deck.
already suffering from amnesia at that point? Yes, I didn't know what had happened or where I was. There's just a voice in my head. You have something you have to do, something no one else can know about. Go to Great Britain. Your task awaits you there. It was a calling I couldn't ignore. It compelled me relentlessly. Out on deck, I saw that was a huge steamship and we were docked in a large port. Must have been Hong Kong. Yeah, it must have been. Presumably just before they were due to carry your body off the ship. No idea of the situation. I did have the feeling this was in some way my last chance. So I concealed myself among the disembarking passengers and went ashore. I disappeared in the crowded streets of that foreign port city, so I could plan my onward journey to Great Britain. I just realized you still have 2 swords. Gee, Lord Van Zeeks, how come you let your apprentice have 2 swords? Or, gee, Cosmo, how come Lord Van Zeeks lets you have 2 swords? Or what? I screwed up the meme. Never mind. I'm sorry, guys. I'm a failure. I failed the funny joke. It was under a year ago, with all my past memories lost to me, I was left behind in Hong Kong. Everything is foreign to me. The sights, the sounds, the smells. My head reeled. I was truly at a loss. I realize now that I escaped as a dead man. Nothing but the clothes on my back. No money, of course. Oh, how terrifying for you. Luckily, though, I had 2 feathers in my cap. One being your knowledge of English, I suppose. That's right. On the back of that, I was able to pick up some work as a deckhand in a cargo ship. Eventually, after calling at countless ports, I finally arrived at Dover. It's been some 3 months ago now. Formidable tenacity and purpose showing itself again. The man lost his memory and had literally nothing to his name. He still managed to make his way to London on the opposite side of the world. Of course, I had no idea why I'd move heaven and earth to get here at that point. So how'd you end up becoming Lord Van Zeek's apprentice then? That can only be called an extraordinary stroke of luck, really. See, I was stopped at the border because I had no papers. It took me straight to Scotland Yard. By sheer coincidence, Lord Strongheart was there to attend a meeting. So when the second feather in my cap came into play. Would that have been your knowledge of the law? Yes, exactly. Lord Strongheart was curious about an Easterner with intimate knowledge of British law. He took me back with him to the Supreme Court and assigned me to the prosecutor's office. And then, 9 days ago, you finally got your memory back after the trial involving Drebber. Yes, I did. Yeah, since I first met you, Yume, talk about your dream. Mark my words, Ryunosuke. We chose as a visiting student. Make my way to Great Britain someday. Did you know the entire time about what happened to your father here? "16 years ago. My father left on that exciting trip to Great Britain. I was just a boy. I took a photograph together the day before his departure. It's my last memory of him. What I remember most about my father is his unwavering sense of justice. 6 years after he left, Jen called at our family home, telling that Genshin, my father, had been taken ill in England and passed away. It's Professor Mikotoba, your father, Sasada-san. Oh, your father Genshin? He went to a farm upstate in Great Britain. Don't worry about it. Oh my! Ever since then, the professor was very good to me. He would help to fund my university education at Yume, be forever in his debt. But nevertheless, I just couldn't bring myself to believe what he told me. Oh. Then one day, a letter arrived at our house from Britain. There was no indication of the sender, so I opened it assuming it was from an old acquaintance of my father. When I read that letter, it changed my entire life. What did it say? It said that my father had been a mass murderer, that the writer cursed the Yasugi name. Oh no! As a result of that letter, I found out what had been hidden from me all those years. Was it from Lord Van Zeeks, perhaps? Presumably that was sent from a relative of one of the victims. If her wasn't been a member of the judiciary, he could have been present at the closed trial. They revealed that my father had been sentenced to death, executed for being a killer. I'm so sorry I had to find out that way. Imagine the British government did its very best to silence whoever sent that letter. Someone who knew the truth and couldn't bear the resentment was always going to be a problem. But still, it could have been written by anyone. How would you believe such a thing? There's a newspaper cutting included with the letter. It was the first I'd ever heard of the professor. It was a terrible killing spree. Well, what did my father have to say about the letter? Couldn't bring myself to show it to him. What? Why not? Because he deliberately concealed the truth from me by telling me my father was taken by a fatal illness. That could have been easy for him. He'd done out of consideration for my feelings. So instead, I showed the letter to Judge Jigoku. To the other visiting student. He faltered for the briefest of moments, but then he just left the letter off. But that moment I saw on his face, he was undeniably shocked, shaken momentarily before recovering his poise. A year later, my bereaved mother succumbed to the strain of grief. She too passed away. That's why I made up my mind that one day, without fail, I'd cross the seas to Britain and seek the truth for myself. Yep, figured that was the case. She was my father at Genshin Natsuki. Hold on, I'm taking the lid off the soda so I can drink it without making lots of noise. Well, less noise at least. Hope I don't spill it. Still a good amount in here. One large soda. I won't let anyone stand in my way. Oh, Kazuma-sama. Reaper's trial. We probably shouldn't be talking about this. What I learned today in court turned things completely on their head. It's an impressive piece of lawyering. Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Lord Van Zeeks isn't the Reaper, you know. I almost don't want to believe it myself. It turns out Inspector Gregson himself, the victim, was. It's clear that the Inspector is behind the Reaper's activity all along. What? You mean you knew? The real question is, who's been giving orders to the Inspector? Yes, Baron Von Zeeks is the real Reaper. What? Huh? I know that 10 years ago, it was him. Decided my father must be a mass murderer and sent him to his grave. No! You're merely saying that justice was done as the law dictates. He's not to blame. Ultimately, it's people who condemn people. The law is just a tool they use to do it. When a man condemns another, he must take responsibility for his actions. Of course he must. I know for certain that my father would never have taken another man's life. Yeah, there's a feel I'm getting. It's like, I'm pretty sure Genshin isn't, like, Genshin got blamed for it. Like, that's been a feeling in my mind, but, like, I haven't really considered that at all. In-game, at least. Kazuma. On the contrary, my father's life was taken by the Reaper. Guess you really believe that, don't you? Guess I should maybe present him with this? It's not evidence! It's a picture! It's a picture of me! What the? Scale model of the crime scene. Oh, yes, I realize that. The prosecution officer making model of the scene for every single case? Apparently so. Sometimes it helps to visualize things better and notice things you hadn't spotted before. Actually, the miniature notice board is my work. Be honest, you enjoyed making that. No, sorry, I didn't see you playing with your dolls again. Nope. What else do I do here? It's clear that we're not done. This Lord Van Zeke's incredibly stylish desk. It's not my style, though. No, I noticed you've been working at the little table on the floor, kneeling down Seiza style. That was some kind of punishment set by Lord Van Zeke's when I first saw it. Find it the most comfortable way to work. I can't do it. A couple minutes of sitting with my legs folded under me, they start to go tingly. Don't exaggerate, Ryunosuke. We both know you can't even manage a minute. Alright. Well, we're not done here. How may I present this to him? Kazuma, this is your armband. Actually, I think it's yours now. Sorry? You're a defense lawyer. You have a talent for it. I've always known that you would. And now you've chosen to take that path in life. As your friend, I couldn't be happier for you. Or more proud. Kazuma, so you keep hold of that. Besides, I'm a prosecutor now. That armband would have no meaning for me. Well, if you're sure. Thank you, my friend. I don't think there's anything we can show him, though. Everything else is actual evidence. He doesn't want to see the picture. So, what do we ask him about? Lord Van Zeke's fine collection of hollowed chalices and bottles, all neatly lined up. He's extremely particular about all that. There's a strict regime for everything, from the storage of the casks to the bottling of their contents. Gosh, he must be having a really tough time of it being his apprentice. Actually, no. No? So particular about it all, he refuses to let anybody else touch any of it. It's quite easy for me, in fact. Talk about weird. Picture, maybe? Do you know who the man in the portrait is? Why would I? What? But you're Lord Van Zeke's apprentice. Yes, apprentice, not friend. During the time I was suffering from amnesia, I didn't even notice that picture. Oh, really? I mean, it's not the smallest picture. I won't have the first idea what the man decorates his office with. Well, you have an idea now. Look, 2 more swords! Kazuma, you could be quad-wielding swords! The bats are still here. Oh god. Ah! You disturbed the bats, did you? Fitting companions of Lord Van Zeke's, wouldn't you say? Actually, I've seen things flying in Lord Strongheart's office, too. Doves, I think. Perhaps you have to like birds to attain rank in the judiciary here. Well, bats aren't birds, of course. Is this a pigeon? How about a sparrow for you? What's that supposed to mean? Oh, nothing. Sorry. Just thinking out loud. I don't know what else we do here. I guess we should come back to him. Maybe after we visit Mr. Vigil. What's that green cube up on the shelf there? There's like a green cube. This is the word Mr. Vigil's brought, apparently. To be frank, I'm a little worried about seeing him again. Oh, hi. Ah, the lawyer. Hello again. Are you feeling better now, Mr. Vigil? Yes, thank you. Somewhat better. I'm so sorry I've caused you to... I mean, it's because of me. I exposed your secret and forced you to remember things you obviously tried to forget. The prosecutor was here until a few moments ago, too. We just missed him. Oh, Kazuma beat us to it. He said much the same as you. He was very apologetic. But the truth is, I brought all this upon myself. Please don't think like that. Keeping it from Evie, my wife, all these years, I've carried such a sense of guilt. But that's not the worst of it. Over time, I obviously came to deceive myself as well. You mean about your dismissal? Looking back now, I'm beginning to think that perhaps Inspector Gregson didn't stumble across me by accident at all. I mean, he compensated me so generously for acting as a stand-in. He was clearly concerned for my well-being and doing what he could to help. Perhaps Gregson knew exactly what had become of Mr. Vigil all along then. I'm sure this is just desserts with 10 years of lies and deception, but... It wasn't me that helped Professor escape 10 years ago, it wasn't me! I swear it! I swear it's true! Oh, Mr. Vigil! I'm sure you'd rather not dredge up even more from your past at this time, but... If possible, could you tell us exactly what really happened? I want to. I need to get all this off my chest. I just want someone to tell me what I should have done. Oh boy. Gregson's request. Inspector Gregson was obviously engaged in a special operation of some sort. He was investigating something even Scotland Yard couldn't know about. Details of the Reaper's marks, yes. It was when he had to carry out those investigations that I would take his identification and impersonate him. Pretend to be an inspector and carry out investigations on his behalf? Oh no, never! A common street peddler could possibly carry out a proper police investigation. All I would do is go to the specified location, make a little hoo-ha. Just something to leave an impression, so everyone there would think a detective called Gregson was here. So, that's what you were doing on the day prior to the incident. Yes, he asked me to make an appearance at the park on Lime Street for a Red-Headed League event. So as usual, I flashed the inspector's identification around and was very vocal about my presence. But then you were taken prisoner by those red-headed fraudsters! Yes. So you would always make a point of showing Gregson's identification generally being loud? Much like Gregson himself. That's what the inspector asked me to do, yes. Well, that's one way of becoming a legendary detective, I suppose. Not a good one, though. And as you know, I suffered this bruising around my neck at their hands. But the following day, they kept their word and released me. Without returning the inspector's identification to you, however. We had arranged to meet at the Fresno Street room at 5 that day so I could report back to the inspector. But they agreed time, that's when I heard the gunshot. It was at midnight on 17th June 10 years ago. That was the time scheduled for the execution. The Fresno's execution never actually took place, did it? Or rather, the execution itself must have been used to affect the plan of escape. I hardly dare imagine what a chilling plan it was. Barclay was renowned for being the highest security prison in the country. Everything that went in or out of the place was searched multiple times. But there was one notable exception. Or rather, one notable loophole. Something that was never questioned. Loophole? I have a feeling I know what that loophole was now. The coffins in which the bodies of the executed convicts were placed, correct? Yes. Once the coroner had confirmed the death of a condemned convict, the body was taken in its coffin for immediate burial in Logate Cemetery just behind the prison. The chief warder first had to sign the necessary papers. And after that, no member of staff was permitted to touch the coffin containing the body again. When executions took place, only the executioner and the coroner were permitted inside the chamber. So that's when Dr. Sith. So Dr. Sith and the coroner were behind it. Maybe. I'd wait in the adjacent room for word that the condemned convict was dead. On that occasion, once I had that confirmation, I went to the mortuary to find a lone coffin as usual. Sijuasa would sign the paperwork and we checked the coffin, then nail it shut. But for some reason that day, the coffin was already nailed shut. No! I didn't think anything of it at the time. I assumed that my deputy must have checked the coffin and nailed it shut before I arrived. So, you mean, the coffin contained... Yes, I can only imagine that Asugi, having escaped his execution somehow, was alive inside the coffin. The coffin was then taken out through the main gates and deposited in Lowgate Cemetery. Presumably there would have been enough air inside to breathe for long. So in the early hours following the burial, somebody dug up the coffin again to set Genshin free. But in the end, he was fatally shot in the graveyard anyway. What on earth really happened in Lowgate Cemetery that night, I wonder? I'm afraid I really don't know. All I can say with certainty are two things. Asuki couldn't possibly escape that way without help from somebody working in the prison. And that somebody was not me. Alright, if you say so. Oh, so you knew the man then? Professor, I mean. Genshin Asuki. Yes, I remember him well, in fact. Would you mind telling us what you know? Well, having been condemned to death as he was, any contact I have with the man was short, obviously. After that trial, which was carried out behind closed doors, attended only by elite members of the judiciary, they called for his execution to be carried out at the earliest possible opportunity. The outcome of the trial was set from the beginning, wasn't it? It was a time of delicate diplomacy when Britain and Japan were in the process of signing an important treaty. That meant this potentially destabilizing case would be dealt with swiftly and discreetly. The man had less than a week in total. As I was the chief warder, I oversaw a short stay in the cells until his final hour. I'm being struck deeply by his noble character and incredible resilience. What do you mean exactly? He was a killer of many men, but he was always quiet and polite. He was a gentleman and a man of intellect. In fact, I couldn't bring myself to believe what he'd done, so I asked him one day. Those 5 members of the aristocracy whose lives were taken, were you really responsible? I'm guilty of the unforgivable crime of ending another human's life, yes. The following day, the closed trial took place. The verdict was no surprise. Guilty. That night, when he was brought back to his cell, I saw something. Something unusual. Something unusual? What? The last will and testament of Genshin Asuki. His will? Oh, maybe we talked to Kazuma about this. As I said, it was on the night following his trial after he'd been found guilty. I was doing the rounds of the cells. When I looked into Asuki's, I noticed that he seemed to have a sheet of paper in his hand. It's not so testament then, presumably. As soon as he noticed me, he hurriedly shoved it behind his back. But why do you find that so unusual? Is it normal for a man to pen a will when he knows his death is nigh? Yes, that's true. But there were special conditions to Asuki's incarceration, you see. What sort of conditions? Well, even though he was held in a cell designed for condemned inmates, he was allowed to keep his personal effects with him. With one exception. Really? He was allowed his things? That is unusual, certainly. Of course, he'd been convicted of killing 5 members of the aristocracy. But at the same time, he was a guest in our country from the Empire of Japan. The powers that be were determined that his final days shouldn't be needlessly uncomfortable. And what was the exception you mentioned? To the personal effects he was allowed? Probably a sword? That's the point. He wasn't permitted to have writing materials. Specifically, no pens or paper. So, he was prevented from leaving any written record of what happened to him? Yes, that was the long and short of it. I have no idea where he obtained that paper. Any writing materials have been confiscated from him upon his incarceration. As I said, he hid the paper behind his back, and then he pleaded with me. What do you just hide behind your back? Please turn a blind eye. This is my lifeline. But you know it's against the rules. You're the only person who's seen. You just agree to keep quiet. Alright then, but what's on that paper? The last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now. How can a will be a weapon? So I decided to pretend I'd seen nothing and let him keep his will. But then later, it just seemed to vanish without trace. What? What do you mean it vanished? It would seem that isn't the end of the story of this mysterious will. I was the only person who saw Atsuki's will, but somehow it disappeared. It was after Atsuki's execution. Which was actually an elaborate jailbreak. The warders gathered up Atsuki's possessions that were in his cell. They were all to be sent back to his family home in Japan, you see. The poor Kazuma-sama. And you're saying that it wasn't anywhere to be found among his personal effects? The will, I mean. That's right, though I didn't search through them myself. But Governor Caden was livid. He was screaming. It could have disappeared completely. That doesn't quite make sense, though, does it? In what way? Well, we understood that only Mr. Vigil was aware of the will's existence. In which case, how the prison governor knew to look for it? Oh, yeah, you're right. I really don't know how he knew, but certainly it seemed as though he knew of the will's existence from the outset. Only he did refer to it as a will. What he said was, the Asugi Papers. The Asugi Papers? I really can't tell you anything of the subsequent events. Because, well, of what happened. Your dismissal, and the way you blocked it all from your memory. I've forgotten all this until today. I don't suppose it's relevant to the case, though. Well, anyway, thank you very much for sharing it with us, Mr. Vigil. We're very grateful. I'm afraid there's really little more I can tell you. My wife Evie will be here shortly, so I do hope I don't appear rude, but... No, not at all. Thank you again. What's he gonna tell his wife? What'll become of you now? Well, impersonating a police officer is a criminal offense, of course. I imagine that once I'm fully recovered, I shall be arrested. I'm so sorry. Don't be, please. This is all my own doing. I always knew that this day would come. Well, I wish you well. Goodbye, Mr. Vigil. Ah! Before you go, there's just one thing. Oh, yes? What is it? The Asugi Papers. I'd be very grateful if you'd make no mention of the things I told you about them. It's only for some good reason. It's my understanding that their very existence is a closely guarded secret. If it became known that I remembered, well, it could be rather troublesome, I think. I understand. But about Kazuma, some sort of will that Genshin Asuki penned just before his death, which the man himself claimed was his last weapon. I wonder, perhaps that's something to do with his plan to escape. As anyone might know more about a document Kazuma's father left behind. It'll be Mr. Vigil's governor! And we know precisely where he must go. Back to Barclay Prison. Okay. There we go.
Oh, back again, are ya?
Yes, hello.
I've heard all the book investigations. Read the report just now. You found him, eh? Vigil?
Yes, luckily.
Well, anywho, the night doesn't work here anymore. This in our case is not to do with Barclay. I wouldn't like you to get the wrong idea about that.
Of course, yes. Mr. Vigil stopped working here 10 years ago now, so... Yes, you see his dismissal notice, haven't we? He was given the chop.
Aye, can very well. Some of the wee handcuff biscuit.
Oh, they really are like little handcuffs.
They're hot as irons, too.
So, what's brought you down here this day?
Well, there's something else we'd like to ask you about, actually.
Is that so?
I believe there might have been a document that disappeared from Genshin Aosugi's cell. I think it's been called the Aosugi Papers or something. Uh-oh, he's not gonna like that.
Did I not say? Grace's death has nothing to do with things that might happen in Barclay. Leave the past in the past, laddie. Let's not fool about with the relevant details.
Expressions changed completely. Clearly onto something here. Still good to ask him anyway.
That murder has botched execution. The whole miserable escape. Barclay's darkest hour, eh? Shocking embarrassment.
Because the convict had to collaborate on the prison staff, you mean?
Aye, for shame. The coroner confirmed the death of the man after his execution, Courtney Scythe. My chief warder at the time, Vigil, who was in charge of the whole affair.
But Mr. Vigil says he didn't know anything about it.
The rascal wouldn't say otherwise, eh? More handcuffs?
Oh, how could I say no? You never have too much on your diet. Mr. Vigil's handed dismissal notice as a result of what happened. He was so despairing he jumped out of your office window, didn't he?
I don't like to say, but that's just Vigil trying to get out of it. Do you not think he would have jumped for the shock of his crimes being exposed, eh? I do.
You wouldn't say otherwise, would you?
Of course. Can't have shut all responsibility myself. Should have let him deceive me. Actually, there's barely anybody guns whatnot at the time now. With Gregson been murdered and Dr. Sith have been having any visitors.
No visitors? Someone honestly doesn't want her giving anything away. Well, we're not going home empty-handed.
I wouldn't dream of sending you back with now, Kimmer. Here, take a handcuff or two.
Oh, well, it'd be rude to say no, but it would become anemic.
I suppose if there's anybody you might still know about what happened then. Be our last from the forensic division, Maria Gori.
Maria Gori. Maria Gori.
Aye, it's his daughter. He didn't have no more, just the one.
Oh no, it's that. It's her. The person in the mask that was like, "Can I chop you up, please?" No. Oh God.
The wee Barnes followed her mom's footsteps. You'd never see her without a scalpel in her hand.
Ah. Mama, what is this? Ah, where'd she spring from? And it's just called the Dr. Mama? Dr. Sith's daughter, Maria Gori. New talking to her. Different last name, though. So, she's Dr. Sith's daughter, but her surname is Gori.
Aye, it's a family history, I'm sure, but I don't get the ins and outs of it. Grew up watching her mom work with the bodies of folks who die in strange circumstances. Decided to do the same with her own life. Can't understand it myself.
Perhaps she was driven by a deep respect for her mother.
Perhaps. And you? She was in charge of Gregson's autopsy, believe?
Right. The coroner responsible for this incomplete report.
Someone told me once that the wee lass always loved her mom's stories about cutting up bodies. It's even a rumor she used to listen to the funeral march's lullaby.
Well, then perhaps her mother might have told her about the autopsy in the case 10 years ago.
Aye, so there's a fighting chance at least. After all, that was a life-changing case for all of us.
I really need to speak to Miss Gori herself about this, I think. Thank you very much.
I'm no happy about any part of this. Took years long as to finally forget the whole professor business. Cannot give up on this laddie. Stop asking pointless questions.
I'm sorry. I don't like dredging up these painful memories for everyone.
Cannot just stay away, no? Leave me alone until I come back here, eh?
Well, I'm sorry to ask, but we have one more thing to question you about. It's not something you'll enjoy.
When we come to count about that, laddie, there's not many folk even here in the prison who's heard of those papers.
Well, I can't tell Mr. Vigil told me. I'm afraid our sources must remain confidential, sir.
Hmm.
I'm allowed to believe
the papers are actually a last will and testament. Is that right? The professor's, or rather, Genshinatsuki's.
Aye, that's right. You're well informed, Jimmy.
Oh, is that the end of the silent treatment? After the convict's execution, it mysteriously vanished from his cell, didn't it?
Heavens no! You're on half-cock there. I didn't quite get your facts straight. It was there in the cell, exactly where it should have been.
Oh, no, we heard elsewhere.
Let me just have a wee look around in here, so I can find it.
Oh, we just get them.
Aye, here you are. See?
The last will and testament of Genshinatsuki. Right with the calligraphy brush.
Of course, can I read a word of those Japanese squiggles? But mine says it leaves all his worldly possessions to his son back in his homeland.
Yes, that's correct. That's the gist of it. So these are the Asuki papers.
Aye, of course they are. Papers written by Asuki. No doubt about it. There's no mystery here, laddie. That's your lot. After all this skirmish of that slight of an execution, sent the man's possessions back to his clan in Japan. That was the end of it.
I think we ought to make a record of this, Mr. Naruhodo. Just in case. Let's take a look at that.
One thing before you go on your way, Mr. Naruto.
Oh, yes?
Those papers are not to do with Gregson's death. I'd prefer if you didn't make no mention of them outside this office. Or rather, I want to just prefer it, consider it an order from the highest levels of our government.
I understand. Well, let's just show them to Kazuma, though. Let's just show him after being immediately told, no. Actually, I need to take a very quick BRB. I'll be back in a little bit. Go take a break if you need to, but I'll be back in a few minutes. So, see you then. I'm back. Hope you're all your nice break. Anyway, well, first we need to examine the papers because what does it all say on here? All right. Well, hey, you know how the prison guard's like, from the highest level of government, don't show these papers to anyone. Don't talk about that to anyone. But it's literally a paper for you. Maybe we can talk more? No. Well then, what else is there to do here? Is there elsewhere we can go? I think we're really shown because, like, the rest of it is actual evidence. If there's more to do here, what the heck is it? I have to pull up a guide? I guess. Guess I'll have to look up a guide. If this says you need to show him something, I'm gonna be upset. What's it? Okay. Let's see here. Investigation Part 2, I believe. Oh. Okay. So we need to show this autopsy report to him, and then he'll let us see Mirigori. I don't see how. I don't know how I would have figured that out. This came up with the trial, didn't it? Something a little dubious, I mean. The fact that no time of death was recorded on Inspector Gregson's autopsy report. See, I figured showing them a movie like this, we can't talk about evidence outside the courtroom. But this specific one, he's like, I can talk about this though. Yes, there were some unexpected turns in the courtroom earlier. The suggestion gave, but certainly took everyone by surprise. The idea that the victim died the previous day at some other location is quite something. Well, considering when the pocket watch had stopped and the scorch marks on the candle, it's a very distinct possibility. The ends of the scene both point to it. To be honest, bother me too. Spam Risk. Not now, friend. My best friend Spam Risk. I'm streaming. Hopefully they'll understand. So I paid a visit to the autopsy room earlier. The coroner responsible wasn't there, but God name, it's Dr. Gori. If it wouldn't trouble you, Kazuma-sama, we'd very much like to speak with the coroner, too. Of course. Last thing I want for anything to be brushed under the carpet. Just go into your autopsy laboratories behind Lowgate Cemetery. Lowgate Cemetery? By Barclay Prison, you mean? You know it, do you? The prison where my father was incarcerated and robbed of his life. Kazuma-sama. Well, thank you. I'll pay Vince at the laboratory later today. Ryunosuke. I want to thank you. What for? For this. You safeguarded the soul of the Yasuki clan. It is a famous sword. It's been in your family for generations. My slight regret is I never got the chance to draw it before I returned it to you. Karma is said to have been forged by a master swordsmith during the Sengoku Warring States period. Came from a long lineage of warriors. Many of whom were expert swordsmen. Well, then you're a chip off the old block, I'd say. This blade, Karma, is a symbol of the Ryunosuke clan's honor and might. Apparently one of my father's apprentices even took the blade's name for a surname. Really? Karma. It does sound formidable, that's for sure. 16 years ago, when my father was a visiting student here in London, he had the sword forever at his side. That's why it means so much to me that I have it by my side again now, too. And that is all thanks to you. It was an honor. Alright, guess we're done here. Now, I have preparations to make for tomorrow. Has said a little too much. Kazuma, you've changed. No, Ryunosuke, I haven't changed at all. It's you's changed. I completely understand your resentment of Lord Van Zeeksy of what happened. The fact is, those events in this case are, well, unrelated? Is that what you want to say? Why do you be so sure? What do you mean? Never mind. The man's the Reaper. It's for that reason that the inspector was killed. Gotta prove as much in court tomorrow. By whatever means necessary. Can't let you do that, Kazuma. I know you'll do what you have to as a lawyer. But I'm sure I don't need to tell you that I won't be taking any prisoners in the courtroom. Expect nothing less. Till tomorrow, then. In the Old Bailey. Nope. Once again, it took a bit for that. Let's go. Oh my god. Yep. Maria's definitely taken over. Rose Lalonde looking desk. This place really is creepy, isn't it? Well, being a dead room, it's probably full of the spirits of the dissected. But actually, there's rather pleasant scent of roses in the air. Well, being a dead room, the coroner probably needs a bold scent like that to mask the odor of death. Iris, do you think we could change the subject? What was that? I think we know who and what that is. Dr. Gory? What? That noise before. I was sharpening my tools. I'd be dead meat if I didn't keep a perfectly clean edge on them. Right. When finding the collagen fibers on the dermis, an expertly sharpened scalpel cuts like cheese. Would you like a demonstration? Oh, yes, please. I'd love to see. Then, I think you'd do nicely. Huh? No, I wouldn't do nicely at all. I mean, maybe some other time. Was that a tut? Well, we came here to ask questions, so... Is that your idle animation for this? Oh, God. We've actually met before. I'm a lawyer, if you remember. You're not dead yet. Oh, what? So Mama said I wasn't to cut you open. She's so strict about things like that. Well, good. After this, some scruples, at least. Oh, dear. It looks like she's not interested in talking to us. For the time being, anyway. The time being? You mean, till we die? I hope that's a way off. Sorry, but I wasn't planning on dying anytime soon. Sure, there's some less drastic way of making her listen. Probably present the autopsy report to her. Where are you at? There you are. Dr. Gory, we actually came here to ask you about this. He was very good. Good, sorry. His skin didn't snag my blade once. And very little mess. His joints dislocated easily, and his muscle tissue was a pleasure to do work with. We can skip those details. But there's one thing about the report that's caught my attention. You don't seem to have recorded the time of death. Oh, God. That's not my fault! No, that made me jump. Then please, tell us what happened. So, why does this autopsy report include the victim's time of death, then? It's really the most crucial detail. I was told not to write it. What? By whom? Mill Strongheart, the Lord Chief Justice. He came here. Lord Strongheart came. He said from the witness statements about the gunshot and the other evidence, it was obvious. The man clearly died at 5 PM on 1st November when the gunshot was heard. But that's not the time of death he wrote on the report. He didn't write anything. Was there some reason to include it? Dr. Gory, if you're hiding something in Lord Strongheart's instructions, then sooner or later, you'll have to go the same way as your mother. Give it here, then. She's scribbling so furiously. There. You've written... What's she written? Tell us! Indeterminate. But... Oh. Uh-oh. What do you mean by that? How's the time of death indeterminate? When the specimen was brought in, it was still fresh. So the time of death could easily have coincided with when the gunshot was heard. But there was one small discrepancy. What discrepancy? There's some fried fish in the pocket of the specimen's overcoat. And that fish had started to rot. What? Victim liked fried fish, he presumably liked to eat it before it went off. Well, yes, what are you really trying to say? It's possible that someone tried to manipulate the apparent time of death. Manipulate them? Is that even possible to do? Theoretically, if you would chill the body in ice, you could delay the onset of putrefaction. The overcoat wasn't on the body at the time, then only the fish would have started to rot. With today's science, it's not yet possible to determine if the body was chilled or not. But today's science is advanced enough to let you freeze a corpse, it seems. But surely, to chill a corpse like that required an enormous electrical refrigerator. I don't imagine many households in London are equipped with such a device. Maybe at the Grand Exhibition they have one? No, definitely not. But maybe in a factory, or some other special places. I don't recall seeing any factories or such like on Fresno Street, though. I wonder, if the inspector's body had been chilled somehow, what might the actual time of death might have been? I couldn't say for sure. But the most, it might have been a day earlier. No! In other words, it would corroborate your previous deduction, Mr. Naruhodo. That Inspector Gregson was killed a day before his body was discovered. At a different location. Did you inform Lord Strongheart of this possibility? He simply said that there were no electrical refrigerators of that size in the vicinity. But there might have been elsewhere. No, yeah, one other thing. Something Governor of Barclay Prison told us. He said your mother, Dr. Sith, was responsible for confirming the death of the professor after his execution. The professor... Apparently, you always enjoyed listening to your mother's stories about her work, so... We're wondering if you might know something about what happened 10 years ago. That's not all Mama did. Sorry? My Mama carried out the autopsy of Clint Van Zeeks as well. What? Really? The brother of Lord Van Zeeks, Professor's final victim. The idea of carrying out an autopsy of a member of the aristocracy was completely unthinkable back then. The detective in charge of the investigation insisted it was miraculously authorized. So that was Gregson. Detective being Inspector Gregson, of course. Quite an accomplishment for one man. That autopsy provided the vital clue needed to arrest the killer. And Mama was there for that historic event. What does all this mean? You know, that amazing autopsy happened right here in this very room. The Professor and Clint Van Zeeks. They both spent their final moments before the burial on that dissection table there. So this lab, Mama's lab, was instrumental in some of this country's most important events. She really is proud of her mother. I wonder if you could tell us more about exactly what happened back then, Dr. Gory. There we go, more stuff. The Professor's execution was Mama's first big case. She had been in attendance at Barclay Prison's execution chamber, and signed the certificate to confirm the convict's death. Mom's the best coroner in the world, you know. I was so proud of her. The execution didn't actually take place. No, and worse still, Bob actually helped with the jailbreak. I didn't want to know. Oh dear, you found out recently, you mean? I believed in her, and Mama, but... now I wonder if I'm starting down the same path as her. You mean, because you omitted the time of death in his autopsy report? That's because Lord Strongheart forbade you from including it. Just like Mama, I'm sure she was coerced by somebody too. Yes, that's my feeling as well. There's no doubt that there are powerful forces at play 10 years ago. The execution could have been staged without a lot of people in the prison knowing about it. Obviously, the prison governor must have been on it as well. The big man with the little handcuffs, according to what he told us. He was tricked by the chief warder. He says he knew nothing about it. Of course he said that. I'd say the same thing. Just who was behind that jailbreak all those years ago? Mention the autopsy Clint Van Zeeks. It was that time when carrying out autopsy of murder victims is very unusual. Still not a practice observed in our country, not even now. Turned out that he was the professor's final victim when the autopsy was performed. Mom was present, although only as a secondary assistant. The person leading the procedure was called Dr. John H. Wilson. That's right, my daddy! There was one other person present, the primary assistant. He was a visiting student from the Far East. Wait, visiting student? It must have been my father, Eugen Mikotoba. I had no idea Professor Mikotoba had been involved in something so important. But the outcome of that historic autopsy was the discovery of a vital piece of evidence that led to the capture of the professor. So that's how they came to identify Genshin Asuki as the infamous mass murderer. Have no anything about that piece of evidence? Can you tell us any more? Would you like to see the records for yourself? But would that be alright? What's the point of keeping records if people can't look at them? They're filed under V at the back of those cupboards, with the other records for the last decade. Thank you. Glad to see she's not, like, holding a grudge over us. Van Zeeks. That's strange. What, Miss Naruhodo? They aren't here. There's nothing under Van Zeeks. There must be! Somebody took them away. No one's allowed to take documents related to the Professor case out of this room. But you're right. They're gone! When was the last time somebody looked at them? Do you remember? It was... Oh yes, I remember now. It was 2 years ago. A consulting detective came one day, saying he'd like to see the records. No, you don't mean... Herlock Sholmes was his name. Uh-oh. Deep down I knew that was coming. Do you think he stole the records? Oh no, surely not. Iris, that can't be right, can it? Iris? Uh-oh. Bruno? I hope you don't mind, but... What is it, Iris? I just remembered something very important I have to do. I'm going to have to leave you now. This is very sudden, Iris. Well, we'll come with you then. Oh, no, there's no need. You and Bruno can take your time here. Bye for now, then. Good luck. She's probably going to go to... Wait a minute, little girl. Me? I remember now. You've been here before, haven't you? Have you, Iris? Yes, 2 years ago, when that detective came. You were with him, weren't you? You were a living specimen then, too. That's the way it usually works, yes. Did she steal them? Was I? I really don't remember. Anyway, sorry, but I must dash. Wait, Iris. I'll brew up a pot for you when we get home. She stole them, did she? What's the matter with her? Acting really strangely all of a sudden. Well, In that case, we won't keep you any longer either. It's been quite a while since I had any visitors. This was really fun. But next time you come, I'd prefer to you're ready for dissection. Can't make any promises, sorry. The twinkle in her eyes. It's strange the records of Clint Van Zeke's autopsy have disappeared. I think you've asked all we came to ask now. I think we need to go back. No, I guess not there. Guess we're going to here. Oh, hey. That wasn't here before. That was the suitcase. Police are still busy investigating here then. But Gina's nowhere to be seen. Where is she? It has been blissfully quiet, hasn't it? Perhaps she's out investigating on her own. Practicing what her boss taught her. Well, I expect she'll be back for too long. Shall we wait? Actually, there's something different about this room since the last time we were here, isn't there? We'd always use time to investigate more thoroughly. Probably the big thing on the floor here that was not here earlier. This little trunk wasn't here before, was it? Oh! It appears to be made of metal. Must be very heavy. I wonder whom it belongs. Some initials on the outside. Look. TG. Let's ask some of the policemen if they know how it came to be here.
Oi, what do you think you're doing?
Oi! That's my trunk, that is. Hands off! Gina? Gina, where were you hiding? I don't know. You leave something unattended for a few seconds, and every Tom, Dick, and Harry's got his greedy eyes on it. Just a wild guess, Gina, but... What? Spit out, Otto! It's fair to say that you've only owned that trunk since this morning's trial? What are you trying to say? Come on, this trunk goes with me everywhere. Always has. Where you been last year? Try not to incur your wrath, mainly. It's Converse. Your boss. You should hear them all talking to the yard now. They should be ashamed of themselves. They're saying it was the boss who killed all the bludgers. The whole Reaper thing. Yeah. Apparently the boss was investigating stuff that no one else in the yard knew nothing about. Stuff to do with all the criminals who got off scot-free. Yeah, the ones prosecuted by Lord Van Zeeks who used bribery and corruption to evade conviction. Well then, obviously, it was that bloomin' Reaper giving orders, wasn't it? But why'd people be suspecting Inspector Dresden to be involved in the killings? There was a notebook hidden in his office. Oh no, didn't sound good. It had details about all the crimes that had been pegged as the Reaper's work. What? No, did you see it, Gina? Did you see that notebook? They wouldn't flaming let me, because I'm just an apprentice, apparently. It was me who found it, and he was my boss. That's right. I was pretty miffed about it, so I sneaked a peek at what it said anyway. Oh, that's our Gina. Secret notebook, tell us. So you managed to see what was written in Gregson's secret notebook anyway, did you? Wait, I see it. It's my right to read what he wrote. What have you written, Gina? Dates, times, places, names, an all long list of them. All details about the blunders supposed to have been done in by the Reaper. But there could be an explanation for that. Perhaps there's a record of the inspector investigation of the Reaper's activities. Exactly, that's what I said. It's the first thing you'd think, right? There's heavens of fuller names are recognized anyway. The Reaper's targets were almost exclusively known leaders of London's criminal underworld. Well, yeah, but there's one name right at the end that was a bit odd. At the end of the list, you mean? Pretty sure the date against it was 31st October. The day before the inspector was found dead. So, what was the odd name? It weren't like a name I've ever seen before. Something like, Nah, it's no good. I can't remember it. I don't think it was an English name, put it that way. Oh dear. What a pity. There was something else, too. I don't know if it matters. The same name kept coming up over and over. Shin, it was. Uh-oh. I suppose it means anything, but... Did you say Shin? Eh? What does mean something? My friend Zeke's knew the name too. I mentioned her as well. The woman who actually did the deeds. And now I find out her name appears in Gregson's secret notebook. We haven't seen you for a little while, have we, Gina? Well, of course not. I've been busy, ain't I? Investigating and that. The lads in the auto tried to trace the boss's movements the day before it happened. The day before, that'd be undercover investigation in the Red-Headed League then. Only the boss didn't go, did he? You found some cove that was pretending to be him, didn't you, Otto? Yes, as Mr. Vigil actually went to the park on Lime Street that day, posing as Gregson. But anyway, you ain't the only one turning stuff up. I got my own ways to get results. Toby! Me and my partner get together. There's nothing we can't track down. Oh, little Toby! Such a faithful friend. So, have you tracked anything down then? What do you think, eh? Of course we have. Can't tell you though. Police business, innit? Anyway, the point is, if you don't ever need help, you know who to turn to, right? Me and the around here. Right. Because he looks oh so... Yeah, he's a puppy. Puppy. Gina, about your hound there. Chief Inspector Toby, you mean? He's the part of the force, he is. Japanese police dog means something quite different, and not altogether nice to those involved in crime. But here in Britain, it's a wonderful compliment, it seems. For canine, at least. It should be. After all, the great exhibition case the other day. Does Toby here manage to locate Trevor's workshop? Maybe it's time for another demonstration of what the super dog can do, eh? Something a chief inspector could catch the scent of, I wonder? Probably. Pocket watch.
Take that!
Nope, Chief Inspector Toby, if you wouldn't mind having a sniff of this. He might be a little too keen, don't you think? Chief Inspector made short work of Gina there. Look where he's gone to. Oh my, that trunk clearly still has a very strong scent. Inspector Gregson. In other words, must have belonged to him. Oh, alright, it's a fair call, I suppose. Nearly got away with it, too. You always talk so proudly of Chief Inspector Toby's nose and what it can achieve. Did it not cross your mind that he might identify something that was right next to us? Yeah, that was a bit of a bloomer, wasn't it? That's enough now then, Gina. Eh? I think it's time you told us the truth. About that trunk. What's in the trunk? It weren't like that. It just weren't. What are you talking about? I know what's going on through that head of yours, but that ain't what happened. Alright then, what did happen? Well, like I said before, we were trying to trace the boss's movements. So Toby over with the boss's overcoat. As soon as I done that, he went off like a shot. Straight to that sandwich. To a sandwich? Not a bag of chips? Miss Naruhodo, I believe G means the witness. Oh, Beppo. I forgot about that sandwich. Yeah, it hid between them wooden boards of his. Boss's trunk. Oh. Beppo? When they heard the sound like a gunshot and all piled in here? Exactly! He had nabbed him for the scene! Goodness. And the chief inspector gave that sandwich a good grilling. You know what he said? I thought it might fetch a good price, and the chap wouldn't be needed anymore, so... Well, that's all I did. Nothing more, nothing less. But you and I need the check of it, eh? Stealing the dead boss's stuff to flog. So Miss Vias was the only one to meddle with the scene of the crime, then. How could they? So anyway, that's how it happened. It's a pretty decent trunk, so I figured I might as well make use of it. Just something's wrong with that, eh? Well, doggy, You, Mr. Sandwich, should try to find the answer to that question together. I think perhaps that trunk should be turned over to the police, don't you?
What are you on about? I am the police!
Gina, if you wouldn't mind, could we maybe examine it?
Yeah,
Alright then.
don't you want with it?
Thank you. We shall make a detailed record of our examination of the evidence. Let's take a look in that trunk. What? Toby. What's the matter with Toby? Why is he acting so aggressively towards me all of a sudden?
Mr. Hardo, be careful! It must be the trunk!
Doggy, 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 doggy.
Toby, oi, what are you doing? Gotta lick his face off! Star Hardo! Star Hardo! Gina, quickly, hail a carriage!
I'm dead. Can't believe we died. Toby killed us and we're dead.
Oh, Miss Naruhodo, are you alright?
Mrs. Otto.
Ah, conscious again at last! Blessed relief, my dear fellow! After all, to drop dead out of the licking by a small terrier, most unseemly. What is or isn't seemly irrelevant here, Mrs. Holmes? So glad there's no lasting damage. How are you feeling?
Fine, thank you. Did you bring me back here? What's this on my head? Bandage.
Sadly, but no ice. So that's a compressed sugar water.
Sugar water?
Don't worry, Miss Naruhodo. It's a first aid treatment that my father taught me.
Oh, thank you.
So, let's take tea when you're feeling up to it. But of course, no sugar in the patient's cup.
Ugh, the bump in my head is throbbing sweetly enough, don't worry.
Whenever you're ready, then.
Well, we should examine the trunk now. Have you seen this huge gash across the side of the trunk here? It's gone right through the leather and into the metal behind.
Gosh, for a metal chest like this to have been so badly damaged, apparently the gash would have struck the side of the trunk with considerable force.
Wonder how it happened. Let's open it up. Let's have a look inside. See that? There's something stuck in the side of the trunk there. It's glinting.
Looks like a fragment of metal of some sort, but it's wedged so tightly I can't remove it.
Don't cut yourself. Better leave it, I think. What's this paper? Look, there's something inside.
Oh, let's see. Appears to be a passport, authorizing him to travel overseas.
Dr. Greg's about to go on a trip abroad then?
Perhaps state departure might tell us something. That was... Oh!
What is it?
So travel 31st October, just one day before the incident.
What? Really? Oh yeah, it was for France. Greg went to France the day before his body was discovered? Is that all there is here? Might be.
Never mind.
Never mind. Never mind, never mind, never mind. Look at this dark stain here. Do you think...
Yes, I'm afraid so. I think it's blood.
Ugh, I knew you were gonna say that. So that presumably means...
This was present at the scene when Inspector Gregson was killed. That's a logical conclusion, yes.
I think Gina's been carrying this around with her. If she didn't know any better, I suppose it does look like a grease stain from all the fish and chips.
Does it, though?
It's perhaps not important enough to make a note about. None of the stuff is. Applicant one additional person to travel. One additional person? Who'd that be? Not Gina. Well, what do we do?
You alright, Miss Naruhodo? It's rather unusual to find ourselves here in the middle of our investigations.
It just occurred to me that I might have forgotten something when we left this morning.
Please don't worry. As long as you continue to investigate thoroughly, you won't go far wrong.
Oh, yes, of course. Let's get back to work as soon as possible. Mr. Sholmes. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Sholmes. My dear fellow, think nothing of it. Must say I was quite startled. I heard that you've been attacked by a dog. For a moment, I feel that if it's the murder of so many, I'd come back from the dead. You mean, the professor? Fortunately, I see your prized throat is unscathed. That stiff turned-up collar of yours obviously affords some welcome protection. Was I that close to death? All I remember is the dog licking my face over and over and over again. Well, if you wish to avoid such troubles in the future, a little mustard spread on the cheek should do the trick. I should think I would balance the sweetness of your bandage rather splendidly. Okay. Do we go downstairs then? Have some tea.
Mit dem Schwarzbiergebot brodelt wie ein Feuerwerk. Den Schlund es mir verbrannt. Ach, Hopfen deine.
What on earth is going on in here? Having a bad dream? Ah, no, it's an old German folk song. Rather fine rendition, I think. That's the least of my concerns. Iris? Iris, what's the matter? Who's that sprawling... I mean, that relaxed gentleman over there? Iris? Is she even listening? Excuse me, sir. Do apologize for troubling you whilst you're singing so merrily, but... would you be kind enough to explain the situation? Well, that worked. A crooning gentleman and a mute young girl. A rather tantalizing juxtaposition. Oh, is he singing it? Well, it appears that inside the gods' deduction within me to find their voices too. Mr. Sholmes, do you mean... The strains of reason within me are playing now's delightful duet. One melody sings a reunion full of nostalgia, whilst the other is a morose theme about the great secret you're trying so desperately conceal. Iris. His turn is wise as a sheet. Are we doing a deduction now? As usual, it seems the very heart of the matter. And by the time my own brief performance is over, I feel sure this gentleman's song will reach its finale. So then, to music land, we're all sweetness and delicacy and harmony. Pray, do enjoy Herlock Sholmes' latest logic and reasoning spectacular. Here we go. The game is afoot. I wonder who it could be. Firstly, we consider the gentleman's nationality. Clearly, he's a German with no grasp of the English language. So it's but a Germanic song he sings, his apparent inability to understand when asked to desist. So why is the man here at all, in such apparently high spirits? The answer, of course, Iris, is clearly known to you. Indeed, we need only follow the gaze of those bright young eyes to unravel a particular part of this mystery. The reason for the man's mildly irritating warbling is revealed by the herbal tea. He obviously offered a German guest to accompany your latest herbal blend. Tea's delectable flavors made the man's spirit soar. The result in this joyful, dizzy tumbling incessantly from his lips. I only wait sampling the flavor myself, that I may join the fellow in a state of elation. Now to the next question. Who exactly is this gentleman availing himself so thoroughly of the SETI? As it happens, a number of years ago now, a certain gentleman of German origin engaged my services in solving a particularly delicate case. Required the retrieval of letters once sent to an acquaintance that might have proved problematic. In order to conceal his noble identity, he also arrived at my office in a mask. The gentleman's name was Wilhelm Gottschried Sigmund von Ornstein. That's a little boy, though. That's a small child. The King of Germany. My memory serves, the mask worn by this gentleman is identical.
Yes, there can be no question. That belongs to the King of Germany. It would appear that His Majesty remembers the fine service I afforded him, and decided to show his face again, mask and all, in order to express his gratitude. Well, Madam Monarch, indeed. Wouldn't you agree, my dear fellow? So the master visitor is in fact my former client, the King of Germany. Indeed, his son is currently in London as well. Oh, the son, okay. Enjoy the wonders of the Great Exhibition. Oh mein Gott. Which leaves us with one remaining imponderable. Yes, you, young Iris. But your apparently inexplicable science is unable to hide the truth. Yes, the reason for your muteness. He'll inside that knapsack. It's not. I found note, I believe. I must say, as your compatriot, I'm deeply saddened. It would appear that you've allowed yourself to be bribed into silence by His Royal Highness, earning yourself some spending money in exchange for keeping quiet about the King's secret. And now the final piece of the puzzle. What is the secret you strive to hide with your silence, Iris? Ah, yes. You only follow that brief, involuntary twitch of your eyes to find the answer. You were attempting to abscond with that coffee cup. Oh no, it broke. My favorite coffee cup, in fact. Or should I say, the handle of my favorite coffee cup. It appears that His High-Spirited Highness broke it in the midst of his hijinks. Which leads us to the sad truth. My favorite coffee cup is broke by the King of Germany, and Iris, you tried to conceal it from me. I shall have a bill sent via governmental channels to the German royal family for its replacement. Well, that's not true. Thus concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of this painful puzzle. I don't know. With your silence as well, the fellow's jovial warbling rather rings in the ears, does it not? Mr. Sholmes, Master something does rather trouble me. Pray, Miss Sorrow, do tell. His Royal Highness doesn't appear to have moved a muscle since we arrived. Ah, you haven't said a word either, Iris. Mr. Sholmes is alright. Might as well own up to it now. The reasoning is entirely without substance, I must admit. And what are they, Mr. Sholmes? Yet another grievance, Miss Naruto? Surely not. I actually read the story of that case recently. What you're just describing. According to that, at least, it wasn't the King of Germany, it was the King of Bohemia. Goodness, was it? Yes, that's quite true. Master Gotz, the prince, testified to that in court. In his words, I've come to see the great exhibition all the way from my home in Bohemia. I would ask you to keep that minor error to yourselves. It could easily become quite a scandal. I believe, Miss Naruto, that's our turn now to make some corrections to a number of minor errors that may have slipped in. I think Mr. Sholmes will admit he might be slightly wide of the mark this time. Though it's clear that Iris is definitely hiding something. You can find out the truth behind this mysterious scene. But one truth is incontrovertible. My favorite coffee cup is no more. So, shall we embark again? On joint presentation of Herlock Sholmes' Logic Reasoning Spectacular? Hold it.
So what, some mix of herbs that gives the urge to sing? Goodness, I should like to try some. I like to hear her singing, but this man... So how long does he tend to keep up with that tune, do you suppose? It said he's been stock still the entire time. If you look closely, his lips aren't moving either. Ah, so I'm not sure what's actually responsible for the spirited singing. Looks like the answer lies at the end of Iris's gaze. I wonder.
Take that!
Reason for the man's mildly irritating warblings revealed by the gramophone. Indeed, for no well-bred gentleman break into an obscure folk song when making a social call. In other words, this gentleman isn't singing at all. In fact, it appears the fellow is unconscious. Music seems to have stopped now. I ask you, Miss Naruto. Yes? But I've purchased a recording of that gibberish. How should I know? Well, never mind. Off the deduction. Who exactly is this gentleman availing himself so thoroughly of the settee? Oh, for one, we know this is Bohemia, not Germany. It doesn't. I never really established that was actually the king of Bohemia. Seems to have shown a sense of persistence of the Germany theory for some reason. Come to think of it, the young prince was wearing a mask as well, wasn't he? Master Gotts? The boy whom you had in tears? Don't remind me, or anyone else. Suppose all members of the aristocracy mainland Europe wear masks? Sure they do. Well, probably, anyway. The point is that mask doesn't belong to any king. No, that's right, as we well know. Just identify the true owner of this mask. Yeah, it's,
Take that!
Yes, there can be no question. That mask belongs to Kazuma Asagi. In other words, my memory's sublimely unreliable. Only you could try to make that sound positive. Kazuma's mask has been languishing on his metal chest for several days. That doesn't explain why the gentleman is wearing it now. But it is now a simple matter to determine our guest's true identity. After all, the gentleman is unconscious. You only excuse ourselves in advance, gently lift the mask and peer beneath it. Oh my god. I don't believe it. Ah! Father! I'm afraid, Mrs. Sato, you must be mistaken. No! I think not, Mr. Sholmes. Then it would appear our logic and reasoning has once again revealed the truth. This mysterious visitor is my unconscious father, Nugent Mikotoba. Okay. Logic and reasoning? Or just looking and saying? Which leaves us with one remaining imponderable. Alright, let's hear it. I don't think so. It's a 5-pound note poking out from Iris's knapsack, is it? Oh dear, I can't be sure. Most money we encounter is in coin form. I know, I'm not even sure if we've seen any banknotes here in Britain at all, have we? But anyway, Father never paid money for Iris's silence. Certainly seems like a silent type himself, though, judging by his present state. Must be some other reason for Iris's silence, I suppose. Perhaps I was just trying so hard not to give way with her eyes. Something entirely different. What else is there? It's not the knapsack, then what is it? I mean, I have an idea of what it is, but... like, we can't click on it. I think about it. Alice always wears a little bag on her back, doesn't she? Yes, that's right. Though it's easy to forget about it because you can't see it from the front. There could have felt dolls attached to it as well. Are there? I had no idea. I don't remember ever seeing them before. It's possible there's always a 5-pound note poking out for a bag that I just haven't noticed before, too? I couldn't say with absolute certainty, but I think it's unlikely. Well, this is my only view. Am I, like, missing something obvious? It's not that. Not the knapsack. Oh, maybe this. A small chest? Contains important documents, doesn't it? Yes, details all the case Mr. Sholmes has worked out over the years. They're not by Iris's father, if I'm remembering correctly. Iris insisted the chest kept locked at all times. She never once shown me inside. Its contents are invaluable to her, I suppose. Entirely replaceable. But look at it now. The catch is unlocked for once. Ah, so it is. It's hard to ignore. Very. I've never seen that chest unlocked before in all the time we've been staying here at Baker Street.
Take that!
The reason for the muteness is concealed inside that metal chest. Excellent observation. For upon closer inspection, there's something different about the chest's appearance. It's kept locked at all times, yet now, the catch is open. Evidently, there's something to do with your refusal to speak, Iris. But it's a simple enough matter to incite you to speak, I'm sure. I merely need to open this chest. Here we go. No! Hurley, don't! Mr. Sholmes. Oh, yep. Mr. Sholmes, Hurley! He's dead. Never! Oh, Hurley, I told you not to open it. So, you found your voice now, Iris? Ah! In other words, what just happened clearly reveals the truth here. Yes, the real reason for your silence until now is... This is somewhat different than the usual dance introduction you performed for Mr. Sholmes, isn't it? You left me alone on the ballroom floor, so I'm going to have to dance this next part solo. Anyway, I need to get to the bottom of this, for my own peace of mind. Now, then, Iris isn't usually the silent type, so... You don't actually know the answer yet? Despite the knowing point of the finger before? Mrs. Sato. Sometimes a man needs to point his finger first and think later. Oh, well, if you say so, I think you better examine ours more closely and try to rescue the situation then. There's a key there. That's a key she's holding, look. Sure that wasn't in her hands before, was it? No, you're quite right. It's appeared as if by magic. That's strange. Big old iron key. Where did it materialize from? Can we look at these, though? We can't look at these specifically. They're adorable, though.
Take that!
Yes, the real reason for your silence until now is that key behind your back. Ah! Mr. Sholmes was thrown into the air before. asteroid called out to try and stop him. You slipped something out of your mouth. Something has the key in our hand. I was wondering, I was like, is it one of the handcuff cookies or what? You could have hit it. Never mind. You're so clever, Runo. So now it becomes clear. Thanks to Mr. Sholmes' graphic demonstration, we all imagine what happened here. But Mr. Mikitoba also opened that metal chest, only to be punched in the air. And land sprawled in the SETI. But wait, that doesn't explain all the facts. What about the stylish scarf? And the cup of tea? And above all, why did he be wearing Kazuma-sama's mask? Well, for those curious details, they have only one explanation. Clearly an unbelievable miracle took place in this room. Isn't that right, Iris? So how the rumors arranged before this whole painful experience took place. Mr. Mikitoba in the chest, completely unaware of what awaited him inside. The mask was flung in the air just as he was, and landed neatly on his face when it fell back down. The teacups journeying through the air ended when caught up in the unconscious professor's finger. You mean to say that the stylish scarf? It's actually just a tablecloth. This great detective's office, after all. Played some miraculous deductions. We expect anything less? Yeah, that I was trying to cover up the fact, but... Yes, you're right. It happened exactly as you said. Brilliant, Runo. This concludes Ryunosuke Naruhodo's great deduction of this punchy puzzle. There we go. We done did it. So then, how do I make a fresh pot of tea for us all?
Objection!
An admirable performance, Miss Naruhodo. But in the final act of the show there, you rather missed everything of importance. Mr. Sholmes, if you would cast your mind back to my earlier deduction. Iris, clearly you're hiding a great secret. Ah, she is. Look on her face. Mr. Sholmes must be right. Another great secret is, the cat isn't out of the bag yet. So I put to you again. You are attempting to abscond with that coffee cup. It really is a shame that Mr. Sholmes' cup. It's been smashed Professor Mikitoba in the chest. Oh dear, so many things seem to have been broken here. Now the deduction has taken a different direction. Iris doesn't seem to be trying to hide the broken cup anymore. In other words, her great secret is something else. Let's put our observational skills to work here one final time then. Ah, look! There seems to be more papers there. Is House trying to hide them underneath the tray? The insignia, Miss Naruhodo! It's official Scotland Yard document! What? But how would Iris have... We must ask her! Official Scotland Yard document. She stole it. All those years ago. Well, 2 years ago.
Take that!
All those 2 years ago. Attempt to abscond with that case file. Iris, as you know very well, nothing escapes the attention of a great detective. Oh no! We visited Scotland Yard's autopsy laboratory earlier today. Dr. Gore informed us that the autopsy report of Clint Van Zeeks had gone missing. Clint Van Zeeks? Yes, I do seem to recall. That's some years ago. I asked to see the report in question. You were with me, weren't you, Iris? You mean it was you, Iris? Those papers you have there are... I'm sorry. Forgive me. What's happening here? Deduction complete. Elementary. Just a moment.
In truth, I'd like to have thought I could have predicted the booby trap chest. But it caught me completely off guard. I was very nearly the late consulting detective Sherlock Holmes. I'm sorry, Hurley. So you mean this autopsy report really is? Yes, I took it from the lab, even though I knew it was very important. Is something in it that troubled you, Iris? Not exactly something that troubled me. Something I'd been looking for. I saw the support. I saw the writing in it. I knew it was Daddy's. The writing? Your father's writing? What do you really mean? Iris? That's something that's hard for her to talk about. Forgive me for interrupting, my dear fellows. Mr. Sholmes, what is it? I feel as though the poor unconscious gentleman in the settee has been somewhat forgotten. Father! Perhaps we should find our guest somewhere more peaceful to rest. Mr. Naruto! Yes? Would you be so kind as lend him your bed? We must do our very best to make him comfortable, I feel. Oh, yeah, of course. I'll help you carry him up. So will I. No, I can manage alone, thank you. You have tea to enjoy. You wouldn't want Iris's Brutus stew. Okay. There's no better way to make the professor comfortable than drag him upstairs like a trunk. I wonder. That sounds deliberate. Mr. Sholmes is making himself scarce to give Iris a chance to talk more freely. Let's use this opportunity to talk with Iris. Find out what's going on. Would you like to tell us about Iris? About your father? I'm sure I told you before, didn't I? That Daddy used to be Hurley's partner. Yes, and that note's about all the cases they solved together kept inside that metal chest. That's right. Hurley told me, you see. So that Daddy's somewhere far away now, so we can't meet. That's one way of describing it. Then, when I secretly unlocked the chest and read through the papers inside, I started to build up a picture in my head of what Daddy must be like. Well, that's only natural. You're just like any other girl of your age. I heard that Daddy was a professor of medical science, so I studied and took my degree too. Well, that's only natural, I suppose. In that respect, you're not quite like any other girl of your age, though. But there was one thing that I could never find out. Daddy's name. His name wasn't anywhere on any of the notes that he made about his work with Hurley. But then one day... That's what happened, is it? We saw this autopsy report. Finally managed to work it out. Is that right? Yes! So it was the handwriting in the report that caught our eye. I saw the writing of that report. I could hardly believe it. I know that handwriting, I thought to myself. It was the same as the writing you'd seen on your father's case notes. Exactly. I was desperate to compare the two properly. I needed to see them side by side. Asked the doctor in the laboratory, but I was told I couldn't take the report away. And even worse, I was told that was the first and last time we'd be allowed to even look at it there. So he decided to steal it. Alright guys, let's charge a 10-year-old in court of law. I compared the autopsy report with the case notes I had here. There's no doubt. The handwriting was exactly the same. It was Daddy's. The signature of the coroner at the bottom of the autopsy report. Dr. John H. Wilson. So that's how I finally found out. I learned Daddy's name at last. I see. Ever since then, I called myself Iris Wilson. That's also when I had the brilliant idea of writing stories all about Daddy's exciting times with Hurley. So then I write the invention of Sherlock Holmes. Oh, Iris, I had no idea the stories had quite such a deep personal significance for you.
See why the autopsy report was so important to her now. She was prepared to break the law to get her hands on it. Again, she's 10 though, so... Let's apologize, Iris. This is really all my fault. Hurley, I made a promise, you see, that until the time was right, I'd keep the details about your father a secret. I know. I've been very naughty. I'll take the autopsy report back to Dr. Goy and apologize, I promise. Yes, we'll go together, I think. Then, let me look after it for you until we get there. Let's take a look at that. It's gonna be important. A duel. It's got like ink stains. Vital evidence from the stomach. What do you eat? What was the evidence? Let's go and water my herbs, I think. I'll see you all later. Poor Iris. She must be feeling awful. Mr. Sholmes is here for her, but still. Ah! What? How? What's the meaning of this, Mr. Sholmes? Mr. Sholmes? Oh, dear me. So, you've noticed, I see. But that would mean... What on earth's the matter, Mrs. Sato? Turn as white as a sheet. It's this autopsy report, Mrs. Naruhodo. The one from 10 years ago. The writing isn't Dr. Wilson's at all. What do you mean? How would you possibly know that? Because I know it's writing very well. Uh-oh. This writing... It's my father's! But... Professor Mikotoba's? Indeed, it's true. And now you know. My dear fellows... I don't know anything! What does all this mean, Mr. Sholmes? Because the idea that's slowly forming in my mind is extraordinary to believe. Please, you have to explain! We gotta hear this. So Sato's was actually penned by Professor Mikotoba, then? Makes no sense. It's not possible, surely. Not possible? My dear fellow, pray, take a deep breath and think again. Yes, you're right. In some ways, that actually makes a great deal of sense. It does? 10 years ago, was when Father returned to Japan after his extended study tour in Britain. And prior to his return, where was Dr. Mikotoba engaged? Of course. He was assistant Dr. Wilson's laboratory, learning about forensic science. And as assistant, he would have aided with the dissection work, making detailed notes, which would be assembled in the full autopsy report. Once the work was complete, Head Coroner would check the contents and put a signature on the document. So the signature has nothing to do. In other words, the only right of Dr. Wilson's report be a signature at the end. I see. Saf's got the wrong end of the stick, you mean? She saw that, assumed the whole report had been written by Dr. John H. Wilson. Which is very understandable, of course. A complicated situation. Thinking about it, most of what we know about you, Mr. Sholmes, comes from the published stories of your exploits. It's the Adventures of Herlock Sholmes, written by Iris. You really have no way of knowing what's fact and what's fiction. Most troubling for you, my dear fellow, I'm sure. So about the supposed partner of yours, did he really exist or not? Ah, you come straight to the point, I see. Please come straight to the answer. I believe I was explained in one of the installments. He was a trusted comrade, the only person I could truly have called a friend. And this part of yours truly make a record of all your cases? Are his notes really stored inside that metal chest? Absolutely, my dear madam. Absolutely. So, where's your partner now? We rarely meet. You see, he lives on the other side of the world. If this autopsy report, the records of all your old cases were penned by the same hand, if the autopsy report was written but not signed by your famous partner, there'd be only one logical conclusion. Pray, impress me. Your partner would have to be Yujin Mikotoba. In other words, Mrs. Sato's father. Upon my word, Miss Naruto. Yes? You're coming along wonderfully. You've hit upon the method at last. You finally grasped the auto-deduction. You mean to say... Allow me to introduce you. To my great friend and partner, Mikotoba. Professor Mikotoba? Oh boy. Oh boy. Does this mean that you're the real Dr. Wilson? No, my dear. I'm still my old self. Yujin Mikotoba, your father. Oh, of course. It's obviously too much for Sasato-san to take in. I must say, though, my old friend has attained worldwide celebrity. This great mystery solver is the great mystery of all. Still remember the first time we met. Ah, pray remind me. When was it again, Mikotoba? 16 years ago, Sholmes. Ah, yes, quite. 16 years ago. Just arrived from Japan with Sessho and Genshin. Was in search of lodging close to the hospital, so got for rooms at a reasonable price. Rents are obviously devilishly high in a particular area. That's right, so I decided I need someone to share the lodgings and the expense. I was fortunate enough to be introduced to Sholmes. Found himself in a similar situation. I was a callow fellow back then, a mere shadow of the great detective you see before you now. I was working at the hospital's chemical laboratory at the time, indulging my curiosities for little gain. Situation of cohabitation led to us pursuing cases together, you see. Hard to believe. It was a mere 6 years. I had a great many adventures. In the last year Mikotoba stayed in Britain, that most infamous of cases presented itself. The case of which you've become rather familiar with yourselves, the Professor killings. After the trial, Sessho and I were summoned back home. Hardly surprising, given the circumstances. So there you have it. As you know, the details recorded by my trusty chronicler are made in that metal chest. Just amazing. Professor Mikotoba really is Mr. Sholmes' famous partner. Father. Goodness, my dear, what a cutting look. As your daughter, I'm very proud to learn that you're a great detective's great partner. But nevertheless, there's another mystery I really must ask you to explain now. And that is... You know very well what it is. The unresolved matter of Virus's father. Of course, I almost forgot about that one. Should have seen this coming, I suppose. Iris told us all the notes about the great detective's adventures that are in that metal chest were written by her father. Isn't that correct, Mr. Sholmes? That is indeed what I told young Iris. If you're Mr. Sholmes' partner, father, and you wrote all those case notes, and Iris' father must be you. Pardon my word, Mrs. Sato. You're coming along wonderfully as well. You too have hit upon the method at last. I finally grasped the auto-deduction. What? You've always told me, Father. My mother died when I was born 16 years ago. Left me in grandmother's care while she embarked on your study tour of Britain. I always accepted that. But all this about Iris... There it is. This is how it sounds ice cold stare. No, now hold on a minute. It's very complicated. I mean, it's really not what you think. I have to explain exactly what it is. There it is. Now the eyes go from ice cold to red hot just before she... No, really, you've got the wrong end of the stick. Sholmes, say something, man. That's quite enough, my fiery fellows. Mr. Sholmes, why do you get all dressed up? I'll still like to interrupt this exciting exploration of the past. Mikitoba and I have an urgent matter that requires a short excursion. It's very late, Mr. Sholmes. Where must you go? Why, my dear madam, is that not obvious? Upon I must pursue our natural enemies. So, get your coat, Mikitoba. Game is afoot. But Sholmes, that really must give us out a full explanation, I think. Later, my dear fellow. Later. A carriage awaits downstairs already. You haven't changed one iota, have you? I mean, really. Visited home after 10 long years. I open that chest in a fit of nostalgia. Quite inexplicably pass out. As if that wasn't enough, and I eventually regain consciousness. Plunge straight into all this. Father, please. Go with Mr. Sholmes now. What? I have no doubt that whatever happened, you're acting in everyone's best interests. I trust you, completely. Sasato. Sending the great detective and his great partner off on renewed adventures together. It's more than I could have hoped for in my wildest dreams. Very well then. We'll speak again later. So, I believe your own work is done for the day. I wish you the best of luck for tomorrow. Yes, Naruhodo. Good luck in battle. And in reaching a decision. Decision? But we'll have to go back to Japan, I would suppose.
So much happened that day that I barely knew what to do with myself. It would only be later that I'd come to realize how amidst the chaos I'd unleashed were all the clues I needed to finally unearth the truth. And that all the turmoil was necessary to give me the resolve to see everything through.
The Great Ace Scenario 2 resolve. What? Hold on, what? That's the end of the chapter? Buh. Okay. Okay. So this is a 2-chapter case. So I was right. This is like a final chapter case. It just takes place over 2 chapters. Okay, sure. Why not? Why not? Let's continue. Alright. Alright. So, time has finally come. Today, we unravel everything. I'll be counting your support more than ever today, Mrs. Sato. Mrs. Sato? Ah! Oh god. Oh no! What's the matter, Miss Naruhodo? Nothing. I was just saying I'll be relying on your support today, but... I'm so sorry. Of course, I know I can be rather incompetent at times, but... I shan't let you down. Would you mind helping me with my feet, then? Oh, dear, I'm really very sorry. Sasa's not his usual self at all. It's hardly surprising, I suppose. Just found out her father is the partner of a world-famous detective. Not to mention... Good morning, sir. Lord Van Zeeks. Thank you for your efforts yesterday. Did I hear that correctly? What? No, nothing. Just hope we can clear things up today. I can't make this man out. His face says I hate you, but his words are almost jovial today. In fact, he hasn't been very Reaper-like at all since this all began yesterday. Lord Van Zeeks isn't the Reaper, Mr. Naruhodo. Yeah, good point.
The Reaper, suppose in hindsight, I shouldn't have allowed that misconception to go unchallenged.
Huh?
Is my tacit acceptance of that pseudonym? My failure to stop the Reaper becoming something more than a mere legend that led to all this.
But you're not to blame for that, Lord Van Zeeks. It's only because serious crime in the capital dropped off so sharply when the public started calling you that. That's why you didn't say anything, isn't it?
To be frank, I'm not sure that was the sole reason.
What do you mean?
There was a rumor at the time that the Reaper was really the ghost of my late brother. That having been slain by that evil killer, Clint's restless spirit was returned some sort of demigod, who had a deadly blade of justice where I, by dint of the law, could not.
Yes, we've heard that story too.
When I lost him, felt as though I'd lost my guiding light. Didn't know where to go or what to do. And so, in some small way, one of perhaps those rumors made me feel his absence a little less keenly. Even if I knew it was just an illusion, just some nonsense conjured up by an over-imaginative public.
It was obviously extremely important to you, Lord Clint Von Zeeks. Well, what's important now is uncovering the truth. That's all that matters. I know you didn't take anyone's life. I intend to prove that beyond a shadow of a doubt into court today.
I never thought I'd say this, but I can see it in your eyes. That burning desire to cut through all the lies and deception. Can't deny it any longer. You are a lawyer of absolute integrity.
Thank you.
Now, tell me, why do I detect the scent of expensive tea leaves in the air?
No, Iris. How'd you get here? Oh! I brought you my special blends. Hurley loves it. He says it helps him clear his head.
I thank you.
Oh, That's surely the first and last time I'll ever see a sight like this. You seem different today, Iris. Oh? Sort of. Subdued, I suppose. I am not! What happened yesterday is obviously still playing on her mind a lot. She's clearly very troubled about having stolen that autopsy report from Dr. Sid's laboratory. Alright then. Good luck to you both. I have to make a move now. Oh, you're not staying? I thought you want to watch today's proceedings. Let's close court, first of all. Well, I'd like to cheer you on, obviously. But I've got lots to get ready. Get ready? For what? Oh, yes. Would you take this? Isn't that one of the little felt dolls usually dangling from your knapsack? Yes, it's a lucky charm. Little Hurley that I made once. A Hurley? Looks more like a Harley to me. If for some reason you completely run off options in the trial today, just pull this little Hurley's ears as hard as you possibly can. What? Pull his ears? That's right. It's a way to bring good luck. Think you might need it. Okay. Is it gonna have something in it, or you think what we'll need is luck? I just sneaked a peek inside the courtroom, and it seemed very different to normal.
Yes, it would seem that a certain someone has decided to pull out all the stops.
What does that mean?
Oh.
What about Mr. Sholmes, Iris? I don't know. He was out all night and he hadn't come back home by the time I left this morning. Oh, I see. Is Professor Mikotoba out all night too, do you think, Mrs. Sato? Yes, it would seem so. Telegram the hotel this morning. Apparently they didn't come back to their rooms last night at all. They? Father and Judge Jigoku, I mean. Judge Jigoku too? That's right, nobody appears to have seen either of them since yesterday.
Counsel the defendant. Court's about to be in session. Please make your way inside the courtroom at once.
Good luck then, Bruno. Good luck, Susie. Yes, thanks, Iris. And you, Mr. Reaper. Hope it goes well.
Once again, I thank you for the delicious tea. It was very soothing.
Oh, I'm so glad. Let's go inside now, Lord Van Zeeks. Lord Van Zeeks has always been a formidable prosecutor I've had to lock horns with in court. Not today. They battle with another in pursuit of the truth. My best friend, Kazuma Asagi, just more than anyone else in the world. Now I understand what it was that drew me here to Britain all these months ago. Now I know exactly what destiny had in store for me. So I'll be leaning of this one day, this one trial, this one final reckoning. Alright. Let's do this then. Old Bailey courtroom. Sorry. It feels even more oppressive here than it did yesterday. Cold stairs piercing me with knives from all sides today. Ah! Mr. Naruhodo, look! Oh god. Oh god. Lord Strongheart. Oh no. Cousin must have known beforehand. The ramifications of this trial now extend far beyond the murder of one Scotland Yard inspector. In fact, events have come to light that threaten to rock this very foundations of our country's legal system. To escape the condemned criminal on the night of his execution, subsequent unlawful shooting of the man, the revelation that prison staff must have been complicit in the jailbreak. Britain is currently hosting influential members of the judiciary of countries all around the world. It's imperative that we uncover the truth of these proceedings to avoid international embarrassment. By royal decree, this will continue to be a closed trial. And one over which I, male Strongheart, exercise total and unequivocal authority. Okay. The 6 years flames just... As with the case in yesterday's proceedings, those here present in the public gallery are distinguished members of our judiciary, assembled to bear witness to a fair judicial process. In other words, a collection of your acolytes, Lord Strongheart. On a personal note, I find this most distressing, Lord Van Zeeks. You're a prosecutor of exceptional talent. Much like your brother, Clint, in fact. Oh god. Name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. For the trial of Barak Von Zeeks, who officially stands accused of murder. Counsel to the prosecution and defense, are you in full readiness to proceed? Defense is ready, my lord. As of the prosecution, today's proceedings brought to light a shocking and disturbing fact. The side of the victim, Inspector Tobias Gregson, that was unknown to his superiors at Scotland Yard. Yes, he was carrying out the operations in secret, which Scotland Yard knew nothing about. In those clandestine operations, he had an accomplice. Mr. Daily Vigil, who would be given the inspector's identification, presented himself around the capital in order to establish credible alibis for Gregson. In that way, Gregson appeared to be carrying out his regular Scotland Yard work, when in fact he wasn't. At the end of yesterday's session, Mr. Vigil, who had been suffering from amnesia, regained his memory. It appeared he'd buried his memories at the time deep inside himself as a means of self-preservation. Because whilst he was engaged in Chief Warder at Barclay Prison, he abetted the convict's escape. Mr. Vigil is currently recuperating at St. Sinners, recovered enough to give a signed statement about his movements on the day prior to the incident. He's formally admitted posing as Gregson whilst investigating the Red-Headed League. Which brings us to the crucial issue of the victim's time of death. The defense yesterday proposed a suggestion that the victim may have been killed one day earlier. This was based largely on discovery that the victim's pocket watch had not been wound. The prosecution has something to report on that subject, my lord. Really? Go ahead, Prosecutor Asagi. I once again the coroner yesterday discussed the issue. She confirmed the defense's suggestion could not be ruled out. It's entirely possible Inspector Gregson was killed 31st October, the day before his body was discovered. I have here an updated autopsy report that includes the amended details. The official opinion of the investigation team was made clear yesterday. At the time of death, it was 5 p.m. on 1st November. Their indication of attempt to disguise the real time of death, however. It seems the natural decaying process of the victim's body may have been slowed by keeping it chilled. That's out of the question.
There are no refrigeration devices in that part of London large enough to accommodate a human corpse.
My lord, this is more than just conjecture. There's evidence to support the idea. Let's investigate thoroughly.
Very well. The court will accept the new report as evidence. However, if this updated report is deemed to be accurate, it would give renewed significance to the movements of the victim on the day before the Fresno Street incident. It would, yes, especially since on that day, Inspector Gregson was using Mr. Vigil to cover up his real movements. Conceivably, he was killed in the course of his secret activities. Do I sense that the prosecution has some information regarding those activities? Scotland Yard put enormous effort investigating that precise matter yesterday. I think we should begin by presenting the results of that investigation work. So the prosecution calls its first witness now. It's gonna be Gina. Yup, it is. State your name and occupation for the court.
Inspector Gina Lestrade, reporting. Representative Scotland Yard.
Self-conferred rank, but never mind. Gina, again?
What's your problem, Otto? What's with that, Gina? Again? Look, eh? The boss meant the world to me. He done more for me than anyone else ever did.
Oh, Inspector Gregson, you mean?
Got me out of the back slums of the East End and took me under his wing. Told me life can have a purpose. So that's why I'm the best person to be standing there speaking for him.
Oh, Gina. Right, all out of the goodness of Gregson's heart. Not all he has arm twists of Mr. Sholmes, no. As relevant to these proceedings, at the outcome of Scotland Yard's investigation yesterday, it's revealed the victim was carrying out some assignment the police knew nothing about. Very troubling. That face, what Strongheart knew. So, Inspector Lestrade, let's hear exactly what it says in that report.
Coming right up, sir.
Oh boy.
All Yard detectives are supposed to follow orders and investigate what they're told. But on a search of the boss's office, turned up a notebook that had a load of secret meetings in it. According to that, the boss was looking into some smuggled goods dealings that day. Looks like it was a big job and all, but the coppers weren't onto it yet. What matters most is, there's witnesses what saw the Reaper at the place too.
Smuggled goods?
I don't know, do I? I'm just telling you what was written in the book.
Tobacco, tea, spices, medicines, goods of all sorts flown to London by legal channels from across the globe. Well, no, they're disposed of irregular black markets to take place in the capital. But the police are rarely able to locate them in time. Inspector Gregson was investigating one of those black markets. It's been suggested the high-ranking government officials may be involved in black market activity, but Dr. Gregson was trying to avoid details of investigations being leaked to the involved parties. That would explain why he was operating on his own authority, without the Yard's knowledge. Do we know where the dealings were taking place at this time? A particular room from a certain exclusive London gentleman's club. And on the day in question, the accused is known to have been there. That's the conclusion of Scotland Yard's investigation in the matter.
It can't be. We haven't heard anything about any of this.
Members of the club have testified to it. There's no question. The accused, Barak von Zeeks, was present. That would be very significant testimony, then.
Oh my, but... Lord Van Zeeks made no mention of this, at all.
Short, Lord Van Zeeks had ample opportunity to murder the victim. Oh god, that noise. Very well then, counsel of the defense. Begin your cross-examination. Oh boy. Alright.
Hold it!
So, you follow orders, do you, Gina?
Nah, not me. Above all that, see?
Hello? Are we back?
I think we're back.
I don't know what happened there. Got disconnected for a bit. Hope the VOD's okay.
Anyway. That's why I did do my own investigation what happened. Didn't find much at first.
Hmm.
Let's search of the boss's office. Let's see the notebook.
Hold it!
So you went through Inspector Gregson's things? Yep, it's part of the independent Lestrade investigation. I'm sure his superiors would be delighted that you're taking the initiative. So I snuck into his office when no one else was about. Constable at the yard had seen me going in there. They'd have towed me straight off in the street. This is sounding less and less like an investigation and more like something else. The prosecution understands, as this very detective would discover the notebook. You got that right! Nothing gets past Inspector Lestrade and their trusty assistant, Chief Inspector Toby, but I did one of the test drawers at a false bottom. That's impressive. So then I went to decide myself, I myself and no one could find me, so I butchers what was to look at it. So if the author found me out, they've took me straight onto the street. I'm getting in now though, ain't I? The phone for me would have never been found.
Hold it!
Do you have any idea where those dealings were taking place? Yep. That's all there in the boss's notes. Let's see if I can remember. As I already said, the illegal dealings were due to take place at a gentleman's club. Yes, I remember. I was hoping to find out the name of the club. That won't be necessary. What? It's conceivable the club might be used again by the smugglers in future. Therefore, prosecution has been asked not to reveal the name of these proceedings. I know what all the fuss is about. It's right here. All I've got to do is read out. And I could too. Got this read gay button up now. Can I show you what I can do? Go on. What's the arm? The judge hasn't signaled his objection yet. Could try to find out. What should I do? Do we insist? I mean, again, the option is like never just wait and see, but I don't know. I guess we should insist. Just by virtue of the fact that it's never just wait and see. It's a closed court. The proceedings are confidential. Shouldn't be any possibility of information being leaked. As I explained, there's some possibility of politicians being involved in this affair. The prosecution's rightly exercising caution, I imagine. No, my lord. The prosecution has no objection. Kazuma? There's no question Inspector Gregson was looking into these black market dealings. However, it's not been established that he was on that particular trail of the day in question. Defense requires to know the club's name. Prosecution no intention of being obstructive. Right then! I get to show off me reading skills! Apparently smuggled goods deal was going to happen at a gentleman's club called the Grouse.
Hold it!
Grouse. The Grouse? What sort of club is that? I ain't got the foggiest. Clubs ain't exactly my thing. But I'm kind of curious. They're not places where a foreign student like you would be readily admitted. Have you looked in the mirror recently? I tell you what, me and Chief Inspector Toby could go in undercover. Could you, though? I could pick out a few good marks and see what else I can find out while I was in there. I really don't think you should go picking out anything. Anyway, that's where these black market dealings were going to take place, is it? Yeah, it's got to be. After the lower ranking detectives of the odd ranking. Says even lower ranking detective. Okay, keep pressing.
Hold it!
So how did Inspector Gregson come to find out about it in that case? That's the question, ain't it? I'm just an apprentice, so I need to inform Scotland Yard of his findings. Yeah, that's what I was asking myself. Because, you know, I'm just an apprentice. That suits you, yes? Anyway, the point is, stuff went on in that club, no question. Can't say that for certain, though, surely.
Hold it!
What if Henry's at the club? He was. Detectives who visited the club yesterday to make inquiries have confirmed it. Some members report seeing the accused being admitted to the room in question as a guest. Looks like there's no disputing that he was there, then. I know Lord Van Zeke is investigating Inspector Gregson, don't we? Perhaps he'd already discovered the Inspector's secret notebook. Sent to the club, you mean? Maybe. Presumably then, there were also eyewitnesses who could testify that Gregson was there. None have been identified this time, no. So the all-important victim wasn't seen at this mysterious club. Oi! Why'd you suspect Lestrade here, eh? That's all I've got to work with. She isn't holding back for that ice-cold stare of hers, is she? I really don't know what to make of all this. One forensics told us he was investigating Inspector Gregson. We never once mentioned that he met the inspector the day before the incident. You don't think Lord Forensics could have been lying to us, do you? That's not the only way to explain this. Oh! Everything Lord Forensics has told us is true. There must be a mistake in this testimony somewhere. You mean, there are details we fit to uncover? Exactly. A clue, perhaps, that even Gina hasn't noticed. That's what you've been looking for here. Okay. It's probably something to do with this new statement. Let's take a look at all this stuff. The grouse. I don't think it's on here. Have we seen? There are details of a whole raft of cases dating back years on here, aren't there? From 10 years ago is browning with age, look. Of interest, the most recent thing appears to be this newspaper cutting here. Oh, it's the same Redhead League advertisement Mr. Schultz had picked out. And you remember? This red hair piece of the scene, too. Inspector Gregson okay, so we... I thought we had read that. Why is it acting as if we haven't read this? Oh, because it's the first... This is a new chapter. That's why. Okay. Does it have anything related to it in here? It's the passport. What would be in here? Also, we have a full stack of stuff here. What could be on here? No. No. Why does it have a thing in it? What's this on here, though? Oh, looks like this is some sort of steamship ticket. This is... Grouse. Hey. This has cabin number 1. Yokohama departure 11th September. Line arrival 1st November. That's the boat the Professor Rikitoba and Judge Shigoku came off from Japan, isn't it? I was thinking it called up Dunkirk or the north coast of France for a night before finally arriving in Dover. I think it's been almost a year since we arrived in Dover on the SS Buron. It's a shame not to keep your ticket as a memento of your trip, don't you think? Yes, I agree. I have mine safe in my diary. I keep mine in my wallet, so I'm with me at all times. Oh, how strange. Where'd it have gone? Are you like this on purpose, Miss Naruhodo? I imagine it, or was a comment accompanied by a little sigh? It's the grouse. It's the grouse.
Objection!
I forgot about these clubs like this here in Britain. As I understand it, they're places where well-to-do gentlemen socialize with friends and colleagues. Don't imagine for a second that a foreign student like you would be admitted. Seriously, is your mirror cracked or something? Do we know for sure that the contraband dealings were definitely happening at a club called the Grouse? The police are currently looking for evidence, but haven't found anything definitive yet. I'm sorry to say, they probably won't. What do you mean by that? I mean, the place Inspector Gregson was secretly going to visit on 31st October may not have been a gentleman's club at all.
You're showing a very reverent attitude towards our country's police force there, Counsel. I knew that this whole time. A gentleman's club? Then what was it?
Steamship. You think it's a ship? I have the evidence to prove it here.
Let me see that. This dark-suited young man is not in the least bit untrustworthy.
The other side, my lord.
Be more specific next time. Ah, there's appeared to be a ticket for passage upon steamship, yes. The SS Grouse.
Objection!
Gregson was supposed to be there. So there's a steamship named the Grouse that happens to share a name with the club. But I'm afraid to say, there's a flaw in your logic there. How? Look at the ticket. Notice the date of arrival in port.
The ship arrived at the port of Dover on 1st November.
Ah! The day in which the sound like a gunshot was heard on Fresno Street. In other words, the day in question here, 31st October, when the victim was on his clandestine mission, that ship hadn't yet docked on British shores.
That would certainly make an undercover investigation somewhat challenging.
Objection!
The fact the steamship hadn't yet reached Britain substantiates the offense to search the victim is investigating SS Grouse in the day in question. Probably the passport, because if he was on the ship, he would have... Let me double check, though. The passport was dated that same day. Within 1 week from 31st October. Yeah, passport. Very well.
In that case, counsel for the defense, present your evidence to the court now. Evidence that substantiates your claim the victim was investigating the SS Grouse on 31st October.
He's got a passport.
Take that!
What's this? Passport for travel issued to the victim? Dated 31st October? What are you suggesting?
Suggesting, just 1 day before the inspector's body was discovered, there's a distinct possibility he wasn't even in the country.
Order! This document is for passage to France. It does appear to have been officially authorized.
The day before the SS Grouse arrived at Dover, it docked on the northern coast of France for a night. According to my father, who was on board, at the port of Dunkirk.
Dunkirk? France? Could possibly have taken the victim there.
I'm impressed, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. So I didn't expect you to get your hands on that passport. What? You mean, you knew about this? The prosecution strategy for this trial has been laid down by the Crown Prosecution Office. Well, the day before the incident, the victim was investigating contraband dealings at a London club. That's the outcome of Scotland Yard's investigations, and the line of prosecution has been asked to follow. But personally, I don't agree. I think the prosecutor's office is trying to hide something. What? And now that you've explicitly disproven their assertion, I intend to reveal what I believe that something to be.
What are you playing at, Prosecutor Asagi?
A courtroom is a forum for the truth, my lord. Which is why it's my duty to present all the facts, without exception.
Let me guess. This was your intention from the outset, wasn't it?
The reason Inspector Gregson secretly made his way to the steamship dock in France the day in question was to carry out a mission for the Reaper. The Reaper?
Order! Order! What are you saying, counsel?
The prosecution made an assertion in court yesterday. Inspector Gregson was investigating the identity of the Reaper. When he discovered the location of the man's secret hideout, he was killed. So I'm sure everyone can imagine, by the Reaper's hand. But in reality, the truth is the opposite of that. What? Inspector Gregson wasn't investigating the Reaper at all. He was, in fact, acting for the Reaper. So, you're saying the mission he was undertaking was, obviously, an assassination. Barak von Zieks never carried out the actual killings. Now the Reaper's victims lost their lives, he always had a cast-iron alibi. Which tells us he must have had an accomplice. And you claim that was Inspector Gregson? What the heck do you think you're saying, eh? My boss would never done nothing like that! And yet, when you consider all the facts, it all makes perfect sense. No, but it can't be! We also have the same conclusion, didn't we? Inspector Gregson was operating as the Reaper. Even so, there's no way the person giving him his orders was Lord Van Zieks, or the Trooper, or someone else. Barak von Zieks is not the Reaper. A predictable response from someone who's advocating for the man. And if it's true that Gregson was operating as an agent of the Reaper, it's just that he went aboard the SS Grouse on an assassination mission doesn't follow at all. Oh, you have some solid reason for doubting the assertion, do you, Counsel? Absolutely. It's very simple. On the day in question, nobody was killed aboard that steamship. Guess we can tell when Judge Jigoku were on that very ship. Somebody even assassinated. I'm certain we have heard about it. Pfft. It's so funny. You're right, of course. Suspicious deaths were reported on board the ship. But I think, perhaps, you've missed the point. That's precisely why Inspector Gregson himself lost his life. What? Gregson did board the SS Grouse that night, with the intention of dispatching his mark. But his mission ended in failure. Failure? It seems that the defense hasn't yet grasped a very important detail here. What are you talking about? What detail? Inspector Jean Lestrade. What? The victim's notebook that you read an excerpt from earlier. It doesn't contain details of secret investigations at all. It describes 10 years assassination plots to be carried out by the Reaper of the Bailey. You're lying! If all the blood just what got taken out, it coming! The boss want the Reaper! Poor Gina. There's no question that Tobias Gregson was heavily involved in the Reaper's activities. He may just be an apprentice, but if he spent any time at all at Scotland Yard, he must have heard rumors. I ain't heard nothing! I don't believe a word of it! Testify again, as representative of Scotland Yard. Consider it your chance to defend your boss. I don't... I concur. The witness will give a new formal testimony. Mr. Lestrade, you'll tell the court everything you know about Inspector Gregson's secret notebook. Oh boy. Yeah, this notebook does have a load of stuff about what the Reaper got up to in these past 10 years. Names of victims, dates and places and stuff. Last entry on there was 31st October. It said grouse for the place on that date. No name of the mark. There's a note about him being a criminal but got away from the Reaper in court 10 years ago or something. But honest, the boss didn't do none of it. He was just investigating the Reaper, that's all. Now, hold on. Your personal opinion of your testimony, witness. We require only established fact here. This must be so hard for her. Can't deny it now, surely, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. What can't I deny? The notebook contained the name of the final mark, and the location where the assassination would take place. It's information the victim could only have known if he was working with the Reaper. So, who is to be this final mark? Go ahead, Inspector Lestrade. Read the name for the court. The name that's written alongside the entry that mentions the grouse on 31st October. Oh, how do you read this, then? Reading's still not her strong suit. That's the problem, all right, Otto. It's a funny name. It ain't English. It's hard to read. So it's somebody from overseas. Let me have a bash at it. Judge Jigoku? Yeah, Seshiro. Jigoku. Maybe? What? It can't be. Seshiro Jigoku? But that's Judge Jigoku.
Seshiro Jigoku? Such an odd English name, you're right.
Attention.
That can't be right. I know Judge Jigoku, and I saw him the day before yesterday here in London. So for a fact the man has been assassinated.
As I said, the Reaper failed.
Oh. Gregson missed his chance to kill his mark and return to British shores.
But the Reaper wouldn't tolerate the mistake, so he killed the Inspector. Personally. The Reaper, of course, being the accused. Barak van Zieks. It's an undeniably logical argument.
Kazuma, planned for the trial to go this way all along, didn't you?
Hold it! Oh. Lord Van Zieks, I guess. There we go. Pray forgive the discourtesy of filling my hollow chalice whilst I stand accused of murder.
But Lord Van Zieks...
The accused has no right to speak uninvited in court. You'll return to the dock. I say nothing of whether or not I'm the Reaper. That's the task of this court to decide. But there's one thing I can say unequivocally. That girl is no detective.
Eh? What? Nah, that's right. I ain't. I'm an inspector.
Repeating rumors heard around the yard. Reading entries from a notebook of unconfirmed origin. That's not testimony. It's practically a script. No doubt the rest of this trial will go exactly as you clearly planned. Your hatred of me is understandable. In your mind, I'm sure I am the Reaper, who sent your father to the gallows all these years ago. But you're in danger of becoming a far more sinister Reaper yourself. By attempting to have me condemned with this feeble excuse for testimony. What'd you say?
Mr. Naruhodo, this is our chance. My lord, the defense requests the defendant be allowed to speak. May be privy to important information relating to testimony just given by the witness.
Very well. I'll make an exception and grant the request. The defendant may remain in the witness stand for the cross-examination. Then allow me to toast the court's impartiality. Don't raise your glass in my direction, sir. Counsel for the defense, begin the cross-examination immediately.
At once, my lord.
Oh my god.
Let's go. Yeah, this notebook does have a lot of stuff about what... Okay, these 10 years? So I guess we'll start pressing already. In other words, it shows that Gregson was basically acting as the Reaper. Not you and all! That ain't the only explanation, is it? You could have been investigating the Reaper in secret, and that notebook said what you found out.
If I may... When originally people began referring to me as the Reaper, I didn't object. I believe the power to intimidate London's criminal class and the compliance with the law to be beneficial.
You carried out your own investigation of the true identity of the Reaper, didn't you?
Yes. Those investigations proved conclusively that Gregson was one arm of the Reaper.
One arm? What are you on about?
The Reaper's victims were all extremely shrewd criminals at the top of their game. Simply no way one person can take them on alone. The Reaper is an organization. With you at its head... I had spies in the yard keeping me abreast of Gregson's movements, letting me know when he was elsewhere. So I've been able to check the most recent entry in his book. I knew the location.
You knew it said Grouse?
Believing it to be a reference to the Gentleman's Club, I went there on the day in question to investigate, alone.
So that explains why several members of the club claim to have seen you there.
But of course, the inspector was not there. Because at the time, he was making his way to the steamship dock on the northern coast of France. Shown by the passport found in the victim's metal trunk. Very well then, back to your testimony about the contents of this notebook.
Fine. Something wrong, Miss Naruhodo? You seemed a little shocked by something a moment ago. Oh no, it's alright. I'm overthinking this, aren't I?
Hold it!
He wasn't there at all. Names of victims, date, places, and stuff? What in particular? Well, besides the victims' names, the other name kept cropping up. What other name was that? It's the one I told you yesterday. The same name, written over and over again. You mean... Asa Shin? Yeah, that's the one. She's a friend of yours or something, is it, she? Were you even listening yesterday? Asa Shin. The assassin. What? Like, a killer, you mean? Gregson was the tactician, the one who came up with the plan of attack. Investigated the marks thoroughly, finding out when they would be vulnerable, and who to use to get at them. But the person actually executing his plans was someone else, you're saying? If that's true, then the Reaper does indeed start to sound like an organized group of vigilantes. Then perhaps what's on the passport document? Permission for the applicant and one additional person to travel. Could that additional person have been... clearly the assassin, who was meant to take Seshiro Jigoku's life? Gina, can you confirm that? Against the final entry that listed Grouse and Seshiro Jigoku? What name was written? Oh, well... that's the only entry I didn't have a name next to it, as it happens. What? It just had like a question mark or something there, I think. In other words, Gregson himself didn't know the identity of the assassin in that case. But Gregson was the one making the plans, was he not? Oh, how infuriating! Nameless assassin.
Hold it!
You're saying that Mark listed was Seshiro Jigoku? That's what it said. Funny name, if you ask me. I thought your name was odd. Otto. So pleased to have lost my crown there. Mr. Jigoku is the presiding judge of Japan's Supreme Court of Judicature. I remember the man. Came to our country as a visiting student 16 years ago. Studying international law and diplomacy under your tutelage, Lord Strongheart. That bearded young fellow was a very able man, I must say. So Lord Strongheart was Judge Jigoku's mentor. If I'm not mistaken, he returned to Japan 10 years ago now. 10 years ago? After that fateful case? Precisely. In the aftermath of the Professor case, his repartition was organized immediately. It's a mystery why such a man would be listed in the inspector's notebook. I didn't think it was possible, but the mood in has got even worse now. Maybe he'll just keep talking.
Hold it!
What do you mean, a criminal? Judge Goku's no criminal. Well, don't ask me. I don't know nothing about it. Oh, do you remember what Father told us? That Judge Goku did once appear in court here in Britain. It was like the Professor case, I'm sure. Yes, of course. You're right. Seshiro was trying to mitigate Genshin's guilt, so he took to the stand to testify. But he got a little carried away and, actually managed to break the witness stand. He also said some contemptuous words about the British Empire, for which he was charged. It was a pitiful situation, yes. I'd forgotten all about it, but I prosecuted that trial too, as it happens. You did? It was considered to be an adjunct to the Professor proceedings, you see, but he was acquitted after being told to make reparation for the damage caused to the stand. And there you have it. Have what? Surely the accused hasn't forgotten his own rule. That there's no saving anyone who faces the Reaper in court, guilty or innocent alike. What? No! Are you suggesting that the reason Judge Jigoku was targeted for assassination? The man was sent back to Japan immediately after the trial. The Reaper had no time to do his work. But then, 10 years later, the mark returns to Britain once more. Perhaps now you start to see just how vindictive the Reaper is. Come on, that's absurd! To take someone's life for that? Isn't the whole premise of the Reaper absurd, killing those who have been found innocent? Clearly the rules by which the man operates are beyond the sane person's comprehension. But... Right, I have just about enough of this. Gina? All this nonsense about the boss plan to kill people? It's cobblers! Come on, Otto! Yes? Why aren't you saying nothing? Why aren't you yelling out objection or something? What? You've got to find a flaw. You do usually. Someone's lying here, no question. Gotta work out who it is. Please, for the boss.
This is tough. That outburst was an insult to the court and to your own testimony. I might have known that a common pickpocket from the back slums could make a detective.
Oh man, no, don't do that.
Trial's over. You'll forfeit your ward card, Mr. Strahd. Is that clear?
I've had it with a lot of you. It's lies every place to look in this world, isn't it? Well, I've had enough. Gina. So have I. After a little speech of Gina's, I made up my mind. To do what, Miss Naruhodo? There's one point in this cross-examination. Something that was said just didn't sit right with me. One statement that seemed odd. Oh, do you mean... I'm not gonna let Gina's plea for help fall on deaf ears.
Hold it!
I want to thank you, Gina. Help me find my resolve. Eh? What do you mean? Amongst everything you've heard during this cross-examination, there's one thing that defies explanation. One inconsistency.
What? An inconsistency?
Really, Otto? I don't quite know what it means yet, but... Yes, there's inconsistency in something that was said by... I want to say it's probably Kazuma. He's been making wild claims here that I'm not sure are entirely correct.
Take that!
By you, Kazuma Asagi.
Me? Is this some attempt at filibustering, counsel? Prosecutor Asagi has given no testimony.
What are you suggesting I said that was inconsistent? Let something slip. That you shouldn't have. When I present the relevant piece of evidence, I imagine you'll realize what you've done.
Very well then, counsel. Go ahead. What evidence reveals this alleged inconsistency in something Prosecutor Asagi has said?
Oh. Traveling trunk. Why would it have this damage if he wasn't on the ship? If he was... Wait. It's something to do with this, I'm certain. This is a traveling case, and he was on the ship.
Take that!
This is a trunk that belonged to Inspector Gregson.
A metal construction, is it? Certainly very heavy. What's this? A blood stain? A relatively fresh one, too.
What? You mean that in grease from all the boss's fish and chips?
Fresh blood on the inspector's trunk? That suggests that the victim was traveling with that luggage when he was killed. That can't be. There was no mention of any trunk in Scotland Yard's report.
Yes, there's a reason for that. Immediately after the inspector's body was discovered, one of the street peddlers made off with the trunk, hoping to sell it. But I found it! Me with me nose for trouble! Which means that nobody should have known anything about the trunk. Unless, of course, we're talking about somebody who was present when the victim was killed. And yet, during the cross-examination of the witness just now, you said this, Kazuma. Because at the time, he was making his way to the steamship dock on the northern coast of France, shown by the passport found in the victim's metal trunk. How did you know about the passport before? Yeah. So the question is, how'd you know about the inspector's trunk? We know the man went on a trip to France. Where else would he put his passport?
Attention!
But you knew it was a metal trunk! Answer me honestly, Kazuma. On 31st October, where exactly were you? At the port of Dunkirk, on board the SS Grouse. Is that the answer you're looking for, Ryunosuke? Kazuma, what'd you... considered the possibility before, but Kazuma's there on the ship then. It can only been for one purpose. Oh no, Miss Naruhodo. Surely you don't think... Come on, Ryunosuke, you know the rules. The only thing that really talks in the courtroom is hard evidence. Oh no! That's what the metal thing is! Oh no! That's what the metal thing is. I was wondering what that was. I was like, that's from a sword or something? Oh no. As I understand it, Inspector Gregson always took that case with him when he traveled. So as it stands, it proved nothing. Kazuma, are you challenging me to prove it? Beyond all reasonable doubt? That you were there that day? In the same place as the Inspector? He was there? With Gregson? There's a clue you've overlooked. A secret that trunk can tell us. Can't be sure at this point. I'll need to verify it. I have a nasty feeling I'm going to be right. The accusation being made is deeply disturbing, but nevertheless, we must test it. The fence will identify for the court where in the trunk there's alleged clues to be found. Where's the evidence tied to Professor Kosuke to Inspector Gregson? It's this little thingy right here.
Got it!
This is your proof? What do you say to that, Prosecutor Asagi? Personally, I think tying the defense counsel to the inspector's trunk and tossing it in the sea would be more helpful. Do I have to open it up and show it? At least that way, Len's courtrooms will be safe from his destructive accusations. Okay, so I have to actually open it and prove it. That's that. Okay. I didn't think we were able to open it. Because, like, present a thing, but I guess we can open it. Whoop. Okay, now we can take a better look at
Got
this.
it!
A small piece of metal lodged in the wall of the trunk here. Like the tip of a blade. Yeah, a blade? Kazuma, slung around your waist as ever today. Has he seen Blade Karuma? Of course it is. Won't you draw it? Here in this courtroom? For all to see? Exercise caution, my lone friend. That man is the son of London's most notorious killer. Bailiff! Watch Prosecutor Asagi like a hawk! That won't be necessary. There's a little chip off there. Oh no! The tip is broken. The fragment of metal from the trunk fits together for the end of that sword. The question of who is there with Inspector Gregson will be answered. Agreed, Kazuma Asagi? Expertly done, Ryunosuke. That's a point to you, and well deserved. Do you mean to tell the court, Prosecutor Asagi? Yes, on 31st October, I accompanied Inspector Gregson to Dunkirk in order to carry out a mission. So the additional person authorized to travel was me. And the mission was the assassination of the Mark. What? Oh my god. What's... What? You mean... You're the killer whose name was omitted from this notebook? You're following the Reaper's orders to dispatch Judge Jigoku? Let me make one thing perfectly clear. I've killed no one. Explained. I accept the assassination mission, yes. I accompanied Gregson to Dunkirk. I never had any intention of carrying out the plan. You're never going to do it. You can believe Kazuma-sama, I'm sure. After all, Judge Jigoku arrived safely in London the following day. On the 31st, I boarded a train from London with Inspector Gregson, traveling to Dover from where we crossed the channel to Dunkirk. We boarded the SS Grousemate for the cabin deck, as indicated in the plan. You went to Judge Jigoku's cabin? Exactly. He wasn't there, though. We decided to wait, but... You've already told us you had no intention of going through with it anyway. Didn't come to Great Britain to take anyone's life. So left Gregson to disembark the ship. Spent that night in a boarding house in the town. Returned to England the following morning. Boarding house? In Dunkirk? My signature will be in the register book. It'll be simple enough to verify. Then, what became of Jigoku? Gregson was no assassin, so the mark was spared. I'm sure it's easy enough to imagine what happened after that. Gregson returned to England as well, having failed to complete the mission. He met with the Reaper in that room on Fresno Street to report the failure. Caused the infuriated mastermind to pull the trigger. And end his wretched agent's life. That's the real truth behind Inspector Gregson's murder.
Objection!
But if you did nothing as you claim, how did the tip of your sword come to be lodged in the inspector's trunk? I don't need to answer that. The victim was killed by a gunshot. A small fragment of Japanese blade is irrelevant to the case. And accordingly, I choose to exercise my right to silence on that matter. Be that as it may, the court will sequester the sword as evidence. As you wish, my lord. Must take immediate action now. To verify whether Sessho Jigoku remains unharmed. What? Remains unharmed? I agree. That should be our first priority. It's recently come to my attention that he hasn't been seen since yesterday. How'd you... When a foreign dignitary invited to Great Britain goes missing for 24 hours... It's only natural that the question of his safety should arise. You don't mean to say... I think Judge Jigoku may have been killed? The Reaper has more than one assassin at his disposal. He has the power and influence to give orders from the inside of a prison cell. Isn't that right, Lord Van Zeeks? If I were truly the Reaper, I'd be able to tell you. Order! Order in court! Order! We will take an emergency recess for 30 minutes. Now? Guests of the symposium have been told to maintain regular contact with the organizer's office. The man can't be located within half an hour. We will have to assume the worst. Oh no! Not Judge Jigoku! No one would want to kill a harmless Japanese man who just arrived in the country. Except, that is, for the Reaper, wanting to finish off a mark that slipped through the net 10 years ago. I would have to agree. Mr. Naruhodo, for the defense's sake... My lord! I sincerely hope we're successful. Being able to confirm Mr. Jigoku's healthy existence in the next 30 minutes, we'll face grave difficulties. Ah! Uh-oh. Court's adjourned for 30 minutes. Oh, God. Kazuma-sama, the Reaper's assassin, feels somewhat a nightmare. I can hardly believe it either, but on the other hand, Kazuma is in the habit of making up stories. He's certainly been hiding them, though. Such a terrible sense of foreboding. Something awful has happened to Judge Jigoku. I feel as though things will only spiral further and further out of control. From the moment I stepped into the courthouse this morning, a strange sensation that we're careering towards a foregone conclusion. Well, in the worst case, we might only have 30 minutes left. Fortunately, though, I don't think there's anything we can do, but wait now. I have options. Are we, though? Are we out of options? Actually, there may be one last hand we can play. Or rather, one last year. Of course. Well, Mr. Sholmesot Iris gave us. If for some reason you completely run out of options in the trial today, then just pull this little Hurley's ears as hard as you possibly can. Perhaps now's the time. Which I do. Pull Hurley's ears or not? Well, Why would I just leave it? There's no reason not to. Here goes then. Gonna do it. Good luck, Miss Naruhodo. I'm looking back. Eve! Ow! That scream. Sound like Mr. Sholmes. Mr. Sholmes, where are you? Here, my dear fellow, here! It's the felt doll talking. There's a speaker in it. Pull the ears again, Miss Naruhodo, as hard as you can. Alright then, I'll put all my strength into it. Heave! Oh my god. Please, my dear fellows, don't you pull my ear off. Mr. Sholmes, where are you? Myself, my trusty partner, are presently in the first-class cabin area of the SS Grouse. The SS Grouse? She left over last night after the final piece of cargo were loaded. We're currently docked at Dunkirk, due to be underway again in half an hour. You've taken a ship to France? Please, see, with my athletic prowess, I would struggle to jump the Straits of Dover. We left Baker Street last night, we heard, by cab to the station, by train to the port. It ought to board this vessel in time. So, you mean, you already worked it out? That the steamship was where everything really took place? Mr. Naruhodo, pray, what is my name? Herlock Sholmes, world-famous great detective. Recite to perfection. Well done. You're a genius, Mr. Sholmes. That's the only word for it. Ow, 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 ow. Mr. Sato, gently with his genius's ear, please. Oh my, I'm ever so sorry. Vame Sholmes. Ah, there you are, Mikotoba. You may remember that. It was in fact I who made the connection to the SS Grouse. Scotland Yard yesterday, we examined that notebook and I recalled my steamship ticket. But of course it was, my dear fellow. And not once did I controvert that fact. It had our court-bound companions under my name. Yes, you did, didn't you? We just had a recess. The trial resumes in 30 minutes from now. If we're unable to present any new leads, then I'm afraid to say... Do not fret, please. It's for precisely that purpose that my partner and I have made this journey. I have no doubt we shall have welcome news for you within the half hour. Thank you, Mr. Sholmes. That'd be wonderful. Until later, then. Yes, you'll be hearing from us if you're not in touch first. Ow, ow, ow! I shan't be hearing anything to keep tugging my ear in this mindless fashion. But that was the idea behind making a receiver operating that way in the first place, Sholmes. Why the deuce would I know? It's ours invention, not mine. Oh boy. Oh, are we playing as them? I'll say know how much you enjoy being the hero of the hour, Sholmes. We have about half that now before the grouse puts to sea again. If we don't conclude our investigations rapidly, we shall find ourselves in Naples before long. There are times, Mikotoba, when you make a surprising amount of sense. So, let's begin! I guess we're... First class cabin number 2. Yes, this is the one. I don't believe investigation of the cabin is going to be plain sailing. That crewman standing in front of the door is an angry-looking fellow.
Why are you loitering here? Who are you?
My dear fellow, do you not recognize a world-famous great detective when you see one? His arm said Sholmes on it. That question really ought to be, who are you? Who are you?
Do you not recognize world-traveling great sailor chicken stroganoff when you see? Great detective? Ha, I don't think so.
Do you see that, Mikotoba? It would appear that this man is a devoted follower of mine. Goodness me, is that a tattoo? It says Sholmes. I must say, while such adoration is flattering, naturally, does leave me a little cold.
What are you talking about? Leave, now!
How distressing. My old devotee knows me only by my name and not appearance. And yet, I already know a great deal about you, sir. I have a brother, I believe. Like yourself, he's a shipman. Currently traveling the world aboard a Russian steamship, in fact.
How could you know this?
Elementary, my dear Mikotoba. I'm sure it was. Biff. Biff's his brother. 3 days ago, I was bound for London aboard this ship, you see. Looking for one of my fellow passengers, a man by the name of Jigoku.
There is no one with this name on board.
But we know they purchased a ticket for passage.
Ah, you mean Eastern man. He left ship 2 hours ago. Here at Dunkirk. Said something about emergency thing.
What? Are you sure? Sessho's realized that we're after him, has he? His cabin's the one behind you. We should like to investigate, please. After him? Don't tell me. Don't tell me.
No! I've orders not to let even mouse inside!
Mikitoba, be a good man and draw the sailor's attention away, would you? Make some excuse that he leaves the area.
We got chicken stroganoff and beef stroganoff. Lovely. Took me a bit to get the pun in his name. Chicken.
Does a great detective see? Even sailors have ears, both left and right.
Curses! The plan is ruined! You have only yourself to blame, I'm afraid, Sholmes.
Forget it. Cabin door's locked. Even if I'm not here, you cannot get inside.
Mikitoba, I'm sure you haven't forgotten my special talent, have you?
Opening any lock.
Within a mere 5 seconds. So if you'd be so kind as to afford me the requisite time, old friend, in your typically accommodating manner, I refuse such a typically unappealing request, old friend. So I need to distract that burly sailor for 5 seconds, do I? Good man. So, the game is afoot.
I think. Guess we're playing as Mikitoba then. That's funny. It's supposed to be a mousetrap, I think. Perhaps we could distract the crewman's attention with it, somehow. Let's try it.
That sounds like Big Mouse and Trap. And I would bring bucket of water later and put out of misery.
I don't like the sound of that.
In any case, my dear fellow, that was quite unconvincing. Only Japanese mice make a chew sound.
Oh really, Sholmes? Pray tell, what sound do Russian mice make?
PP, naturally. Though quite also convincing, I readily admit. So go ahead, Mikitoba. Do a PP this time.
No, thank you. I'm sure I could come up with an alternative solution. Perhaps this? This would appear to be an alarm bell. Well, I could break loose if that thing were to ring. The whole crew would know about it. Let's leave that alone. No, I think not. That'd never work, surely. I concoct another distraction. What's this? Oh, the switch for the electrical lights. Perhaps if I were to turn off the lights, the crew wouldn't be able to see what we were doing. Anything else? That's speaking to for members of the crew to communicate with one another around the ship. If I could just persuade our stocky sailor friend that you need to go use it. Sholmes could lock the door while she was distracted. The question is, how? It's the way back to the deck. I certainly can't give up on this now. Okay, the lights might be it.
Ah! What is happening? Where is light?
Now, Sholmes, now!
Nobody there.
That was a close shave.
Must be imagination.
Why did A.K.A. have stumbling so violently in an apparently empty corridor?
Do be quiet, Sholmes. Shall have to think of another approach. Oh, that didn't work, did it? Let's try this. Oh. There's another first-class cabin. Its door's completely unguarded.
Empty as well. I had a quick look inside earlier. If I confess, didn't investigate the wardrobe. There may very well be a young Japanese fellow inside, perspiring merrily.
If you're referring to Naruhodo, you know very well that he's currently perspiring merrily in court.
Does not strike you, though, Mikitoba? Why the man stands guard only in front of this cabin, when both are apparently vacant?
We've just talked to him. He's like a Nio Temple Guardian statue, this fellow. The way he's glaring at us so fiercely. Tell me, why are you standing guard here if the cabin is unoccupied?
Because this air is only for first-class passengers. You must look out for suspicious criminals.
He was looking straight at me when he said that.
My dear fellow, as you can plainly see, we are quite unsuspicious criminals go.
but still criminals.
No. For goodness sake, Sholmes, tell the man we're neither suspicious nor criminals. Ah, yes, quite right, Mikotoba. Curses! This seaman is far too able for his own good. Be extremely careful what you say. One of us ought to be, yes. The only thing left is the alarm. But I don't wanna... I guess we gotta. Goes then. Pardon me in advance.
You! What are you doing? If we were at sea, that would be a very bad problem. What's going on down there? Seaman Stroganoff aboard at once. Sorry, sir. Nothing you do aboard. It was just stupid trick. No, not by me. By world fit. No, as I told you.
Now, Sholmes, now! Done. I need 5 seconds, eh? Well, don't stand there gulping my brilliance, Mikotoba. In we go. Oh, yes. That's not how you that's not how you go through a door. Whoa. Something's off in here. Good gracious. Oh, hey. It would appear that the occupant of this cabin did indeed disembark rather hurriedly. Those clothes on the floor there. They're Seshiro's without question. Well, it seems we're just a little too late. Yes, about 2 hours. Still, whilst we're here, we should investigate thoroughly. There may well be 2 hours worth of clues to find in here. That burly crew may return at any moment, Sholmes. Indeed he may. Which makes it all the more thrilling. There's a speaking tube here, look. It's been stoppered with some cloth. So the voices of crewmen on the bridge are an annoyance, I suppose. Or indeed, so that the voices in this cabin aren't heard elsewhere. Something have happened in here that was for no one else's ears, do you think? Either that, or... it could be to prevent snakes from entering. That's really become a favorite case of yours, hasn't it? That's a very sizable chunk indeed. Says she was partial to all things large. Rather clumsy fellow if he failed to notice he left that behind. Perhaps he left it on purpose. It's large, you might think, but still a hindrance to speedy escape. Pity. It's locked, so we can't look inside. Surely 5 seconds from now the situation would be quite different, though. Sadly not. It has a 7-digit combination lock. And I'm not in a most enough mood to work through all the combinations at present. What's this? Those are the rules of passage. Guns must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in the cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. Additionally, there are severe punishments for stowing away in wardrobes and or travel cases. I feel the rules have increased since I last read them. Probably just my imagination. How about the fact that they're not straight on the wall? Doesn't that strike you? You may be right. Probably just your imagination, though. A trifle. You know what I always say, Mikotoba? There's nothing important about trifles. It's probably just my imagination, but I think that might be slightly off. Then what's with this? Well, it's a slightly different color just here, you see? Indeed, what you have observed arises when a frame that has been hanging for some time is removed. Perhaps your friend is an art thief. Now there's a bold deduction where the great detective, I'm sure. It may very well be the elusive thief who has been plaguing France's galleries of late. I think perhaps we should focus our attention elsewhere, Sholmes, don't you? How line the wall? Feels though I might have spotted something of similar shape and size elsewhere. Probably this. Okay, never mind. Apparently not important. Quite the X-ray glass, I must say. See here how it... Why isn't the ice melted if it's been 2 hours? Something wrong, Sholmes? You suddenly trailed off. Ice, Mikotoba! Ice! What opulence the first-class passengers enjoy! Chilled drinks! Pardon?
Could it be that the steamship is equipped with an electrically refrigerated cold room, do you think? Well, it's a luxury liner after all. Oh. They have enormous refrigerators for storing all sorts of lavish produce as well as ice. Our voyage to Japan, we enjoyed culinary delights from all over the world. Suddenly, Bigatoba. The sight of you is making my mouth water. I haven't taken on the flavor of the food I ate, you know. Anything in there? This is the waste paper basket, look. There's still rubbish inside. Indeed, they'd let us pry. I've discovered recently I have a penchant for exploring the contents of others' waste paper baskets. Sincerely hope only for your work. Ah! Here we have a notice issued to passengers from 3 days ago. 3 days ago? The night before we arrived in London then. I was still aboard myself. Flight departure port. Oh! 31st. Yeah, there's an evacuation drill. I remember now. For our safety and security, all first-class passengers are constantly under the watchful eye of the crew. This is welcome relief to have some privacy for once.
You're still here?
Ah, Able Seaman Stroganoff. Hello again. I was beginning to think you'd never materialize.
Eh? You are waiting for me?
Of course. I was expecting you to burst in with a hearty Russian profanity far sooner.
The trouble with Captain because of the trick you played before.
Poor innocent chicken.
It's all your fault. Ship is leaving port soon. Get off, now!
Of course, we shall disembark presently, my dear fellow. But first, there's something that must be done.
What are you talking about?
Why, naturally, the debunking of deceit and the barring of the truth.
Kakoi?
I'm afraid I see through your lies. For one thing, Mr. Jigoku has not yet left this vessel at all.
Oh, is he in the trunk?
And for another, my dear Seaman Stroganoff, you know exactly where the man is, even as we speak, don't you?
How can you...
Good gracious, Sholmes, you mean you've worked it out? All of it? Are we doing another deduction? It's really been too long, hasn't it, old friend? 10 years, no less. So, would you care to join me for a dance? My inimitable logic and reasoning? Nothing would please me more.
What is this?
We have but a minute until the vessel puts to sea. No games now. Time is of the essence. Mr. Stroganoff, allow me to remind you of your earlier claim. You told us that Jigoku left the ship some 2 hours ago.
That is what I said.
Sadly, that was a rather clumsy lie. You see, there's something in this room that quite clearly contradicts it.
What?
Yes, of course. I see you've noticed it too, Mikatoba. Then please, do take the lead. What in this cabin shows you possibilities you could have about 2 hours ago? Let's see what the last 3 years have done to your observational skills then, Mikatoba. It's been 10 years since we last did this, Sholmes, not 3. Why, of course it has. Quite. Now the clues are here in this cabin for your eyes to see. As I always say, must not merely look, but observe. Observe and the answers become clear. So, press me. They can manage that. Pretty sure it's the ice.
Take that!
Take that! A literal dance. Perhaps you've cleared away that glass. How curious the ice should have melted despite it being abandoned 2 hours ago. It would appear that the man was here in this very cabin till the moments before our arrival. With this well-chilled glass in hand. Get your mind off the refreshment, Sholmes. One might even conclude that somebody informed him of our boarding. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Stroganoff? But how it says you will run from us. Before we consider that question, allow me to confirm one small matter. Would I be correct in saying that these first-class cabins of the SS Grouse are the same ones in which you and Mr. Jigoku accommodated in your voyage from Japan. Ah, that's right. They are. I was in the cabin next door, and Seshiro was... yes. 50 days in this very cabin during our voyage. As I suspected, for you see... there are traces in this cabin of a dark secret that Mr. Jigoku had to hide. What traces?
I know nothing about these.
This is news to you, is it, Mr. Stroganoff?
Show them what exactly you're getting at.
As I said, there are traces in this cabin of some nefarious activity. Something that appears out of place, which I'm quite sure I won't have escaped your notice.
Something out of place in here.
It's just my imagination, though. That's the key to this, Mikatoba. The remnants of the dark deed that took place in here are being masked by something quite incongruous. I must say, didn't foresee ever doing this dance of deduction with you again, Mikatoba. No, quite. Life is full of unexpected twists and turns, as we well know. Now let's see if I can uncover the truth here. Yes, you have the floor, my dear fellow. The dance, it's a dance, it's a dance. Click on it, please. No, I don't get to investigate, I just get to... It's the rules of passage that's framed here. Obviously out of place. They're hanging crooked on the wall, as if they were put there in a hurry. Yes, as I'm sure you've already concluded. That frame was originally over here. The shape and size are a perfect match.
Duh! You are right! When did the frame move?
Hardly much observer, crewman, are you, Mr. Stroganoff? I think your captain's quite justified in his reservations about your reliability.
Grr!
Oh dear, I really seem to touch a nerve. So, Mikatoba, why don't you lift the frame off the wall? Is that a bullet hole?
That looks like a bullet hole. What? Who has been shooting walls?
I see, the projectile's been removed. Clearly the careful occupant of this room has already disposed of it. Now then, Mr. Stroganoff.
Ah!
I have the distinct impression that you're attempting to shield said occupant.
I don't know what you're talking about. Why don't you protect Eastern Stranger?
Ah, so talking about the same man, I see. Good. I'm sure we'll get to the bottom of this in no time, aren't you? Because there's some very noteworthy evidence that explains the reason why you're lying for the man. Yes, you've been told to keep up this pretense, as clearly shown by... I really don't know how to approach this one, Sholmes. Ah, my dear Mikatoba, simply keep first principles in mind. Study your subject from every angle. I'm quite sure that you'll see it. In fact, put a wager on it. So I'm to glare at the fellow from all sides. I can certainly do that. Is there... That's a lot of money.
Take that!
It's almost too obvious for words. Quite. The universal language of the world. Money.
Ah!
I'd wager the Eastern fellow in question is Seshiro Jigoku, yes?
Ah!
So I presume you realize what this means. There are clear signs that a crime has been committed in this cabin. And the way you're going, sir, you'll find yourself accused of being an accomplice.
But...
I believe you know, Mr. Stroganoff. You know where Mr. Jigoku is hiding at the precise moment in time. As always, Mikatoba, in matters of deduction, the furtive glance of your unfaltering ally. Yes, I think you're onto something there, Sholmes. You found the chinks in the fellow's armor. You only follow the man's gaze to know where Pere is hiding. The slightest flicker of the pupils, a minutely delayed blink, at least it's my attention, if that which is barely perceptible. You can hardly call us barely perceptible, Sholmes. The man's turned his entire head. Not exactly what you'd describe as a furtive glance, is it? It's almost too obvious. You should let your tapping toes aside, my dear fellow. I mean...
Take that!
You turned immediately to look at this large trunk, didn't you? Ah! The truth is, Seshiro Jigoku was unable to escape from the ship in time. It is, at this very moment, doing his best to stifle his breath inside this trunk. He still has a breath to take. I fear he may be running dangerously low on air. I bet you didn't count on us making a nuisance of ourselves for quite so long. I think it would be in everyone's best interest for us to open the trunk as quickly as possible. But how can we? Are you forgetting about the combination lock? Oh, it's Sholmes. It says so on his arm, that's what it is. Or maybe it's a number upside down. Combination lock could be opened from inside the trunk. Therefore, there must have been an arrangement for somebody to open it after our departure. Of course. In short, before Jigoku hid himself inside that trunk, he must have told somebody a 7-digit number for the lock. As the story can confirm, Mr. Stroganoff.
No! I know nothing about combination code.
Don't move a muscle, my good seaman.
Huh?
Now, Mikotoba, would you do the honors and open the trunk? How on earth do you expect me... It's a 7-digit number, remember? Quickly now, I have little time. Okay. 5, 2, 3, 1. Five, 2, 3, 1, 0, 4, 5.
Take that!
That did it. It's open.
You had to meddle, didn't you?
There he is.
Well, Eugen, you found me now.
Seshiro. I was really hoping beyond hope not to find you here, you know.
But you're not entirely unsurprised, I take it.
No, quite. Just wish it were some other way. Well, are you ever going to introduce me?
Ah, your reputation precedes you, Mr. Sholmes. Read stories about your exploits.
Excuse my manners, Sholmes. This is Mr. Jigoku, my old friend and traveling companion. That was in the details, Mikotoba. I believe you meant to say, your old friend and traveling companion. Who made the cowardly decision to flee the country without a word to anyone when things turned sour?
I see my reputation precedes me as well. What an honor.
Well, Seshiro, going to explain all this?
You know it all by now, I imagine. What you didn't know, of course, is that 3 days ago, on the night before our arrival in Britain, an attempt was made on my life here on this very ship.
By the Reaper of the Bailey. Yes, I've since heard. Oh, that's how Gregson was shot. Because you were once prosecuted by the Reaper, weren't you? 10 years ago now, mind you.
I had no idea at the time what a dangerous individual he was. Anyway, when we arrived in London to find the symposium's postponed till goodness knows when, it became all too apparent to me that I might very well be targeted again.
So you decided to flee the capital without saying a word to me about it?
Afraid so, yes, of course. I realize now that I really ought to have confided in you.
So surprising, I must say. Oh, who is this?
What is?
Well, first-class cabins aboard luxury steamship on very short supply. It's more than a little hard to believe that this one just happened to be available.
So says the protagonist of some colorful short stories. Well, I don't care for your opinion. The cabin did just happen to be available. So I purchased a ticket, and here I am.
I've just seen for myself the obvious remnants of that incident in this cabin. So I'd already purchased your return ticket before you even docked in Dover, had you? For anyone else taking this cabin and seeing the evidence. Is that it?
Eugen, I have nothing to say to you.
Well, in a mere 5 minutes, the ship will set off on its onward voyage and not make port again till Italy. I'm free to assist you to embark with us at once.
You have no jurisdiction over my movements.
We have this, Seshiro. Take it.
What is it?
Subpoena from the Old Bailey. You're a man of the law. You know what the ramifications of ignoring a document like this from the British courts would be.
You came prepared then, Eugen.
Come on, let's go. One moment. What is it, Sholmes? It's Mr. Jigoku's trunk. Found this rather fascinating trinket.
What is that? Seshiro?
What is that, Seshiro?
Can't help you, I'm afraid. Some small component from something. But what? I have no idea.
By the look on his face, I think he genuinely doesn't know. Oh, is it... Well, there's a pocket of small souvenir of a brief sojourn in France. That wouldn't happen to be... for the pocket watch, would it? Or something else. I don't know. Well, young Naruhodo, I think we do as much as we can, I'm afraid. The rest will be on the shoulders of you and your assistant. Man. 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 Ugh. Kazuma Asagi, I know you. I know you wouldn't lie. Still, there's no doubt. You're holding something back. You know more than you're saying.
During the past 30 minutes this court was adjourned, all possible efforts were expended. But sadly, Mr. Jigoku's whereabouts could not be ascertained.
We must accept the unfortunate conclusion that the Reaper has already done the deed. There's no sense in wasting any more of the court's time. The prosecution calls for an immediate verdict.
Objection!
No, the trial cannot end now. You're a Japanese man, Ryunosuke. You should know when to lay down your sword. And you should know never to presume when the battle is won. The court has already been presented with all the evidence and heard all relevant testimony. There can only be one conclusion, that the accused is guilty. All relevant testimony? Far from it. Still a crucial witness, from whom the court has yet to hear a single word of testimony.
In that case, call your witness to the stand at once, counsel.
Yes, my lord. Tomorrow, if possible. The witness is already on his way, and scheduled to arrive tomorrow. Who on earth is this crucial witness? Seshiro Jigoku. The very man allegedly murdered by the Reaper. Judge Jigoku! You found him?
But the investigation of every police resource in the capital suggests that Jigoku's already dead. How in the name of God did you find the man?
He was located in France during the recess, at the port of Dunkirk. Thanks to one of Mr. Herlock Sholmes' famous deductions.
Herlock Sholmes?
Inspector Gregson almost certainly met Priest Jigoku on the night of his death. As law of Prosecutor Asagi, Gregson was on a mission to assassinate the man. Which means that Seshiro Jigoku is the sole witness who can clarify exactly what happened aboard the SS Grouse on the 31st October.
Well, it would appear that's too soon to move to adjudication at this point.
The prosecution concurs. The court must hear Mr. Jigoku's testimony. No judgment should be passed till all testimony has been considered.
In that case, hereby call the end of today's proceedings. Court will reconvene at the same hour tomorrow. No objections from either side?
No, my lord. No objections, my lord. We live to fight another day. By the skin of our teeth. Thanks to the bunny. Oh boy. I should really stop. I should really end the streaming here. I really should. But I don't think I will. I don't think I will. We're so close. Yeah, I'm gonna keep going. We're gonna finish. We're gonna finish this game. Because I can tell it's only gonna be like another
I can tell that we're getting close to the end. Next bit of halt proceedings to the clamor around the courtroom. Outside the Bailey, our Londoners knew nothing of the secret trial within. It was a typical still night. Then a little past 8 o'clock that evening, Mr. Sholmes and his partner returned to Baker Street. Oh my god, that's a lot of food. We have returned, my dear fellows. We're back to Britain. Thank you for your timely help. Think nothing of it. I believe you had an even more wearing day than Mikitoba and I know. You could say that. We were on the brink of defeat in court earlier. So this Prosecutor Asagi had you on the ropes, did he? And he's your best friend, you say? Well, he's not really the man I knew in Japan anymore. Kazuma's changed. Oh, Miss Naruhodo. I mean, it's incredible. I think that even entertained the idea of acting as the Reaper's assassin. Well, nevertheless, must introduce me. After all, I've only ever met the young man as a corpse. It all started almost a year ago now. Mr. Sholmes still hasn't told us the truth about what really happened back then. About the motivation for what he himself described as a great detective's lie. Now then, I must say, it's really quite a journey all the way to France. Well, it is another country, Mr. Sholmes. So, what news to Judge Shigoku? He took him to Scotland Yard. The investigating detectives there have a lot of questions for the man. Poor Professor Mikitoba. It's must be quite a shock for him. Ah, yes. I picked this up at the telegraph office on our way home. What is it? Surely you haven't forgotten already. I put upon you for the matter only yesterday. You put upon me, Sholmes. I had to fill out your telegram to Japan and foot the bill as well. Oh, you had a reply already? Oh, so urgent, though, Mr. Sholmes. Such matters can wait until later. I'm far too hungry to involve conversation at present. Well, that's good news, because supper's ready, everyone. Ah, what a feast it is! If I were none the wiser, I think the trial were won already. Roast beef, kibber, stew, steak, and kidney pie. Yorkshire pudding. Tomorrow could be a very long day, so eat up. In that case, I think I'll seat myself just here. This place appears to be the only one set with a helping of pheasant as well. Oh, sorry, Hurley, not there. However not. Are we at set places this evening? Yes, at that place. It's for Susie's daddy. For me? That's right. I made it especially for you, Professor Mickey. Oh? That's terribly kind of you. It's a shame, really. What do you mean? Well, for a brief moment I believed it. That Susan and I were half-sisters, I mean. Oh. Harris, do you mean... Yes, I know now. I overheard yesterday. Seemed to listen on the conversation you had. After I tricked you all into thinking I'd left. Yeah, I figured. What? I figured that was the case, yeah. Misunderstanding arose because of that autopsy report from 10 years ago. But actually, it turned out that neither Dr. Wilson nor Professor Mikitoba are Iris' father. Yes, about that, Iris. You know, I know. You can't tell me at the moment. Oh, Iris. Professor, by the way, an apology. I'm sorry for eavesdropping. Oh. No, that's quite alright. Then why don't I get an apologetic pheasant? It's just who is Iris' father? So that's not something we'll be finding out today. So then, let us dine. Well, I had largely pheasantless plates are still piping hot. Fine idea, Sholmes. That looks absolutely delicious. Eat as much as you like. There are always seconds. This could be our last chance to ask questions before tomorrow's trial. That telegram from Japan about Kazuma. Don't let this opportunity slip away. Our little stance he's sitting in. Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing? Surely it's abundantly clear that I wasn't brooding over Mikitobo's refusal to share his pheasant with me. Nevertheless, I felt the need to withdraw from this social circle for a while and look on with hungry eyes. Sorry, Hurley, but I cooked that pheasant especially for Susie's daddy. Even though I've played the role of father to you for far longer. Mr. Sholmes, can I discuss some things with you? Certainly, my dear fellow. I find myself quite in the mood for a spell of conversation. No doubt. You're hungry to learn more of my deep love of game. I can probably contain my curiosity on that one. You need to look at me in that fashion. In what fashion? It seems that before we discuss the pheasant, we have some rather unpheasant matter to discuss. Oh my god. So, what was in the telegram you received back from Japan then? Ah, this? I think my lucky stars arrived in time. Record found as indicated. Duplicate follows. K. Asagi, A. Shin, T. Gregson, J. Wilson. So that was A. Shin. That was Giselle Brett. So Asagi, Shin, Gregson, Wilson. But those 4 names! You've come across the exact same list before. It came up with an unforgettable case last spring. It appeared to be a simple case of aggravated murder, turned out to be masking monumental intrigue. Both involved the sale of British governmental secrets to foreign states. Supposing means by which those secrets were being leaked. It's time for to fragment a message. K. Asagi, A. Shin, T. Gregson, J. Wilson. We didn't find their names out until the case was over. We never did get to the bottom of what they meant. All we knew, that the information had been sent by somebody in the British government to somebody in Japan. So, why are the names coming up again now? Yes, we're the sender of your telegram to discover them, Mr. Sholmes. I have here the message I had wired yesterday. Allow me to read it to you. Enter Judge Jigoku's office undetected. Investigate telegram records. Expect to find communication from Britain dated on 1 year ago. List of 4 names. Need by tomorrow. Naruhodo. I sent to a detective I know who specializes in clandestine missions of this nature. Yes, Inspector Hosonaga to undertake such an onerous task for you. And in my name, I wonder what guys she opted for this time. My dear fellows, it was a matter of great urgency, you understand. Well, of course he'd do anything under Naruhodo's name. Anyway, the list of names were found in Seshua's office, as Sholmes predicted. So you mean that mysterious collection of names that was sent from Britain to Japan was... It was sent to Judge Jigoku! He was the intended recipient! I don't believe it. But that doesn't answer the question of what the list of names actually signifies. Oh man. I did formulate a hypothesis about that. But without a shred of evidence, I couldn't possibly have shared it. Mr. Sholmes looks deadly serious for once. Were they all people that were supposed to be killed? The tragedy we had to go through in the SS Bureau. It was all for nothing. Cosmo wasn't dead at all. You're completely taken in by the lie you told us. The great detective's lie. I took no pleasure in deceiving you. However, at the time, all that concerned me was preventing the young man's study tour from taking place, whatever the cost. What? What? I capitalized on the events such as to see that he was sent back to Japan. His remains, you mean? Precisely, Mrs. Sato. And then, I made sure that somebody else was sent to Britain instead. Oh my, you mean... The arrangement between our 2 countries is already in place. 1 university student lawyer and 1 judicial assistant to be accompanied on study tour. In other words, by arranging for someone else to fill the place originally intended for Mr. Asagi, I would successfully prevent the man from arriving on our shores for several years at least. Wait, do you mean to say that it was all in aid of stopping Kazuma coming to Britain? That's why you... Think back, Miss Naruto. Was there not somebody who quite casually urged you to continue on the voyage to England? Oh, yeah. The terms of the study tour negotiated by the Department of Justice of both Great Britain and Japan. In the light of Mr. Eski's unfortunate death, I'm afraid the study tour can no longer go ahead. My dear fellows, the majority of problems have an extremely simple solution, you know. All we require is one lawyer, and the study tour can continue, surely. There's no one else with the necessary qualifications, Mr. Sholmes. You know of no other lawyer. The voyage to London still promises a good month of time. Ample opportunity, I would say, to find yourselves another suitable lawyer. Ah. So, you manipulate me? I've often remarked on the extraordinary lengths to which friendship will drive a man. I was quite sure that you would rise to the challenge for your late friend. I don't believe it. It was all contrived. I mean, what happened was treated by the authorities murder. Once taken is arrested the perpetrator. What suppose came of her? Naturally, I didn't allow the misapprehension to have any serious repercussions. I subsequently explained everything, assisted the unfortunate soul in finding the foreign refuge she sought. Oh hey, Senior Mrs. Sato and I had some rather strong words for her. Well, she was certainly not devoid of all guilt. She deserved every word, I'm sure. What if she made it to America then? Hold on. Hey, Bonnie, welcome. Afraid I simply cannot comprehend it. Why would you go such lengths, Mr. Sholmes? Why are you so determined to keep Kazuma-sama from reaching Britain? The truth is, 12 months ago, there was already a very tangible omen of the impending tragedy, you see. Oh. An omen that, at this very moment in time, is close at hand. An omen of all these tragic events that already existed a year ago. It's close at hand. We can find out exactly what Mr. Sholmes knows. Yeah, we're on the last trial, and, there's a lot that's going on. Okay, he's not there. Where are you at? No? What do we present you with? Let's examine this. See these little things all over the place, don't you? It's part of the top of the pocket. It is the pocket watch! I knew it! Just set the time, isn't it? It's called the crown, I believe. Watch would be quite useless without one. The crown? What sits on top of a monarch's head? It's a very grand name for such a tiny part. Actually, yes, Miss Naruto? This is a crown. I feel I might have seen a monarch around here somewhere with a very bare head. If a monarch can mean pocket watch, then I'm quite sure you have. Yuppers. What do you think, Mrs. Sato? I feel sure I know exactly what will fit here. Really? I was just thinking precisely the same thing. About to see the little round component. It's actually part of Inspector Gregson's broken pocket watch. Really? I was just thinking precisely that too. Let's put it on. Perfect fit. I knew it. Why was this with Judge Jigoku on the ship? Perhaps you knew it. I could know this new information at once. Something happened in that cabin there. Yep, there's that. Evacuation drill. This is probably to get Gregson out or something. There's the sword. Karma, the great blade. Such a thing of beauty, I want to gaze on it for hours. But it's broken. And the broken off part is in the briefcase. Tip of the great sword. Broken. Such a shame. been so meticulously cared for over the years. You almost hear Kama's sobs. Kazu must have really taken a swing for that to happen. Right in there. Okay, well... Hold on. The pheasant. The Iris made a grand meal. Alright, so I did have to look it up again because I wasn't sure. I have to bring up this telegram to further go over it. That's gonna mean our bird thing? No. Giselle Brett's long dead. There's no room for doubt with your instruction in the telegram, Mr. Sholmes. You're very clear that it was Judge Jigoku's office that should be searched, so... You obviously knew. That's where the list of names would be found. A.K.A, A. Shin, T. Gregson, J. Wilson. I've only learned of those 4 names just over 6 months ago now. Only because they appear as part of the top-secret government communications that were leaked. That's true, yes. But at the time, you are unaware of the background. You see, those 4 names were wired to Japan. Around 6 months before that. Approximately this time last year, in fact. When you were both still in Japan. It really would be hypocrisy on my part to reprove others for accepting state secrets. Because after all, I'm perpetually eavesdropping on communication between the British and Japanese governments. How am I not surprised? You're perpetually doing what? How? Never mind the details, but you should know. No secret is safe from Herlock Sholmes. But his designs on knowing it. Oh my Mr. Sholmes! What a fabulous line! Now, what about that? The list of 4 names is wired to the recipient Jigoku in Japan. Dr. John H. Wilson was murdered. As soon as I learned of the incident, a hypothesis rapidly took shape in my mind. As it turned out, I was partly correct, and partly mistaken. Nevertheless, it was the beginning of all the tragic events that were to follow. Mr. Sholmes, please, tell us all you know. Tell us about these 4 names and the tragedy which they're all somehow connected. What is this? It's all connected somehow. As I said, when I learned of Dr. Wilson's murder in Japan, my mind immediately turned to those 4 names, because, you see, there was someone else on the list who I believed to be recently deceased. What? Who? A. Shin, as was transcribed in Japanese script. In actual fact, Miss Asa Shin. That was a familiar name to me. She was a professional killer, well known amongst London unsavory classes. Oh, I see. But she had completely vanished from existence 7 months before Wilson's murder. So I came to the logical conclusion that she had herself been killed, and accordingly became fearful for the lives of the remaining 2 persons on the list. A.K.A and T. Gregson? Oh, no proximity. I decided to take measures to protect Gregson myself. I determined to be safest if young Asagi were to stay away from Britain. So that's why I went such lengths to prevent his study tour from going ahead. Exactly. So, you already knew who Kazuma-sama was, Mr. Sholmes? Oh yes, Sholmes and I have exchanged correspondence for years. I recount many tales about Asagi to him in my letters. News of Dr. Wilson's death, of course. So, Dr. Wilson is dead then? I didn't know. Oh, Iris. I know he wasn't my daddy, but still. That's very sad. I'm so sorry, Iris. You know the significance of the name, obviously, but we just couldn't bring ourselves to tell you. someone's to sabotage the Gem Britain tree by causing deaths? I don't know. No. Well, you just told us, Mr. Sholmes. Sounds like completely tying with the facts. There's one big hole in your hypothesis. A big hole, Mr. Naruhodo. Ah, yes. You mean about Asa Shin, I presume? Of course. Exactly. She wasn't killed, was she? She was in Japan posing as a visiting student under the assumed name of Giselle Brett. I'm glad you're keeping up, my dear fellow. I only became aware of that fact 2 days ago, in the foyer of the Great Waterloo Hotel. Ah. And upon hearing that startling revelation, I paused that form surrounding those 4 names. It was complete turned topsy. What, topsy? I think I know where he's going with this. I think I know where he's going with this. I'll just say what I think now. I think... Oh, wait. I think that these are separated as the assassins and then the targets. I think that's what it means. I'm pretty certain that's what it means. I'm pretty dang certain that's what this means. And Asagi is on the top line. Because the right side makes sense. Asa Shin killed Wilson. And Gregson's dead, so... Yeah. What do you mean when you said your hypothesis was turned topsy, Mr. Sholmes? I believed all 4 names on this to be the names of victims. However, I was mistaken. Very much so. Asa Shin was a killer. So this telegram is a list of both victims and killers, is it? Indeed. It would seem that Miss Shin was dispatched from Britain with the sole intention of dispatching Dr. Wilson. Her visiting student status being merely a front. Ah. Which would of course explain why no motive could be determined for her actions. So the real reason Dr. Wilson was killed by Asa Shin is because he was the target of assassination. And formed of that knowledge, fresh consideration of this telegram puts the list in a very different perspective. What do you mean? Well, does it not strike you? There's another among the 4 who subsequently became a visiting student. Wait, you mean... But of course, a name you know only too well. You mean... Kazuma? Oh! He did say in court earlier today. Yes, on 31st October, I accompanied Inspector Gregson to Dunkirk in order to carry out a mission. And the mission was the assassination of the Mark. Young Miss Darcy, you accepted that mission a year ago now. Surely not. In conclusion, this document is a contract of sorts. An international agreement, one might say, detailing an assassination exchange. What the heck? Assassination exchange? How Cosmo possibly got involved with something like that? Let's assume we have 2 parties, each wishing to dispose of a distinct individual. Those 2 parties then make a contract to swap their respective assassination targets. That would then be an assassin exchange. So to begin with, the British assassin is dispatched to the visiting student in Japan, where she kills her target. And then the Japanese assassin dispatches a visiting student to Britain, in order to eliminate his target. It certainly does sound like an exchange. But what on earth's the point? Don't forget, Naruhodo, as the British assassin at least escaped conviction, thanks to diplomatic immunity afforded by consular jurisdiction. Oh yes. Such jurisdiction should be null and void under the terms of the new treaty between our 2 countries. So the fact that it was brought into play suggests intervention at the very highest levels. The highest levels? These murders are 2 sides of the same coin, linked not by common motive but in a contractual agreement. As such, they appeared utterly unrelated. Yet in truth, the assassins were complicit in one singular devilish scheme. That the dissociation, safeguard diplomatic immunity were, I believe, the motivation behind this plot. But wait a minute, Sholmes. The
this telegram really is describing the exchange assassin that you're suggesting, it'd mean that the Japanese killer's target was never Sessho Shigoku at all. It'd mean Ryunosuke's target was actually Inspector Gregson. Kazuma was here for Gregson, so that Shigoku wasn't actually the mark? That's exactly what it mean. I hold myself personally responsible for failing to keep the inspector safe. Mr. Sholmes. I told him of my fears and implored him to seek a transfer to an overseas position. Obviously, with the young pickpocket in tow. Yes, Gina. Come to think of it, Inspector Gregson did mention that at the time of the Great Exhibition. I'd be transferring to the Paris police and taking Gina with him. But without informing me, he engaged in one last assignment, it seems. And sadly, it turned out to be his very last. It's too much to take in. Bonnie, I see that you say that Sholmes usually wrong, but, this was Gregson's trunk. And inside it is the tip of a sword, which happens to fit at the end of a certain sword. So in this case... Alright everyone, that's enough all that serious talk for one day. Isn't it early? I mean, look at the time. Ah, quite right, Iris. We must conclude our preparations for tomorrow. What preparations? Well, I think I shall make my way back to my hotel room now. It's certainly been a night to remember. It is a little bit sad, though. I mean, I like the idea of you being my daddy. Because then, Susan had been my big sister. Sorry. Yeah, there was a mix-up of that a bit earlier. It didn't turn out to be right. I know, Iris. I was thinking you write the same thing. Were you? If somebody like me would be worthy, I'd be glad to become your sister. What? Really? Oh, yes, without question. You'll teach me all the ways you know to throw Bruno to the floor? Yes, yes, of course. It would be my pleasure. Uh-oh. You have to agree quite so readily. Oh, but wait a minute. If Sue's going to be my big sister, you're a big brother if you want, Bruno. Huh? I mean, yes, of course. If you'll have me, I'll gladly be your brother. Well done, Iris. Must always be mindful of feelings. I've raised you so well. Because being so sensitive is your strong suit, naturally. Right. Going to work extra hard for tomorrow now. That's for my big brother and sister. What's all this talk about preparing for tomorrow? Preparing what? Hehehe. You'll just have to wait and see. Oh. Good luck in court tomorrow. I'm expecting a sterling performance. I'll do my very best, of course. Okay. So the overnight break in the trial's proceedings became a crucial turning point, exposing new truths while posing new conundrums. List of 4 names in the telegram in Judge Shigoku's office. An extraordinary assassination plot in which my best friend had somehow become involved. I felt as though I'd been plunged into an even greater darkness all of a sudden. At the same time, I felt sure I'd see the light again soon. Family. I was lucky enough to have the most wonderful family in the world staying steadfastly behind me. What about Ryunosuke's family, though? I don't think I've heard anything about that. Alright. Well, the trial continues. This will be a very long stream because I want to finish the game because we're like at the end. Let's see, we've been going for
4 hours now? Maybe? But we're gonna keep going, because I know we're at the end.
Before I begin today, I have a brief announcement.
Oh yeah, Strongheart's doing the trial. Almost 5 hours. This may very well be the longest stream I've ever done then. Even longer than Hive Swap.
As with the closed trial 10 years ago, some astonishing facts have come to light in these proceedings. The revelation that the well-known Reaper is actually an organization legally executing its own brand of justice. The discovery that the respected Yard Inspector was at its heart until he himself perished in the assassination plot. Well, I say to all members of the judiciary here present on this occasion, that we will stop at nothing until we have the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Councils, I want to take the charge with resolve to pursue the truth to the bitter end.
Resolve, yes. That's my intention.
My lord, if I may inquire, the defendant may speak. On what grounds is Kazuma Asuki permitted to continue his role as prosecutor? He has admitted to colluding with the victim in a plot to assassinate an innocent man. He shouldn't be enjoying the privilege of freedom, let alone be leading the prosecution.
I submit a written petition to Lord Strongheart, requesting that judgment of my transgressions be delayed by 1 day.
You did what?
In today's proceedings, I intend to expose everything. My whole life for the last 10 years has all been leading up to this 1 day. Kazuma, whatever the outcome of this trial, I give my word that I'll accept whatever punishment is deemed appropriate, however severe. I suggest to prepare yourself for the same, Reaper. Kazuma's bursting with hostility today. I get the distinct impression we're heading into very dangerous territory. Is that really even Kazuma-sama standing before us?
As extreme exception to normal practices, I've granted this prosecutor's request.
I still don't trust this guy. After all, since the moment I saw him for the first time, I never trusted this guy.
The defense finds this acceptable, I presume.
Yes, my lord.
In that case, in the name of Her Majesty the Queen, hereby declare this court to be in session again. Resume the closed hearing of Barak von Zeeks.
Defense is ready, my lord. The prosecution is more than ready. Stronger's probably involved? Yeah. Actually, we already know he was involved in one way. Because the autopsy report is indeterminate, but Lord Strongheart himself said that, like, intervened in this. Because we didn't know it was indeterminate. It was like, it's the day Maria Gori, yeah. It was like, it happened on this day, but actually, it's indeterminate death. But Strongheart was like, nope, it's this day. So he's involved in that respect at least.
Prosecutor Asuki, begin.
There are so many names. We actually met a sailor who had a brother on the ship we came to get here, who was also a Stroganoff. His name was Chicken Stroganoff instead of Biff, his brother. As you wish, my lord. The prosecutor calls the first witness to the stand. Bring Seshiro Jigoku into the courtroom. And last then, reach the final battle. He's putting literally everything on the line now in order to get to the truth. Come on, Ryunosuke. It's time for that steely resolve. This is going to test it to the limit. We're going to find out how this is all connected. There he is. Witness, state your name and occupation for the court.
Ha. So it was you who issued this, was it?
Your subpoena. I did what was necessary.
Ho, 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 ho. Whoa, ho, ho. Well, look what the young man has become. Didn't think I'd see the day when you take that tone with me, I must say. The witness will ensure his responses are pertinent to the questions asked. My name is Seshiro Jigoku, as a Supreme Court judge for the Empire of Japan.
16 years ago, this man came to learn as a visiting student. 6 years later, returned to Japan.
So as presiding over the Supreme Court, he's also currently Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs. I am, of course, fully aware of Mr. Jigoku and his preeminent roles. I did him personally to International Forensic Science Symposium as representative of his country. He also played a key role in the conclusion of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation. It is a great honor to be involved with the negotiations, but I'll put my all to that treaty.
Judge Jigoku, I must ask.
Well, I'd never. That's the young murdering student turning up here of all places.
You acquitted me yourself. And now, I'm a practicing defense lawyer.
Yes, and full of self-importance like your friend across the courtroom, I see.
I came here to London by invitation to the International Forensic Science Symposium. Then, without informing any of your plans, you took flight to France.
Took flight? I have to object to that turn of phrase.
Then explain yourself. What exactly were the circumstances?
Well, somewhat expecting this. And I'm sorry to say, I decline to comment.
What?
Leaving the country prematurely when I was an invited guest may be questionable etiquette, but my decision is unrelated to this case. I can't be bound to testify.
Unrelated, you say? Got the voice mixed up for a second?
I appreciate that a respected police inspector has been killed, for which I offer my condolences. However, being an alien, I'd obviously never met the man, nor do I know the first thing about him. As such, I'm in no position to testify. It's as simple as that.
So you'd run from all this?
I beg your pardon?
This case is more far-reaching than the murder of Inspector Gregson. It has ties to another murder, a case that was tried in Japan almost a year ago now. A year ago in Japan. The murder of Dr. John H. Wilson, you mean? That's right. And you, Judge Jigoku, are at the heart of both cases. The defense has evidence to prove it. Well, Ryunosuke, I see from the look in your eyes, they're resolved to carry this through to the very end, too. Let's see your evidence, then. What proof do you have that Seshiro Jigoku's involved in this case? Well, this was in his office.
Take that!
This is a telegram detailing communications set between Britain and Japan approximately 1 year ago. Communication contained 4 names: A.K.A, A. Shin, T. Gregson, and J. Wilson.
You little... Where'd you get that?
In Tokyo. From your office, Judge Jigoku.
What? How on earth did you...
What's all this about? Why is my name on that list? This list of 4 names follows a certain pattern. T. Gregson and J. Wilson are the names of victims. Kyosuke and A. Shin are the names of assassins. No. A year ago in Tokyo, Dr. John H. Wilson's life was taken in a Western-style restaurant in the capital. The culprit was found to be a visiting student who went by the name of Giselle Brett, but her real name was Asa Shin, a professional killer sent on a mission to kill from Great Britain. A. Shin and her victim, J. Wilson. And the murder just took place here in London was the counterpart to that crime. The assassin sent from Japan, also visiting student, Kazuma Asugi, whose victim was the British police inspector Tobias Gregson. K. Asugi and T. Gregson. One assassin from each country to kill a target residing in the other.
What exactly is the defense suggesting?
These 2 cases of murder, one that took place in Britain and one in Japan, were masterminded by a pair of individuals from each country as a form of assassin exchange. Telegram defense is acquired. There's proof this is a national contract to kill. What? The telegram was found in your office, Judge Jigoku. In other words, the mastermind in Japan was you! Judge Jigoku, what's this all about? And you, Kazuma, you lied. During yesterday's proceedings, you acknowledged that you accepted the assassination mission. But the mark wasn't Judge Jigoku at all. It was T. Gregson, Detective Inspector of Scotland Yard. It's shown by the name of the killing contract. Very impressive, Ryunosuke. But actually, I didn't lie. The name of the target I was ordered to kill never passed my lips yesterday. The idea that Sessho Jigoku was the mark came entirely from you. You deliberately avoid saying a name. He hasn't lied, but he hasn't told the truth. He's been hiding the truth, but he hasn't directly lied. Defense claims these four names indicate some sort of international assassin exchange. Shall I speak for all present when I say that the very idea seems utterly absurd? Well, Mr. Jigoku, what do you have to say for yourself? His silence, it only goes to prove his guilt. There's another very important point this new development brings to light. There's now a distinct possibility that the scene of Inspector Gregson's actual murder was in the witness's cabin aboard the SS Grouse. Judge Jigoku, you have to testify now. To refuse to put you in contempt of court.
Oh! There's no need for quite such a vicious stare, young man. Very well then, as a parting gift to you all, I'll tell you everything I know. Seems the Japanese gentleman has information that the court must hear of the alleged assassin exchange and the events of the night of the 31st October. Send your formal testimony now.
Pretty sure that one of the important things is going to be this evacuation drill that made everyone leave for suspicious reasons.
As you wish, my lord.
Oh boy.
It's true that Kazumasugi was assigned an assassination mission 1 year ago now. The target was Inspector T. Gregson. That was a condition of the British study tour. However, at the end something happened that meant the young man was unable to carry out his mission. In the evening question, a member of the crew was on duty outside my cabin at all times. If there had been a shot fired, the crew would have heard it. So clearly I can't be involved.
There was a gunshot in your wall. So you admit it then. As his communications suggest, there really was an assassin exchange arranged between Britain and Japan.
Political endeavor at the highest levels. Not something I can discuss here.
To use such a worthy practice as foreign study coerce somebody to commit murder. It's the most appalling thing I've ever heard.
Appalling? Well, it's easy to judge.
Pardon?
I also get a reason for taking a sword to that British inspector, you know.
What?
Which is why he accepted the mission in the first place.
Because Gregson is the one that found the evidence that sentenced his father to death. Gregson was the one that found the evidence that proved his father did it. Kazuma-sama. Judge Jigoku, if you are the mastermind behind this operation in Japan, then tell the court the identity of your counterpart in Britain.
I'm not obliged to divulge that information.
It's Lord Strongheart, isn't it? It is, isn't it? As I said yesterday, I've killed nobody. I freely admit that I accepted the mission, but on the night the plan was to be executed, I backed out. In short, the assassination chain of defense is identified as unrelated to the events of this case.
The crucial point is this. Your police inspector cannot perish aboard that steamship in Dunkirk. Because he'd been shot in the cabin, it's inconceivable a member of the crew wouldn't have heard it.
That's right. Gregson was killed after returning to London. The crew wouldn't have heard it if there was a emergency evacuation. Gregson was killed after returning to London. They were in Fresno Street. And the perpetrator of the crime was the Reaper, Barak von Zeeks. The prosecution's accusation remains unchanged.
To think that a seemingly sent foreign exchange program is a facade for such Machiavellian dealings clears a plot only a government minister and high-ranking judges such as the witness could hope to execute. Well, I seem to recall there was someone on the British side who controlled everything. Be that as it may, it's not the place of this court to pursue the villainous assassination exchange plot. We are concerned with the tangible events pertaining to the murder of Inspector Gregson. Is the defense clear on that point, counsel?
Yes, my lord. I'll keep that in mind as I cross-examine the witness. I know what to use where, but I'm gonna press anyway.
Hold it!
A year ago, when Kazuma was still in Japan then.
Correct. It was at the examination center of applicants for the study tour that I approached him.
I'll never forget it. I remember exactly what you said. You just came out and asked me forthright if I considered traveling to Britain on an assassination mission. Surely not. I thought it was a joke at first, of course, but then it was made clear to me if I didn't accept, I wouldn't be considered for the study tour. So, you agreed to it just for that? I mean, I know how much you want to study in England, but assassination?
The Empire of Japan had accepted a proposal from the British Empire at the time. Agreement to send a student from each country to the others to deepen cultural understanding and friendship. But behind the scenes, chosen students would be given assassination missions.
Yeah, friendship. Nothing says friendship like assassination.
I had no choice but to accept the proposal that originated from my British counterpart.
Why? Why did you expose the plot there and then?
To acknowledge as no part of these alleged misbegotten dealings, if I was not to make spurious allegations, Foreign Minister Jigoku. As a witness, I'm bound to tell the truth, my lord. Anyway, picked Asugi and explained the details of the plan to him.
I'm like 90% sure it's Strongheart.
Hold it!
Because he is on the British side and he's pretty high up in the ranks. Why Kazuma? Why'd you pick him as the assassin?
He was the most capable of all the applicants. In addition, I knew his desire to travel to Britain was very strong. In fact, it was almost more than a desire. It was his whole purpose in life.
As his best friend, I can certainly attest to that. He threw himself into studies. He pursued becoming qualified as a lawyer. It was all ultimately for that one single goal of being accepted on a study tour to Britain. And of course, we know the reason behind that. He was determined to find out for himself the truth behind his father, Genshin Asugi. There's nothing I wouldn't have done to get here. If that agreeing to assume the role of an assassin, or betraying people's trust.
Well, you certainly did a fine job betraying mine, Asugi.
But why was Inspector Gregson the target?
I have no idea. Those were the oils from Britain. I was in no position to question them.
You have no idea? Really? I find that hard to believe.
Oh, do you?
Chigoku's once a visiting student here in Britain himself, of course. Perhaps he's some connection with Inspector Gregson for that time.
Fence really ought to catch up.
With what?
With the fact that the assassin exchange has absolutely nothing to do with the case under scrutiny here. Yes, I've already admitted to recruiting Asugi.
Hold it!
I presume you're referring to the incident that occurred during Kazuma's passage to Britain in January. The awful tragedy that took place on the steamship.
Word arrived at the ministry some 2 weeks after the ship's departure from our shores. The visiting student had been killed, but his body had somehow gone missing in Hong Kong.
It's because he left.
News was wired to me of a detective I placed on the ship to accompany the assassin.
Obviously, Kazuma didn't actually die at all. I did lose his memory, including all details about a special mission.
Did you not consider dispatching another assassin at that point? That was impossible. Simply because that black-clad young student over there had already put himself forward as Asugi's replacement. There's no way to stop him from reaching Britain. My hands were completely tied.
Mr. Shulman's strategy worked perfectly. He predicted everything that would happen. Months later, my memory returned. I never intended to go through with the assassination mission anyway.
So you're playing me right from the outset, were you? Is that it?
I'd sooner be guilty of that crime than taking someone else's life. I was prepared to do whatever I had to, in order to get myself here to Britain.
This line of questioning has gone on long enough. All the court should be concerned about in the testimony given by this witness are details relating to his relationship with Inspector Gregson and the victim's murder. In that case, it's already made perfectly clear no connection to the man or his death. Do you have some means of substantiating this plea?
Hold it!
outside your cabin in the first class area of the SS Grouse, you mean?
Yes, that's right. Not least because there was a murder of a student passed early in the year, I imagine. The line operator has taken to posting a crewman outside every first-class cabin door.
I confirmed the presence of the crewman guard myself. What do you mean? Because I accompanied Inspector Gregson to Dunkirk that night. I witnessed it with my own eyes. There's a well-built crewman standing guard directly in front of the door to the witness's cabin.
At that particular time, of course, I'd gone to the ship's dining room for dinner. Dinner. I wonder what's for dinner.
That's perfect, the voice I was doing. Inspector asked for the crewman to allow us in the cabin while we wait for Judge Jigoku's return. Well, Inspector Gregson was there in his capacity as the Reaper. He was intending to take the witness's life. Exactly. As I've said numerous times now, I had no intention of killing anyone. So the crewman let two potential assassins in the cabin he's supposed to be guarding? Not the most convincing of sentries, really. In truth, those are my thoughts too. But anyway, I stayed to talk with Inspector Gregson for a short while. Then I left him there, and made my way off the ship alone. Was the guard still at the door when you went? Yes. He glared at me as I walked past.
You see? That proves it. There had been a shot fired, the crewman would have heard it. So clearly I can't be involved.
I'm pretty sure that this would say otherwise, but I want to press just in case.
Hold it!
The crewman who was standing directly outside your cabin door, you mean?
That's right. Muscular man with a permanent grim expression on his face. Didn't once move from that spot. To be honest, I thought he was a miserable fellow. As it happens, he's a vital witness now.
There's no doubt that Gregson was killed by a gunshot. It's inconceivable that crewman standing just outside the cabin door wouldn't have heard that. But wait, what about the ship's enormous steam engines? Noise of them could have drowned out the sound of the gun being fired.
Sadly, young judicial assistant, that won't wash.
Oh,
You will recall that my cabin is within the first-class area of the ship, which is, of course, the quietest. Don't imagine for a moment that's anything like steerage where the judicial assistants go.
I didn't mean... But a hole like that made by a bullet was found in your cabin, Judge Jigoku. It's compelling evidence that guns fired in there. What's that? A bullet hole?
Oh yes, talking about what the detective uncovered in the wall yesterday, I presume. That was obviously rotten paneling done by woodworm, but I didn't find an actual bullet.
Ugh, that's the hole in this argument.
Sadly, I wasn't able to arrange for the crewman to be brought back to Britain with me. But obviously, if a gun had been fired in my cabin the night in question as defense implies, I would have been arrested on the spot, but never made it to Britain in the first place. Very true. That witness's logic is sound. Since no gunshot was heard in the witness's cabin on the night in question, we must assume the witness is telling the truth. Oh, glad you've seen sense, my lord.
I know Kazuma's already admitted to taking on this incredible assassination plot, but even so, here confirmed by somebody else is still a real shock. It's unforgivable. Because it comes to someone's feelings to manipulate him and create such a despicable plan. I think Kazuma manipulated Judge Jigoku too. Well, he double-crossed him. Oh dear. It's hard not to see that as a stroke of brilliance on Kazuma-sama's part. One way or another, though, Gregson ended up dead. I really think that the murder must have happened aboard that steamship. So you mean Judge Jigoku must be lying? I know I shouldn't let my emotions cloud my judgment. But you must destroy him, Mr. Naruto. Oh, destroy him we will. Let's double check this, because I'm pretty sure it says all crew. All crew members are required to assemble on the main deck at 10 p.m. Drill will take 20 minutes.
Objection!
Yes, as the court has heard, there was a crewman posted outside Judge Jigoku's cabin. However, we can be sure that, contrary to witness claim, the guard wasn't there at all times. What? I have here a notice of a particular event that was scheduled to take place aboard the steamship on the 31st.
Whoa, where'd you get that?
It's evidence gathered by Mr. Herlock Sholmes. You were acquainted yesterday, if you remember.
Herlock Sholmes again?
According to this itinerary, after leaving the port of Dunkirk at exactly 10 p.m., and for a period of 20 minutes, all crewmen of the SS Grouse would gather on deck for an evacuation drill. All crewmen were away from their posts. During that 20-minute interval, of course. Any gunshots emanating from your cabin would have been heard by no one. In summary, Judge Shigoku, you had ample opportunity to commit the crime. Oh! Whoa!
Objection!
A 20-minute window of opportunity. That's an excellent find, Ryunosuke. But amounts to nothing. Why? Because the witness clearly stated in his testimony that no incident occurred in his cabin. Unless you have some decisive evidence that can show your testimony to be false. Accusation is nothing more than conjecture.
Very true. Well, counsel?
Do we have the proof? Oh, yes, we do! We do! Dr. Harrison killed Judge Shigoku's cabin that night. I'm certain of it. Because the defense has the evidence to prove it. We do have evidence. We do.
Present this evidence for the defense at once, counsel. What proof do you have that the victim's life was taken in Shigoku's cabin?
We have the small component of the pocket watch.
Take that!
Judge Shigoku, this was found in your cabin yesterday.
What is that? The crown of a pocket watch? A pocket watch?
And if you'll observe, the victim's pocket watch, which we know he treasured, is missing precisely that part.
It can't be.
Moreover, this crown is a perfect fit on the spindle protruding from the victim's watch. Now the fact is this was retrieved from Judge Shigoku's cabin. It tells the victim's watch almost certainly broke there.
Ugh.
In other words, the victim was killed on the 31st during the 20-minute evacuation drill in the cabin occupied by you, Judge Shigoku.
Well, you're razor sharp, aren't you, you young murderer?
Objection!
Expertly maneuvered, Ryunosuke. And your argument sounds entirely plausible, at first. But rather like this pocket watch, it's full of cracks. What? And I believe Judge Shigoku feels the same way.
Oh! I was wrong to acquit you earlier in the year.
Sorry?
If I'd known that would result in anyone having to listen to this drivel, I would have declared you guilty just to spare the world your ridiculous bombast. I think it's clear that the witness will have to give further testimony. When you hear what actually happened in my cabin that night, you'll notice the pitfall in which you've stumbled. Prior to your renewed testimony, I would like to clarify one point. The fact that this part of the victim's watch was discovered in your cabin means that you acknowledge he was there, I presume. Yes, I do. Very well, then. You may proceed to give your formal testimony about what exactly happened in your cabin aboard the ship on the evening of 31st October. Of course, as a matter of the law, I have no intention of obstructing justice.
Like when you lied earlier? Whatever.
I had a guest waiting for me when I returned to my cabin after finishing my evening meal in the dining room. When I walked into the door, a mustachioed Englishman was there, foolishly waving a gun at me. Soon took care of him with an Ippon-se-so-e throw, though. Couldn't wait to run away after that. Manager's watch was broken when I threw him over my shoulder. Has nothing to do with his murder. The inspector was clearly killed to have returned to Britain, because his body was found in London.
Ippon-se-oi?
Common judicial martial arts technique in my country. I was careful not to use too much force, but the man obviously landed too heavily for his watch to take.
So, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, I imagine you can see the flaw in your logic now, can't you? What? The fact is the pocket watch was broken in the witness's cabin. No way proves the victim's murder took place there.
I've no doubt that inspector intended to kill me, but he didn't manage to pull the trigger.
Yes, because he was merely the tactician, not the Reaper's hand of death.
Well, the testimony appears to make perfect sense as far as I can tell. Let me express my deep gratitude for your understanding, my lord.
If his testimony holds, Judge Shigoku will deem to have no involvement in the case.
Well, counsel, there really is no reason for wasting precious court time here on a cross-examination.
sorry, my lord. The defense has a right to cross-examine, and I don't intend to squander that.
You're an embarrassment to your countrymen, not knowing when you're beaten. In that case, proceed, Miss Naruto.
Okay. Let's go.
Hold it!
There's a so-called guard post your cabin door. Just let your killer pass, you mean?
Apparently, Gregson told the crewman he was a police inspector, which was the truth, of course.
He wouldn't have had his identification with him, though.
And his trench coat and mustache, not to mention the bag of chips. I imagine the crewman was convinced.
Then accompany him would have had 2 swords slung around his waist. You mean me? Who else?
Yes, that's true. You would have hoped the sight of a few swords might have set off alarm bells in the guard's head.
The point is, left the cabin before its occupant returned, and immediately disembarked the ship.
Certainly. All I can tell you is the only inspector was waiting for me who was alive back in my cabin. You went out without any inkling suspicion. That's right. None whatsoever.
Hold it!
Obviously, you're talking about Inspector Gregson.
Yes, though at the time, I didn't know the man's name. There was no time for introductions. I value my life over manners.
By which you mean, the Inspector was there to assassinate you, I suppose.
That was certainly an impression given by the gun pointing my direction. Never seen the muzzle revolver shake about so much in my life. I would think a man had never shot somebody before.
Believe it or not, most of us haven't.
Anyway, there was no time to call for the help of the crewman at the door, so I dealt with the man myself.
Hold it!
Even though the man had a gun? That was a very brave move, wasn't it?
Oh. My Ippon Seoi is faster than a bullet, I can assure you.
I'm sure all that commotion caused the crewman to come in, didn't it?
Yes, of course. Burst in immediately without knocking. Inspector hurled himself at the stocky fellow, and just managed to slip past him and make his escape.
The outstanding guard does it again.
Luckily, there aren't many situations he can't get out of using a quick Ippon Seoi throw. I imagine his watch was broken.
Okay.
Hold it!
The crown snapped off, and the glass covering the face of the watch was cracked.
Preferable a man's head being pulled off of his spike cracking, wouldn't you say?
Not that the man was spared for long. Bullet to the chest soon saw that. But the point is, the broken pocket watch doesn't prove that murder took place.
Absolutely not! All the watch proves is the power of my jujutsu throw!
Whatever he's saying, it doesn't quite ring true that no shot was fired in that cabin. Because there was an obvious bullet hole in the wall.
Oh! What are you talking about? That's what the star of your lowbrow detective stories tells you, is it? Well, I don't care if it's such fiction. Haven't you worked it out yet, you little stripling? No murder took place in my cabin.
Hold it!
There's no evidence that proves the victim ever returned to London alive.
Just take a moment to think that idea of yours through now, stripling.
What?
The inspector was killed on the steamship in France. How on earth could he have got back to Britain? When people die, their bodies remain at that same spot. The devil of a thing.
People die when they are killed. Well, the obstacle must have moved the body.
How exactly? Carry a corpse off a ship in your arms would raise a few eyebrows at least, don't you think?
Well, yes, that's true, but your bag can hold a person who held you in it.
All passenger luggage and spectrum is unloaded from arriving vessels. And I would like to think the border police would query the corpse of an English gentleman and his hand luggage.
If the murder had taken place aboard the ship, you would imagine the body would have been disposed of at sea. There'd be no sense in risking being caught by attempting to transport the body back to Britain. Ugh, let's kill the idea then. But perhaps not, Mrs. Sato. You've heard the first-class passengers were under constant scrutiny by the crewmen posted to guard them, which would mean that the culprit had no opportunity to dispose of the body in the sea. Yes, that's true. So transporting the body to Britain may have been the only viable alternative.
Dear me, you really are new to this, aren't you? I thought it had been perfectly clear, but seems I will have to explain it in words you can understand. I think I ought to alter my testimony, with your consent, of course, my lord.
Thank you.
Have no objections. State your amended testimony now.
Well, let's check something real quick. Did you have your suitcase with you? You sure did! Oh, you little...
Objection!
You... There's no possible way you could have moved Inspector Gregson's body, you say? I'd say the opposite is true.
And what's that supposed to mean?
Far from being impossible for you to do. The transporting effects of Gregson's body, Breton, is something only you could do. What are you talking about, Ryunosuke? As well as being a judge, Mr. Jigoku is also Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs. Which means he's exempt from having his luggage considered when he enters the country. You learned that when we first met you upon your arrival in London. Well, all those passport checks and luggage searches at the border took rather a lot of time. I must say I'm very envious of your ministerial status. You didn't have to go through any of that, did you?
Ah, I knew you were jealous. Oh.
I presume you recall this, Judge Jigoku. It's a photograph we took in the foyer of the hotel to mark the occasion. As court will know, you have with you your large travel trunk. Large enough, in fact, to have a corpse inside. Mr. Naruhodo, surely not suggesting... I'm afraid I am, yes. 3 days ago, when we were chatting innocently with the new arrivals from Japan in the hotel, the body of Inspector Gregson was just meters away from us, inside Judge Jigoku's trunk. And there were huge refrigerators on the ship.
Order! Order in court! I'm skeptical, counsel, that a grown man's body could fit inside even the largest travel trunk.
It could. Because I happen to know that the witness himself, a man of considerable size, fits inside his trunk. Verifying that would be extremely simple. Wouldn't it, Judge Jigoku? But inside his trunk? How horrifying! After we'd spoke with you at the Great Waterloo Hotel, you had the opportunity to visit the apparent scene on Fresno Street. Taking your trunk with you in a cab to deposit the inspector's body.
I don't have to listen to this nonsense.
Dr. Gory, the coroner who examined the body, has confirmed the possibility. She acknowledged there are signs that steps may be taken to disguise the true time of death. Until the body's decomposition could have been delayed by storing it in a refrigerator.
Counsel, as I remember explaining yesterday, refrigerators of the requisite size are few and far between.
Yes, I'm sure they are. But one place they're certainly found is on large ocean liners. Such ships are equipped with electrically refrigerated cauldrons to keep food fresh on long sea voyages. This grouse is no exception. Professor Mikotoba told me about it only yesterday. Well, Judge Jigoku? However much you prolong this debate, you can't eliminate the truth. All the evidence points to you being the killer.
Well, this is all very heartening. I could see that was a wise move, letting Asuki and you embark on this study tour.
What are you talking about now?
Logical reasoning, of course. All court proceedings will be built on logical reasoning in the new century. And I can see that you've both laid firm foundations for this already.
Judge Jigoku, please stop deferring attention to the issue at hand. That has been an accusation against you. How do you respond?
Respond? There's really no need for me to respond, is there?
Why ever not?
Because before you can even begin to answer the question of when the victim was killed, you must have first established one key fact. Where was the victim killed? It's quite logical.
The actual scene of the crime, the prosecution's stance is unaltered. The killing took place on Fresno Street when the gunshot was heard. As the accused, Baron von Zeke shot the victim point-blank range.
No tangible evidence existed to prove the prosecution's claim at this time. The defense's deductions amount to little more than an elaborate fairy tale. I'm afraid that how the logical reason the British are known for really works, young stripling. The victim was shot in that little room on Fresno Street and died instantly. I'm afraid it's the prosecution's claim. That's the only fairy tale here. How can you say that? Quite simply, because that claim directly contradicts a certain piece of evidence in our possession. Very tantalizing, counsel. I think you'd better explain yourself to the court, don't you? Prosecution claims Inspector Gregson died instantly when he was shot at the scene of Fresno Street. Sounds clearly contradicts that claim. Was it this again, maybe? Or something else. Wait, what did that say? Body appears to be tightly curled up. Well, certainly that could be because he was put into a trunk and forced in that position. Right?
Take that!
Music stopped. Photograph of the victim in the very location you claim he wasn't killed. Yes, but the point is, the posture of the body itself. Inspector Gregson had been shot there in that room. It's out of the question that his body would have been curled up in a ball like that. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but your logic is flawed. You could easily have adopted that fetal position due to the pain of the shot, which subsequently proved fatal.
Protection!
Sorry to disappoint you, Judge Shigoku, but it's your logic that's flawed. What? According to this autopsy report, the victim died instantly. He would have felt no pain, much less have been able to draw himself into that position. Oh! Oh! Which begs the question of why the victim's body is curled up in that way. Though the answer should be abundantly clear by now. You're suggesting? The inspector's body took on that posture ahead of its arrival on Fresno Street. The floor was coldly turned out on the floor. From the inside of a large travel trunk. No. You're quite right. The shape of the body looks exactly as it's been kept in confined space. Judge Goku, present your trunk for examination. It's very possible it contained traces of the victim's blood. Oh! Present my trunk? I refuse! What? On what grounds? I'm the Minister of Foreign Affairs for the Empire of Japan. I should have to put up with this treatment, just because some striplings base his accusations. In other words, Judge Goku, there is blood in your trunk. I decline to answer that. As a Minister of Foreign Affairs, I have privileges that allow me to... At this moment, you're not a government minister. You're a witness at a trial in Britain's highest court. I don't care who you are or what your status outside this courtroom might be. You will not withhold information. Nothing's more important than the truth. Ugh. Oh! Order! Well, Mr. Jigoku, what's it to be? You can't be serious. You did it? Have you no shame at all, Kazuma Asugi? What? Very well, I admit it. I did bring the inspector's body into the country. Inside my trunk, exactly as postulated by the defense. Well, you... Dear God, outrageous! So it was you! You inspected... No, I admit to nothing more than what I've said. Of killing the man, I certainly have no recollection. What on earth is that cryptic statement supposed to mean? I merely disposed the inspector's body, which was left in my cabin, in order to avoid unwanted attention. The additional assistant over there pointed out, I had no chance to throw it into the ocean. So, decided my only option was to bring it to Britain with me and dispose of it somewhere else. You can't still deny it. If you didn't do it, then who on earth did kill the man? As you know, there was one other person in my cabin that night. He had the opportunity. And moreover, he'd already accepted a mission to take the inspector's life. Oh! That's right. Who else could it have been? It was you, Kazuma Asagi. You.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I never thought you'd stoop to this, Shishiro Jigoku.
Taking the words straight out of my mouth. Prosecutor Kazuma Asagi. You thought by leaving the body in my cabin you could pin the crime on me, did you? Well, the prosecution counsel has already admitted to visiting the witness cabin at the night in question. Yes, on an assassination mission, no less. You wouldn't. So, what do you make of that, young stripling? You've heard my testimony now. That's all I have to say on the matter. I'll admit to nothing more.
I don't believe this.
Counsel for the defense? What is your position now? The court awaits your response to the witness's assertion. The assertion that on the night in question, the victim's assailant was in fact Mr. Kazuma Asagi.
I don't think that's true. So that seems to be the answer's right in front of me. I don't think so. Comes down Jigoku or Kazuma. Both of them had the opportunity to kill Gregson. And only one of them did it. Well, if the gun was of standard issue firearms for the American judiciary, then Judge Jigoku would have certainly had a gun. Absolutely. And there's no blood on the sword. And the only remnants are stuck in the trunk. Very well. Defense is ready to respond to the assertion put forward by Judge Jigoku. The idea that the victim's murder could have been committed by Prosecutor Atsuki is impossible. Judge Jigoku, I remind you of something you said only a few minutes ago. Claim that logical reasoning is the future judicial process.
It is. No question.
Well, logical reasoning can prove something here. Namely, that would have been impossible for Prosecutor Atsuki to commit the crime.
What? The court will only accept an argument that's supported by compelling evidence. So present what you have, counsel. What proof is there that allegedly demonstrates the impossibility of Prosecutor Atsuki's involvement?
I keep thinking this is gonna come back again, right? All crew members. But yeah, Kazuma left, didn't he? He left at that point, right?
Take that!
I think so. Hope this is right. The itinerary for crew members of the SS Grouse, my lord. It's conclusive proof.
Itinerary? How does that prove anything?
Tochigoku, the moment you acknowledge that you found the victim's body in your cabin, this itinerary suddenly became much more significant.
What? Why?
On the night in question, as always, a crewman sentries on guard outside your cabin door. As long as he was there, nobody could have fired a shot inside the cabin. Absolutely, because it's inconceivable the guard would have heard it and come to investigate. So that tells us that the crime must have taken place when the guard was elsewhere. And that narrows it down to the 20 minutes just after 10 o'clock as indicated on the itinerary.
Yes? See no flaw in your reasoning so far?
But the crucial point is this. The evacuation drill took place. The steams were already put to sea from the port of Dunkirk.
Ugh.
Now, clearly the murder could have only been committed by somebody who was aboard the vessel at the time. But Prosecutor Atsuki stated in yesterday's proceedings, I didn't come to Great Britain to take anyone's life. So left Gregson, disembarked the ship. Spent that night in a boarding house in the town, and returned to England the following morning. Which I'm sure the court will agree is conclusive proof. That Kazuma Asagi couldn't have possibly carried out the killing.
Oh! No, absolutely not. I don't accept that at all.
What do you mean?
The boy's just saying that to exonerate himself. We can't trust him. He really disembarked the vessel. Obviously, I have to lift my cabin. He hid himself somewhere nearby on the ship. Just waiting. Ready with a chance to come back and finish the...
No, that's out of the question. Isn't it, Kazuma? As Defense rightly recalls, I disembarked the vessel and spent the night in a boarding house in Dunkirk. And as I said yesterday, I signed my name in the accommodation register book. All extremely easy to verify and undeniable proof.
Oh, no,
There's no escape this time. You can forget that you're a judge or government minister. It's time you gave the court an honest answer as a common man. You killed Inspector Tobias Gregson and transport his corpse back to Britain. Then you dumped the body in the room on Fresno Street and made it look as if the murder had happened there. That's what really happened, isn't it? Seishiro... Seishiro. Not Seshiro. Seishiro Jigoku?
it was that dang trial 10 years ago. That's when all this began.
Oh, he wanted... So, okay, it wasn't Cosmo that wanted revenge for Gregson for that. It was Jigoku.
But now Infantry is doomed.
Is he gonna break the stand again? Yep. Yep. Broke it again.
It's over. My life is over. My boy.
British assassin to eliminate a professor in Japan. Japanese assassin to eliminate a detective in Britain. Both assassins will use diplomatic immunity to evade conviction and return safely to their homelands.
The assassin exchange request arrived from Britain about 1 year ago. That was hardly a request. It was a demand.
For that, you decided to recruit Mr. Asagi.
But things didn't go according to plan. Your chosen assassin never
made it to Britain. You found yourself unable to dispatch a replacement. Because I was already on my way to Britain at the time. Cosmo's place.
And that left me with only one option for carrying out my obligation. To eliminate the mark myself, personally. Of course, there was but a single opportunity for me to do that.
National Forensic Science Symposium, I presume.
That's right. I decided it'd be safest to carry out the plan before my arrival in Britain. So I enlisted the help of my British counterpart. And made arrangements for a pretext that would take the inspector to Dunkirk. To lure the man in, he was given a sham mission by the Reaper.
Wait, what? The Reaper? But there's only one person who could have done that. The mastermind of the entire operation. The Reaper himself. Ah. So, that means that the assassin exchange was... That was all planned by the Reaper.
I'm not at liberty to say anything about my British counterpart. Anyway, the inspector accepted the Reaper's mission, dutifully infiltrated the cabin of my steamship. It was all a trap designed to lead him to France, his own death.
Oh, how awful.
It was past 9 o'clock when I returned to my cabin from the dining hall that evening. Didn't give him time to attack me. I choked him until he lost consciousness. But there was a guard just outside the door, so I left it at that for the time being. Even the slightest noise might have aroused suspicion, so I bided my time, waiting.
For 20 minutes after 10 o'clock.
I'd intended to finish him by strangulation, but once before I had the chance, suddenly came round and went for me in a reckless move. I'd received the British issue gun 16 years earlier.
Yup, called it.
Being rather judiciary as a visiting student. Never imagined I'd have to use it for something like this. Actually, like that. So the revolver belongs to you, does it?
The victim was killed inside your cabin on the SS Grouse. Which begs the question of why you arranged for his body to be discovered in the room on Fresno Street.
The young judicial assistant over there has already answered that question. There's no way I could take the body up on deck to throw it over the side. That's precisely where all the crewmen were gathered for the evacuation drill. So before the first-class cabin sentries returned, took the corpse to the refrigeration room.
Then arriving in Dover, you concealed the body in your trunk in order to smuggle it past the border police.
I knew I needed to take steps. The police were to be convinced when the body was found in London.
In that case, must have known. Must have had intimate details of Inspector Gregson's intended schedule.
Yes, my British counterpart sent me everything I needed to know. The inspector was due at Fresno Street at 5 o'clock afternoon. Not to meet a man by the name of Hugh Boone, from whom we'll take back his police identification.
Ah,
I decided that man would be the perfect person to set up as the culprit. I took a hackney carriage over there with the body still in my trunk.
that must have been just after we took this photograph with you at the hotel then.
Yes, I was expecting a welcoming committee. I was more than a little nervous. On Fresno Street, I spotted a young girl selling little firecrackers.
It's Venus, of course.
I conceived of the candle trick there and then. So I donned a simple disguise and approached the girl to buy enough firecrackers to replicate a gunshot.
What sort of disguise?
For some reason, the inspector had a bright red hairpiece in his own traveling case. So I put that on, although I suspect I drew more attention to myself in that than I would have otherwise.
The hairpiece of that scene. The inspector had it ready for the Red Handling investigation.
We arrived at the room around 4:45. So I quickly placed the body on the floor, moved the notice board, set up my little candle trick. Thanks to the firecrackers would go off with a bang around 15 minutes later. So Mr. Boone, who was due to arrive at 5, would walk straight into a trap. Except, at the last moment, I made a careless blunder.
What was that? I imagine it was the bag of fish and chips.
Ah! I didn't notice that it had fallen out of his overcoat pocket when I moved the body to the refrigeration room. Put it back into his pocket the following morning, but... well, it seemed the warmth of the heated cabin had accelerated the decay of the fish. Anyway, that's everything. All the sort of details of what I did.
Oh, hey. We still know who the Reaper is, though, but... you know, Baron von Zix didn't directly do it. So, we're good. Right? Question mark?
Fair enough. We've arrived at the truth about the murder of one of the country's most capable and respected police investigators. This will be tried the coming days. For a crime of such a vile nature, you can expect the most severe penalty.
Exchange of assassins. What a foolhardy idea. So, Jigoku, one last detail. Who was your counterpart in Britain? Who was the mastermind behind the assassin exchange? Nothing you say now can make matters any worse for you. Just tell us.
Enough! Enough! I've already told you. I cannot say.
Even though, as things stand, you may very well never set foot in your homeland again.
What are you waiting for? Can we get this over with now? It's finished. All of it. I'm finished. Then, in the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I now pronounce the findings of this court. This man before us has admitted to the willful murder of Tobias Gregson.
Oh, he could just do that.
Seishiro Jigoku, the important this court that he should be found.
Hey, that's, there we go.
May I remind all those present, the strict confidentiality demanded by this closed court.
We still don't know the full story, though. Which we have to find out at some point. There's no third game.
Moments ago, Mr. Jigoku signed a written confession, admitting to the murder of Inspector Gregson and subsequent conveyance of the body. In short, the defendant's innocence has therefore been established beyond doubt.
Oh, wonderful! Well done, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, thank you. Something wrong? I'm just a little troubled by his silence.
The true identity of the Reaper of the Bailey, and this extraordinary assassination exchange. We do remain in the dark about these mysteries. However, insofar as the indictment brought against the defendant in this trial, we've reached a conclusion. I have every intention of pursuing both mysteries. As a prosecutor. As you wish. Now, for the formal adjudication. I hereby declare the defendant, Baron von Zix,
Objection!
The prosecution calls for adjudication to be deferred. Counsel? The accused's innocence hasn't been fully established at all. And therefore, it'd be wrong to deliver a verdict at this time. That's the prosecution's unwavering position.
What? But Judge Goku's already confessed.
Nevertheless, Barak von Zeeks has committed crimes for which he must be punished. Well, don't appear you have information that the court needs to hear, Prosecutor Asagi. Certainly, the murder of Inspector Gregson was actually carried out by Seishiro Jigoku, but it's clear from the witness's testimony that he was coerced into complying with the plot, in the sake of merciless assassin exchange.
That may be true, but
So what I want to know is, who coerced Jigoku? Who is pulling the strings? The victim went to France having been ordered on a mission for the Reaper, only to be murdered. In other words, the mastermind behind the assassin exchange is someone in a position to give such an order. As we've already established, the Reaper himself. Well, certainly, that would appear to follow. The prosecution hereby formally accuses the man in the dock, Baron von Zeeks, of being the Reaper of the Bailey, and furthermore, going to prove his guilt beyond all reasonable doubt. What? Uh-oh. This is not going to go well, I don't think. Order! The Reaper of the Bailey is a long-standing mystery, Counsel. Are you suggesting you have some new information with which to build a case?
Scotland Yard has investigated Lord Van Zeeks very thoroughly in that regard. They found no evidence whatsoever to substantiate the claim that he's the Reaper.
Perhaps, but circumstances have now changed.
What do you mean?
It's already been established that the assassin exchange was negotiated with Jigoku by the Reaper himself, which means we now have a new line of questioning by which to identify definitively the man's identity. That's the prosecution's intention here. I must say I'm surprised by quite how tenaciously you appear to want to besmirch my name. You're guilty of an unforgivable crime, Lord Van Zeeks. And I will bring you to justice for it, whatever it takes.
That explains Consumate's silence before. To stop at nothing to finish with Lord Van Zeeks unwittingly started 10 years ago.
Very well. Whilst extremely irregular, I'll on this occasion grant the prosecution further opportunity for witness testimony. The defendant will disclose any and all involvement he has with the Reaper in the assassin exchange. I thank you, my lord, for guiding the court so wisely. I hereby declare this court to be in session for supplementary hearing.
No boy.
Pray turn a blind eye to this courtesy. Severe for the violent, unremitting accusation. I just noticed the witness stand is back.
They just have a new one in store? Probably, because Judge Ikoku did this before.
Hasn't soured the contents of my hallowed chalice.
Lord Van Zeeks.
I first had to suffer the pseudonym of the Reaper 10 years ago now. And ever since that time, I've endured the weight of implied guilt that's gone with it. So I welcome the chance to testify now, and crush those allegations once and for all. Good. Then let justice decide, Lord Van Zeeks. The prosecution seeks to begin building its case by calling the accused to stand as the primary witness, or they may answer the accusation brought by the prosecution that he is the Reaper of the Bailey. What says the defense?
Putting a defendant in the witness stand can be extremely dangerous. Kazusan is so emotional at the moment. He's not thinking logically.
You're right that he's not himself. But I knew it'd be like this. I came here today determined to face him through whatever might arise. As a lawyer, and as his friend.
That's what we must do.
Defense is no objection, my lord.
Alright. Let's continue then.
Defendant, you may take the witness stand. Give formal testimony on the subject of your involvement with the Reaper. Assassination exchange.
Excuse me for just a second. Alright.
Let's get to it.
As you wish, my lord.
Oh, I'm gonna drag this one over here. Okay. Okay. Sorry.
Never taken the life of another, nor have I instructed another to kill. Been investigating the truth behind the Reaper for years, and I was aware of Gregson's involvement. That's the reason why I went to Fresno Street that day, and how I came to discover the body. The point is, no common thread exists between myself, Gregson, and Dr. Wilson. Clearly, therefore, there's no reason to suspect me of being behind the assassin exchange.
Alright. Simple enough. So you deny all accusations by the prosecution, both that you are the Reaper of the Bailey, that you masterminded the assassin exchange.
I acknowledge that the public, at large, believe me to be the Reaper. However, that's a fallacy, which I alone am in a position to forswear.
Naturally, prosecution believes the testimony given by the accused to be untrue. Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Yes? Let me ask you, why are you here? What really brings you to this courtroom? I decided to uncover the truth. Even if the truth proves your client to be guilty? From all my experiences in this courtroom, I come to realize something. The truth can't be hidden. Sooner or later it will come out. So it's always my intention to work with my client and pursue the truth. I want you to remember what you just said. Enough dilatory chatter. Counsel for the defense, proceed to cross-examine the witness. Yes, my lord. I know exactly what you're thinking, Kazuma. I know you're just waiting to point it out. Contradiction lies somewhere within this man's testimony. Well, I mean... Let's press it, though.
Hold it!
So you're not what the general public refer to as the infamous Reaper of the Bailey?
Exactly.
Don't imagine for a moment that the court will be satisfied with a one-word answer on this.
I realize that.
If you're intending to comment on every sentence, this could take a while, Kazuma. Didn't you find it disturbing, though? That one by one, defendants who'd been acquitted after your unsuccessful prosecution were killed?
Let me answer that question by posing another. If one by one defendants had been acquitted after your successful defense were killed, would you find that disturbing?
Disturbing? I couldn't possibly say how that would make me feel with a one-word answer like that.
Exactly.
Well, that told me...
But even though I'm not the Reaper, that doesn't mean I ignored all the hearsay.
Hold it!
Safe for years? How long exactly?
Since the very first time the Reaper's influence was felt in this courtroom. 10 years ago now.
Investigations led you to summon Inspector Gregson, you're saying?
I didn't want to believe it. It was a personal acquaintance. We'd worked on a case together in the past.
A friend, even.
It felt like a betrayal, but I demanded permission to search his office at the yard without his knowledge.
Which is when he found his secret notebook, is it?
It's when I first learned of the location he noted only as grouse. The appointment at 5 p.m. on the 31st. But I didn't know the significance of those details at the time.
So now we're at the nub of the matter.
As it turns out, Stevens, for me personally, was very unfortunate.
Hold it!
Why'd you go to that specific location?
I thought that if it was the Reaper's headquarters, then by turning up there at 5 o'clock, I'd catch whoever was involved red-handed. Sadly, all that was awaiting me was the Inspector's corpse.
Yes, even though it wasn't designed for you, you walked straight into the trap set by Jigoku.
Exactly. Jigoku had intended to implicate Hugh Boone. But unhappily for me, I arrived at the scene first.
Ha! Ridiculously careless blunder. You're not just throwing insults around, I see then, Kazuma.
Think what you will, doesn't change the truth.
point is, no common thread exists between myself, Gregson, Dr. Wilson. Does it, though? Well, you and Gregson, yes, but Dr. Wilson... Yeah. Because John H. Wilson was the coroner. And Gregson was the one that found the thing. I would say it does.
Objection!
What is this? Autopsy report? Wait, it's 10 years old. The autopsy is Lord Clint von Zeeks. What? My brother's autopsy report? I'm pleased to see that the defense doesn't intend to run from the undeniable truth. Order in court. What reason do you have for presenting a 10-year-old autopsy report here, counsel? This, the autopsy report of the professor's final victim, is an indelible link between Inspector Gregson, Dr. Wilson, and the defendant. Not the cursed name again, the professor. I personally researched all the court records relating to that case. I know that at the time, autopsy was considered sacrilege to the victim's souls. Remember, the aristocracy of Lord Clint von Zeeks is unthinkable. But someone implored the powers that be to allow the autopsy to go ahead, Inspector Gregson. He declared that he was certain he could obtain conclusive proof from this procedure. As Dr. Wilson conducted the autopsy, his signature is clearly visible in the document. As promised by Gregson, the autopsy did indeed produce evidence. Evidence that conclusively proved Gen Ryunosuke was guilty of the murders. In my brother's dying moments, he mustered all his remaining strength to leave that vital clue behind. Indeed, that was the key to indicting the professor for his crimes, and the conclusive evidence convicted him. It Lord Van Zeeks would avenge his brother's senseless death, with a marvelous victory in court. A marvelous victory, was it? I wonder if that's really true. What? Could the same be said if it turned out that the key piece of evidence in question was in fact fabricated? The inspector, the coroner, and the prosecutor all collude together to cast an innocent Japanese man as a mass murderer and send him to his death. That's outrageous. And now, 10 years later, for some reason the Seeker's been threatening and need protecting, which is why the inspector and the coroner had to be silenced, isn't it? By someone in power in Japan and Britain, using the two killers recruit for the assassination exchange. Order! Order at once! 10 years ago, my father was convicted in this very courtroom as a mass murderer, to be sentenced to death. But it was all a sham. I swore to myself that I'd prove it. That's why I had to come to Britain. Whatever the cost. You'll have to forgive me if I feel compelled to toast this vengeful Nipponese tendency of purpose here. However, he who fails to quash his emotions in the courtroom has failed as a lawyer. Come on, Kazuma, you know this won't wash. You're claiming your father has misrepresented a trial that took place a whole decade ago. Must be without evidence. That's nothing more than wild accusation. As it happens, I have evidence. What? Uh-oh. Court is heard. I crossed the channel to France with Gregson on 31st. With them the pretext of being an assassin recruited to kill Seishiro Jigoku. My true intentions were to make the inspector tell me the truth. What truth? The truth about the evidence. He acknowledged what I already deduced. There's a closely guarded secret about what went on in the autopsy 10 years ago. What? A secret? I know nothing of any secret. I waited for my supposed mark in Jigoku's cabin. Jim Clan's illustrious sword Karuma before the inspector's eyes. Very quickly understood what my true motive was. Right, I see. You're Ryunosuke's young lad, are you? And what? You're gonna cut me down with that thing? Is that it? That'll very much depend on the answers you give to me, my questions. I want to know what really happened 10 years ago. The truth, that's all. Before we get into it, let me make one thing clear. I still believe your father was the professor.
There's no doubt in my mind. But unfortunately, back then, we didn't have the evidence we needed to make the crime stick.
So, you admit it then? The evidence used in my father's trial was fabricated.
It's for the good of the country. Anyway, I was just following orders.
Orders? What exactly did you do? Speak.
Not say another word.
Even if your life depends on it?
That's right. Even then.
And that's when the blade got stuck in the thing. So that's when the tip of the sword broke. Oh, Kazuma-sama. If the results of Clint Van Zeek's autopsy were fabricated, then the investigating officer Gregson and the lead coroner Wilson must have known about it. They can only have been ordered to pervert the course of justice in that way by one man. The man leading the case for the prosecution, Berg Van Zeeks. No? He's not the only one that could have.
In other words, the defendant did have cause to organize this exchange of assassins.
Exactly. As established earlier, it has to have been the Reaper himself who the AIs. I guess that's the word for it. It's 3 vowels in a row. Jigoku in Japan to arrange the exchange. Ugh. So it follows that the Reaper's true identity can only be that of the man who stands accused in the courtroom today, Berg Van Zeeks. No, I don't think so. I don't think that's the case.
Objection!
Kazuma Asagi. What? What you've just told the court? Are you absolutely certain of your facts? Did Gregson really fabricate evidence for that trial 10 years ago? I heard it with my own ears. A shameful admission. In that case, I know. The name of the Reaper. What? Lord Van Zeeks. I gave no such orders. I know that for certain. Which narrows down the remaining possibilities. To 1. I think I know who it is, exactly, yeah. If Lord Van Zeeks isn't the one behind all this, then yes, there's only one other person who could have done something like that. I believe I know who it is, too. You? Just had a feeling this name was gonna come up. I think it's time. The true identity of the infamous Reaper of the Bailey is... It's time. 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 It's time.
Take that!
It's time. The only person who could have arranged the assassin exchange program and manipulated the autopsy results is Lord Chief Justice himself, Lord Mail Strongheart. What? Lord Strongheart? It's true that 10 years ago, the defendant handled the prosecution of the professor in court. He only took over the case after his brother, Lord Clint Van Zeeks, had been killed.
I can only assume this is the most inappropriate joke in British judicial history.
Well, Lord Van Zeeks, 10 years ago, I was very new to my profession, but I had a burning desire to avenge my brother's death, so I pleaded for control of the case. The investigation to that point, the supplication of the lords to allow my brother's corpse to be examined, all the evidence I was given, the autopsy reports, it all came from you. I've spent my life since then believing I was in your debt the way you stood aside and let me handle the trial, but I see now I was very much mistaken. It was a hugely influential force that caused the inspector of the court to break the law 10 years ago. That same force was still felt a decade later on the other side of the world by Seishiro Jigoku. Lord Strongheart, everything falls into place when we recognize that you are the Reaper of the Bailey. How is this gonna work?
The court awaits your response, my lord. This may very well go down in British judicial history, but I assure you, it is no joke. Consider this a formal accusal by the defense. doesn't warrant a response. A formal accusal? Don't be absurd. The defense's claims are utter nonsense. A wild fantasy at best. You're not going to defend yourself? You claim there was some wrongdoing with Lord Clint Van Zieks' autopsy? That's utterly untrue.
Objection!
But I heard from Gregson's own lips. He admitted to it. And where is your evidence? What? Gregson is dead now. Unless you were thinking of summoning a ghost to the stand. You mean to say... I forget how the system works in your little backwater country. But in the courts of the British Empire, without evidence, there's no case. I have no intention of entertaining some wild fantasy that can't possibly be substantiated by anyone or anything. Well, Order! Order on court. Following Dr. Gregson's murder and the light of Dr. Wilson's death as well, there's really no one left who could testify about the events 10 years ago, is there? So that was the real purpose of the assassin exchange. This court has no business raking over the coals of a case that was concluded a decade ago. The accusal brought by prosecution defense is categorically denied. I take it there are no objections.
Kazuma, he's more or less waited his whole life for this moment. Is there really nothing else we can do now? Is there no other avenue we can go down to pursue the truth about what happened all those years ago? If only there's someone who could testify about Clint Van Zieks' autopsy. There's someone who can. This person actually wrote it. Oh, destroying links to cover his tracks. So far as dispatching an assassin all the way to Japan and show Dr. Wilson's silence. Dr. Sith won't say anything against Strongheart. But there's still one ray of hope.
Objection!
Actually, there is one person. One person could still testify about that autopsy.
Don't be ridiculous. There's no one left.
Who, Ryunosuke? Who? Tell me! Kazuma, Please, this trial can't end. Not yet. I'm not doing this for you. I'm doing it for the truth. Oh, he is the most upset I've ever seen. The person defense would like to call the stand to testify the autopsy of Lord Clint Van Zieks is... Ba-ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba.
Take that!
Heaven help us. Another Japanese.
An expert in forensic medicine, my lord. Professor Eugene Mikitoba. 16 years ago. He came to London with Seishiro Jigoku and Ryunosuke as a visiting student.
What could his testimony possibly tell us?
Professor Mikitoba was the primary assistant during the autopsy in question. He was also the person who actually penned the report.
Incorrect. The autopsy is carried out by the coroner, Dr. Wilson. The report carries his signature.
It was the primary assistant's duty to keep a written report of the coroner's work during the procedure. In actual fact, the coroner merely read over the report at the end and signed it. In other words, Professor Mikitoba witnessed the entire autopsy from start to finish. The defense demands Professor Mikitoba be summoned as a witness in a matter of urgency. Whatever really happened in the autopsy laboratory 10 years ago, something only he can tell us.
The defense's demand is denied.
What? Professor Mikitoba is in London this very moment. We can summon them to stand in minutes. Of course he's not going to agree to it. Shar has no intention of summoning anyone who knows. He's concerned about protecting himself.
Prosecutor Asaki, let me refresh your memory, as you seem to have forgotten the prosecution's stance. Minutes ago, you accused the defendant of being the Reaper and masterminding the assassin exchange.
I did, yes.
So present your evidence for those claims. Make your case complete.
At this time, I don't have the requisite evidence. That's exactly why we need witness testimony.
The Professor case is closed. There are no clues in the distant past that would bolster your argument today. I'm afraid to say, Prosecutor Asagi, that you would appear to be possessed by the spirit of your late homicidal father. Now, as I stated earlier, this court has already reached a conclusion with respect to the matter at hand. Inspector Gregson was murdered by Japanese Supreme Court Judge Seishiro Jigoku. As for any hidden circumstance that may exist, they'll be investigated due course by proper authorities.
You just came back and what? I was right the whole time. Strongheart was behind it. And Judge Jigoku, but mostly Strongheart. And he's the judge, so we kind of have a bit of a problem here.
Objection!
But we all know what will happen. That'll just give the mastermind of the whole venture time to cover his tracks again.
By which you mean me. Your punishment for this contemptible behavior will be decided at a later date. As for you, Prosecutor Asagi, you'll be remanded following these procedures. Willingly, I trust, since you gave your word. This futile game of revenge is over, young Master Asagi. Uh-oh.
He's the judge, and we're accusing him of the crimes, but he's the judge, so...
That will be all. I hereby declare this trial to be over. Court is...
Hey! Mr. Sholmes!
This is no place for amateur detectives, Mr. Sholmes. May I remind you that these proceedings are closed to the general public. You leave the courtroom at once.
Mr. Sholmes was instrumental in the apprehension of Seshiro Jigoku before he fled from Europe. Portrait here he has to say. Lord Mail Strongheart, it's imperative that you refrain from bringing this trial to an end at this stage.
Is it really? And why would that be?
You need only recall your own words from the opening of the trial to answer that question, if I may. We will stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Surely it can't be that the shock of being accused of being the Reaper yourself has erased that from your memory, can it?
The whole truth, sir, has already been uncovered.
It would seem that we have a great many important members of the judiciary present here today. I put it to you, my dear fellows, should the trial end at this juncture? After all, why have you been invited to attend? To nod along to the provocations of your superiors?
Order! Order in court!
It seems to me that we stand before a door that leads to a new era of legal practices. Door that is ajar. Let's emerge from the shadows of the Reaper's decade-long ascendancy. For you and you alone, my dear fellows, have the power to push this door open now.
The auditors of the gallery have no right to express an opinion on court proceedings. Silence!
What's...
A toast to my dependable colleagues in the gallery.
Well, my lord? You hear the voice of British justice, I take it? I think you'll find it will be rather awkward to silence.
The court will recess briefly. I have no intention of shrinking from these allegations. Bailiff, arrange for the subpoena of witness at once. As soon as the gentleman arrives at the courthouse, we shall reconvene.
A recess won't be necessary, my lord.
Pardon?
Ikitoba's a close friend of mine. He accompanied me today and is waiting in the antechamber as we speak. I do believe he's been enjoying a little trip down memory lane, in fact. What? Professor Ikitoba's here in the courthouse? Mr. Sholmes, you didn't know what happened, did you? My dear fellow, no one is in better position to answer that question than you, surely. I was just asking for the fun of it, you know.
Well, I must thank you for your assistance in this matter, Mr. Sholmes. However, you are of no further use of it here. Kindly leave the courtroom at once.
But of course. In truth, I'll find myself rather busy now as a result of these developments. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? I trust you have Alice's little lucky charm with you. Absolutely. It's still in my pocket. She sends her regards, and a reminder,
Find yourself at a dead end? The ears are at your disposal. Just one tug, if you please. Oh, of course.
In that case, the trial will continue without delay. Bailiff, shall the witnesses stand?
Oh my god. So it's Lord Strongheart. He's the Reaper of the Bailey. Where exactly is this trial going to take me, I wonder? Just how deep I'm about to be plunged in the blackness of the abyss. Well, I'm ready. I'm ready to head into the heart of this maelstrom and confront what our horrors of tides drown me under. Ugh. We're at the end of it now. We're at the end of it now. This is definitely my longest stream ever. But it's important. I can finally stream literally anything else. Oh. Is she nervous to be in here? So, witnesses, please state your name and occupation for the court. Yuji Mikitoba, lecturer in forensic medicine at the Imperial Yuma University in Tokyo, Japan. I think she's shy. And Professor Mikitoba, the young lady beside you is... Ah, this is Dr. Maria Gori, Scotland Yard's practicing coroner. The daughter of Dr. Sith, I understand. Yes, Dr. Sith. I'm afraid I can't tell you why she's here. She just appeared. You like her outfit? Well, hopefully she... I don't know if she's gonna bring the mask out. She has like a Plague Doctor mask sort of thing as well. Hold on. You summoned the strange Japanese man to witness the autopsy, but you didn't summon Mama. That makes no sense. She was there too. That's about the size of it. I've had her eyes boring the side of my cheek constantly, whilst I was in the antechamber too. Poor man. The idea of it's making me shudder. The revelations about Dr. Sith that came to light some days ago defiled the reputation of the entire judiciary. She was therefore deemed unfit to appear as a witness in today's proceedings. The Ministry of Justice's decision on that is final. Well, we wouldn't want any more perjury to be committed, would we? There we go. The Ministry of Justice. Some questionable strings are being pulled, I think.
I remember you, Dr. Mikitoba. I certainly never expected to be meeting you under these circumstances.
Yes, it's been a long while, Lord Strongheart. The prosecution understands you were a visiting student of forensic science in London until 10 years ago. That's right. Studied under Dr. Wilson at St. Sinners. So, you're present at the autopsy of my brother, Lord Clint Van Zeeks. I was, yes, assisted Dr. Wilson the entire procedure. Mama's far more skilled than a Japanese man. Well, Dr. Wilson asked me to be his primary assistant on that occasion. The autopsy report was actually penned by you, I believe. Yes. Noted all the doctor's findings, and when we were done, he read through the document and signed it. Poor Mama. As a secondary assistant, she wouldn't have had such a good view of all the innards. So, Professor, do you remember Inspector Gregson? Yes, of course. But as for his insistence, Lord Van Zeeks' autopsy would never have happened. He was absolutely convinced that it would reveal decisive evidence against Genshin, you see. Lord Strongheart wouldn't treat the nobility to allow it to take place. Do correct if I'm wrong, my lord. It was as a result of the autopsy that Masumoto was apprehended and justice was done. Rex admitted to before he was killed. He admitted the results of the autopsy were fabricated. You were there at the time, so you must testify. You have an obligation to tell the truth about what really went on. Absolutely. That's precisely why I'm here. And that's why I'm here too.
Very well then. You will give your formal testimony now, witness. Before you begin, a word of warning.
Oh?
You will state truthfully and accurately what you saw and what you heard at the time.
I wouldn't dream of doing otherwise, my lord. The moment you test your testimony versus submission,
I'll expel you from my courtroom. Remember that.
You just having any excuse to get off of this, huh?
From my own observations, I couldn't say there was any indication that the autopsy reports had been fabricated. Death resulted from a wound made by a Western-style sword transfixing the heart. That I found a little strange.
There are no other signs of internal injury. Nothing questionable at all. They're just that beautiful but dangerous piece of evidence removed from the man's stomach.
Presumed to have been swallowed by the victim, as a way of posthumously identifying his assailant.
No indication. Nothing says fabrication. Mr. Mikatoba, are you certain about that?
Well, nothing I could positively identify as such, much less swear to in testimony. Well, that clears things up nicely. The only fabrication here, A.K.A, has come from you.
What?
You claim the inspector confessed just before his death? But that's the fabrication.
No, he freely acknowledged it. I swear he did.
Freely? The tip of a sword at his throat? The man was clear as his wit's end. The court will give no credence to this confession that was uttered in obvious desperation. Quite simply, there was nothing questionable about the investigation of Lord Clint Van Zeek's death. This testimony we have, without question, uncover the whole truth of the matter.
What about my cross-examination, my lord?
If I may, my lord. There was most certainly something questionable about it. The whole truth does rather elude us, I feel. I beg your pardon. Well, you're obviously aware of the facts of the case. All four of the professor's previous victims died when an enormous beast was set upon them that ripped out their throats.
Such horrifying crimes.
But curiously, the killer's last victim, Lord Clint Van Zeek's, suffered a different fate.
Yes, you're right. He was stabbed through the heart with a sword.
That's enough. I believe I warned you about this, witness. Promise to curtail your testimony as soon as enter the realms of supposition or speculation.
Very well, my lord. In that case, the defense will pursue a conclusion during the cross-examination.
What?
I have the right to cross-examine every witness after the testimony. I fully intend to exercise that right. Ryunosuke. Frankly, even the presiding judge has no authority to contravene the letter of the law. As I'm sure everyone in the judiciary present in the gallop would agree.
Very well. You may begin, counsel. However, the moment your argument strays from the established facts, I will not hesitate to bring the cross-examination to an end. Proceed with caution.
Yes, my lord. Gotta be real careful here. Gotta be super duper careful.
Hold it!
You couldn't say?
No, sadly not.
Then you couldn't have said there wasn't any indication either, could you?
No, true, I couldn't. I was at Dr. Wilson's side as he performed the procedure, recording what he did. At times, of course, he instructed me to fetch implements and such like. Whilst I was away from the operating table, obviously I could have missed something.
At those times, what was the secondary assistant doing? Following this Japanese man's orders to adjust the lighting and pass some implements. That doesn't mean Mama wasn't a vital part of the team.
Quite, yes. So, would you kindly refrain from staring at my cheek like that?
Mr. Mikatoba, think. Was there nothing else seemed out of place to you?
Well, yes there was, as a matter of fact.
Hold it!
All the previous 4 killings attributed to the professor. Things were killed by an enormous dog, I believe. Their throats were, well, mauled.
Correct. Yet Lord Van Zeeks was stabbed.
Do you mean to say... you think Lord Van Zeeks may not in fact been one of the professor's victims?
There's no basis on which to doubt the findings of the investigations carried out at the time.
But...
Ryunosuke confessed to all his crimes upon his arrest. He admitted to having taken the lives of all 5 members of the aristocracy. Yet the beast that was used to carry out the killings was never identified. No evidence was found to suggest that Genshin had ever kept a dog. A true hound of hell.
Doggy. There are no other signs of atonement. Okay, back to this.
Hold it!
But, you weren't actually present at the autopsy yourself, were you, Dr. Gory? Does that matter? Well, I just wonder how you suggest me could be in that case, really. I mean, it would be different if your fellow Dr. Sith were in the stand, but... I've read all the paperwork about the case. My mom's told me the story countless times. So what I just made is exactly what's written in the autopsy report. I did confirm that myself at the time, it's true. Besides a stab wound, there were no other signs of internal trauma. I see. Mama told me all about it. Oh? She said there was nothing of note internally. But they did find an amazing piece of evidence. Something unbelievable. We never found out what that was. Come on, Dr. Gory. What was it? This could be something. Be a little bit dangerous.
Hold it!
This could... What exactly was it, though? What does that beautiful but dangerous mean? Well, it was sparkling round with a hole, so it might slip over a finger, perhaps. It was a ring, belonging to Ryunosuke. My father's ring, but inside the victim's stomach. At the time, Genshin wore a large ring on the digitus quarters of his left hand, the fourth or ring finger. I understood it was some sort of keepsake. My father left Japan for London 16 years ago, and I was 8 years old. But I remember that ring. You do? My father's possessions were sent to our family home in Japan after his death, but the ring wasn't among them. Obviously not. It's a key piece of evidence. Remains under lock and key in the stores of Scotland Yard to this day. After the autopsy, Genshin was summoned by the police to check for the presence of his ring. It wasn't on his hand, of course. Moreover, there were deep abrasions on his finger where it had been pulled off. They arrested the man there and then, right before my eyes. How could they? I brought the ring along with me today. What? Oh my god, that is a ring. Here it is, a bit dusty for the years at the stores. Good gracious, yes, that's it. I haven't seen that in 10 long years. And that was found inside the victim's stomach. Yes, I'm afraid so. It has hair there, Professor Mikotoba. Should we read something into that? Well, just not thinking back now. I didn't actually witness the moment it was extracted from the victim's body. Oh my, really? At that precise moment, Dr. Wilson asked me to fetch him a new scalpel, you see. Dr. Gory, the removal of historic evidence from the soil requires my consent, does it not? However it came to be here, the court cannot deny its crucial evidence for today's proceedings. Very well, we may submit it. It's not the sort of ring normally seen in Japan. They almost look like claws protecting that jewel. Let's examine very carefully, Mr. Naruhodo. Very carefully indeed. Okie dokie. Let's take a look at that ring. It looks like you could take this off somehow. This fat claw's doing a good job protecting the equally fat gemstone in the middle of this ring. Guess if you're clumsy, you could give yourself a rather nasty cut on them, I should think. Ow! Now my finger's bleeding! The claws really are sharp. Oh my, that was very quick clumsiness, Mr. Naruhodo. Even for you. Ugh. Couldn't make such a dangerous ring. That thing has probably all sorts of diseases on it. You couldn't swallow without doing yourself some fairly serious damage, surely. Sticky mochi above outside would go down much better. With some red bean paste in the middle. Someone as clumsy as me would probably manage to choke on it somehow. Examine it closely. But like... Well, I can only examine the one thing on it, though.
Hold it!
If something else goes with it, maybe.
decisive piece of evidence that led to Genshin arrest.
Correct. After further investigation by Scotland Yard, the man admitted to his crimes.
It's a lie. My father was no killer. Beric von Zieks, it was you! You twisted to suit your purposes!
Your hatred of me doesn't change the facts that were established 10 years ago. My brother Clint had closed in the professor. He had exposed the man and put a stop to his lethal rampage. In the way only a man of my brother's caliber could.
That's everything, is it? Poor father. He looks so troubled. That's because 10 years ago, something happened that's been weighing on his mind. Oh. I couldn't say were his words. My friend's very deliberate, I'm sure. I wonder if he's had his suspicions all these years. If that's the case, we need to use this cross-examination to prove what really happened. With any trace of doubt. If we can establish that Kazuma-sama's claim of fabricated evidence was true, we can't shy away from this now. If what we might uncover could be a total calamity. Don't worry, Mr. Naruhodo, I'll be right beside you. Whatever may happen. Okay, let's go over this again. No other signs of eternal injury. But that ring is sharp. Ryunosuke is bleeding. He's bleeding from it. Of course it's dangerous.
Objection!
Of course heard the ring was extracted from the victim's stomach. But you didn't actually see it being removed? Did you, Professor Mikotoba?
That's right. As I said in my testimony before, at that moment I was fetching a replacement scalpel for Dr. Wilson that Dr. Wilson requested.
In other words, you can neither confirm nor deny whether this ring in fact really came from the victim's stomach or not.
What are you suggesting, Counsel?
That the ring was never in the victim's stomach to begin with. It's entirely feasible Dr. Wilson fabricated that detail about the autopsy.
What are you saying?
Dr. Wilson. Dr. Wilson was in possession of the ring in advance, after it's somehow stolen from Mr. Asagi. And he produced it during the procedure, pretending to have found it there and then in the victim's stomach.
Objection! Supposition at best. What false evidence do you have to support such a rash claim?
This evidence, right here. That's the autopsy report.
It's explicit in that report, Counsel. Other than the ring, nothing unusual was noted internally, so I'm not sure you intend to prove your point.
You've already done it for me, my lord. The lack of internal injury says it all.
What?
To swallow a ring of this size required considerable effort and determination. In addition to its size, the sharp claws around the gems to contend with.
My brother was a determined man, and on the brink of death even more so, I'm sure. He would have stopped at nothing to ensure that evil killer was brought to justice.
If he really had swallowed that enormous ring, it's inconceivable that no traces of its passage down his throat would have remained as internal trauma.
No. And there you've arrived at the sticking point. That's precisely why I had my doubts about the finding myself 10 years ago.
Why didn't you say something at the time?
I did. I still remember the conversation I had with Dr. Wilson in the laboratory that day. Look at this! Now, it's a very curious thing found in a man's stomach, wouldn't you say?
But isn't that rather peculiar, Dr. Wilson?
What's that now, Mikotoba?
Well, if he swallowed a ring of that size, with those sharp metal claws that it has, sure expects he damaged the throat and esophagus, tore mucous membranes at the very least.
Dr. Mikotoba, may I remind you that I have vastly more experience than you.
I'm terribly sorry.
I can think of plenty of ways to explain why no injuries would be seen.
No, let's say this. The victim would appear to have ingested the item as evidence to identify his assailant. Go ahead, write it down. Sounds right. Dr. Wilson deliberately refabricated the results of the autopsy and became my father.
I'm disappointed, Counsel. That argument is nothing more than speculation.
What?
Dr. Wilson was Britain's leading authority on forensic science and autopsy work. There's no scientific basis on which to doubt the man's expert opinion.
Pardon the interruption, my lord, but Damage to the mucous membranes of the throat is easily identified, even in living subjects. Using a device called an endoscope, recently demonstrated practical use in France. I want one! The government can pay.
I don't think so, Dr. Gory. Rest assured that your removal evidence from the stores without permission will not go unpunished.
We opened up the dead to find the truth.
I beg your pardon.
But Mama, she chose to stitch her corpses up with all the secrets inside. That's wrong. Dr. Gory, it's looking as though he's chosen to walk a different path than her Mama.
Yes, the ring.
What about the ring?
I've just remembered something. An earlier incident.
What incident?
The one I recounted to you before. About a memory I have. Of Ryunosuke saving my life.
What? My father saved your life?
It was 10 years ago, on a foggy night. Genshin and I were walking down some back streets at a late hour. All of a sudden... Don't make a peep, you're coming with us! All of our assailants were armed with pistols, their faces obscured by scars. The next thing I knew, there was silence all around. Genshin lay on the cobbled street. Blood was seeping from his left hand. He'd shielded me. It was on the ring finger of his left hand that he used to wear that ring.
Are you saying...
I've always believed those thugs were after me. But now, I'm starting to question if perhaps I wasn't the intended target after all.
Wait, but...
Genshin was arrested 2 days after that attack. And in that short interval, the decisive evidence needed to indict him was miraculously found.
You mean... the ring was stolen from him? You think that's what those thugs were after that night? Oh my god.
Objection!
Oh my god. You pathetic coward. Expect me to believe that you weren't involved?
What do you mean by that?
It was you, wasn't it? You're the one who took it. You stole my father's ring. You set the whole thing up so you could paint him as a mass murderer. Have him
Objection!
Kazuma. Open your eyes. Ryunosuke. You must know deep down. The truth can be completely obscured even when your judgment is only slightly clouded. But the moment, you seem to be floundering through a dense fog. Is that why you were so insistent I should be present in this trial? To see you like this?
Well, it's an amusing spectacle. But a grandiose expression on your face, as if you were laid justice herself. Seems you've thoroughly convinced yourself of this alleged fabrication of the autopsy results. So much so you're apparently blind to the blatant contradiction that'd be born out of it.
What?
Though it's extremely hard to believe, let's imagine that there was some misconduct during the autopsy. If that were the case, why would Asuki not have disputed the findings in his trial?
Oh.
In the closed court hearing 10 years ago, the defendant never once denied the claims against him. Isn't that right, Lord Van Zeeks? Yes, that is indeed correct. Upon hearing the verdict of guilty, he merely closed his eyes, quietly accepting the judgment. The actions of a man who has accepted responsibility for his deeds and is resigned to his fate.
But then... Oh my, that's very strange. Mr. Asuki did nothing to oppose the charge against him, then... That would surely mean there's no fabricated evidence.
An obvious conclusion at which you should have arrived mere minutes ago. Prosecutor Asuki, your twisted lawyer to cloud judgment to hampering ability for logical thought.
Genshin Asuki's silence at his hearing can mean only one thing.
There was no fabrication of evidence. During the autopsy, his final victim 10 years ago.
I don't know if that's true, though. Maybe he just accepted that nothing can be done. Perhaps autopsy was all above board. Then we nothing stopped Lord Stronger bringing this trial to an immediate conclusion. He was blackmailed, probably.
Objection!
Thank you, Ryunosuke. Wasn't for your frank words just now. This trial may very well have ended prematurely. Kazuma?
What's this latest absurdity, Counsel?
My lord. Your reasoning is perfectly sound. But for one giant hole.
I beg your pardon?
You claim my father's silence was due to the fact that there was no fabricated evidence. There's another possible explanation. You've overlooked the possibility that he had a reason for maintaining that silence.
Objection!
Silence that would lead to him being convicted and sent to his death?
But he escaped prison. That means you must have known.
Silence would lead him to be convicted and sent to his death? If the autopsy reports were an invention, there's no conceivable reason why the man would have protested.
Objection!
Oh, those results were an invention, alright. There's no question of that. Are you forgetting that 2 people with connection to the autopsy have been assassinated? If I force the grievances I feel from my mind, I start to see you in a very different light. I think perhaps it's you who's been living in delusion these 10 years.
Me?
Kazuma-san's created one last chance for us here, Miss Naruhodo. We only showed there was a reason for his father's silence in his trial. A reason why the man would have said nothing even though he was innocent. Where's the thing? Yeah. Yeah. He was busted out of jail. And I think this is the evidence we need. Could have been part of some negotiation, perhaps?
Enough rhetoric! The court must be shown evidence! The proof you have that could possibly explain Asuki's silence in court.
This.
Take
He's
that!
being busted out. Sure, the Genshin Asuki's silence during his trial resulted in his conviction. That didn't actually lead to his execution. On the contrary. It led to his escape. Escape that was only possible because he'd been sentenced to death. Although I find it hard to believe my father would have negotiated in that way. The defense is correct. A fake execution, falsification of a death certificate, and a jailbreak inside a coffin. Clearly such an elaborate plan couldn't have been carried out by my father alone.
He must have had the help of a collaborator from the judiciary.
I've here dismissal notes of the chief warder who was working in the prison at the time. The notes read, there are indications that the jailbreak was in planning prior to the inmate's incarceration. In other words, there was suggested some sort of negotiation between Mr. Asuki and the British government. In exchange for his silence in court, he was given assurance that he would be broken out of prison. Is that sort of clandestine agreement in place? I can imagine he would have kept very quiet. I would go further than that, in fact. I would say that the Albert jailbreak can be explained in no other way.
Order! Order! First fabricate evidence, now a jailbreak conspiracy.
Of course, because it's all intimately linked. The prosecution wishes to summon new witnesses to the stand.
Witnesses?
People can testify about the jailbreak that took place 10 years ago. Ah! Governor Caden! And the poor chief warder of the prison!
Don't allow this trial to turn into a farce. Some of the governor of the prison after all these years.
Oh, it wouldn't be any trouble, my lord.
Is he also here?
Father? My dear friend may appear a little rattle-pated at times, but I can assure you he's extremely thorough. Wired both Barclay and local prison earlier. Asking Governor Caden and Mr. Vigil to attend the Old Bailey is a matter of extreme urgency. Yeah, Sholmes, let's go! Sholmes did that?
Are you telling me that?
Both men are, unless I'm much mistaken, waiting just outside the courtroom at this very moment. Yes. My lord, you must permit this trial to proceed as you declare its outset. You promised that we would stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings.
Very well. Bring in the witnesses. Make no mistake. I, too, would like nothing more than Lace business arrest once and for all.
Ugh. Here they are. With new witnesses state their names and occupations for the court, please.
Aye. Barry Caden, Governor of Barclay Prison.
Everyone calls me Gossip. I sell junk to them tidbits of passerby. Your other persona, if you don't mind. Oh, I do beg your pardon. Of course. My name is Daily Vigil. I used to be the chief ward of Barclay Prison. The reason you've been summoned here to court today is to testify the jailbreak of the so-called professor 10 years ago.
What? The professor? We've been here for this before. A decade ago. The conclusion is that there wasn't anything untoward happened.
A convict escaped from your prison, Governor. Hardly we call nothing untoward.
Well...
The convict's death threats he would somehow falsify he was allegedly executed. He escaped the prison inside his own coffin. A plan of that complexity could never have been carried out without the help of somebody influenced inside the prison. Governor Caden, don't imagine that the passage of time will afford you any protection. If it turns out that you were involved in the plot to break Mr. Ryunosuke out of your prison, then of course, the consequence will be very serious. In all likelihood, a capital punishment.
Gads! Hold on there, laddie. All I did was... But this, Governor Caden... Aye, sir! You have a critical role to play in the public safety of our country. Great responsibility to shoulder. Convincing your testimony in court cannot be understated. Therefore, think carefully before you speak. And Prosecutor Asagi, if you threaten the witness again, you'll be held in contempt of court.
My apologies, my lord. There's no disputing the fact that intricate jailbreak plot was enacted 10 years ago. Clearly you're both involved in some way. So you'll testify before the court now and explain exactly what took place.
Very well. Let the witnesses give their formal testimony. Tell the court everything you know of the plot to break us again at Barclay 10 years ago.
Alright.
It was the day that Japanese jock was found guilty. The director came from the prosecutor's office. Signed the conflict of the chief warder Vigil here. Put the plan to action behind the scenes.
I was responsible for Asagi right up until the night of his execution. I knew nothing of any plot.
I didn't account there is some negotiations between the conflict and the prosecutor's office. I was carried to my duty for Her Majesty's Great British Empire.
A director for the prosecutor's office? Are you saying that was a jailbreak plot?
Aye, that's right.
Who sent it? Who authorized that plan?
I do not ken that.
You say you don't know.
Listen, there wasn't a thing about that professor case that was unusual in some way. I didn't ask any questions. I just did what I was told to do. More than that, couldn't tell you.
I see. But the jailbreak plan originated from the prosecutor's office. The one thing is very clear. As suspected, there were clandestine dealings going on between Mr. Ryunosuke and that office. Jailbreaks promised in exchange for Mr. Ryunosuke admitting to crimes he didn't commit.
That, counsel, is nothing more than speculation on your part. So, let me ask the defense.
Oh, yes, my lord.
I fail to see how these witnesses have any more pertinent information here. Do you intend to assert your right to a cross-examination?
Of course. Absolutely. I have no intention of squandering a single opportunity, my lord.
Seems all you Japanese are fiercely tenacious. Very well. Proceed, counsel.
Okay. Let's go. The jailbreak plot.
Hold it!
You say you don't know who actually issued the directive?
Aye, that's right. All I can be sure of is that it was official.
It was from the prosecutor's office. An Arizona could have been issued straight away.
It wasn't me. I cannot even say with certainty I did originate from the prosecutor's office.
What?
There's no telling where it started. There's a fair chance it came from higher up the ladder. Basically, cannot give you an indication of who was behind it.
You can't be serious. All I can say for sure that the order must come from somebody in authority, I suppose.
The likes of us on the ground, as it were, do not bother with our speculation. Let's get the job done.
Okay.
Hold it!
So, Mr. Vigil, you didn't know anything about it at all? That's right. My only role in this scheme was as a scapegoat. That's right, isn't it, Governor?
Some poor beggar to take the rap for it.
I take a sippy real quick. Hold on. Alright then, who else did know about the plan?
I've not the first idea, laddie. I part of the whole business basically just dealing with the aftermath.
Thank you for the hydrate.
Wouldn't it be surprised that other folk in the prison service have been given similar orders?
So you know who else was involved?
Aye, that's right. I can tell you that the night it actually happened, the person at the reins was Dr. Stevens.
Dr. Courtney Stevens, or Dr. Sith as she's known now. Why'd I have to get caught up in such a terrible business? Why did you? Wait, what do you mean you don't know of any plot? Did you not know something unusual happening in the lead up to that night? Oh, everything was unusual. Exception after exception. After all, it was the professor. The man had terrorized the country never before with the crimes. In order to hide his identity, he was forced to wear an iron mask over his head. And his treatment.
The fellow was surprisingly docile for someone taking the lives of 5 of the country's nobles.
Being the chief warder, I was the only person permitted to approach his cell. I can still hardly believe that I was duped by my own country. I believe you jumped from the window of the governor's office when the jailbreak was blamed on you, didn't you?
Lord, Vigil, cannot apologize enough.
No, Governor, I don't believe you can. It won't change what's happened. What else can you tell us about the situation, Governor Caden?
Hold it!
The Arignaz orders came to the prosecutor's office to arrange the man's escape. There must have been some sort of negotiation. It's the only explanation.
Aye, well, be that as it may. I do not get nothing about that. Witness stand is no place for telling what you don't know, for sure. Again, that much I do.
I presume you also know this. Not telling what you do know is a criminal offense. So you were just following orders, is that it? I'm afraid that won't absolve you of guilt here. Man was still killed illegally, even if was a condemned criminal. If you're will be found complicit in murder, Governor. So that's what it is to be, is it? If the threat of conviction, you won't break your silence.
Hold it!
Carry out the plan in its entirety?
Aye, did everything I could at the time.
As you know, Ryunosuke was shot dead in Lowgate Cemetery after the escape. Tell me, was that part of the plan too?
My instructions were to do would get the jock out of the jail, nothing more. Can I tell you anything about what happened after that? Only, personally, I believe it's definitely the last part of the plan.
Yeah?
Excuse me.
He's remembered something else. Mr. Vigil, is something wrong? Yes, sir. What can I do for you, sir? He's saluting now. What, is this some sort of bark-like convention? What Governor Caden was just saying seemed to upset you. Did it bring something to mind, perhaps? For the last 10 years, I've completely blotted out the memories of that time from my mind. I was betrayed by my superiors, in the name of my country.
Just as my father was betrayed, it seems. But you see, thinking back now, I really can't imagine that the shooting Mr. Asuke in the cemetery was ever part of the plan. What makes you think that? Well, it just doesn't make sense, does it? To make the man admit to crimes he didn't commit with the promise of a jailbreak, only to kill him in the end? That's treachery the worst kind. But the point is that the intention was always to betray him. Why would there be any need for all the chicaneries of an escape? Ah! Yes, that's quite true. If whoever negotiated with Asuke never intended to keep his end of the bargain, it would have been far simpler just to let the man be executed in prison as dictated by his sentence. All happened in that vast chamber of secrets as Barclay behind the high prison walls. Because nobody knows what really went on in the execution room now. It's an unsettling mystery, certainly. Unless you do know, Caden. Truth be told, there is a wee matter that's never quite made sense to me. I believe there was some kind of negotiation behind the jailbreak, between Asuke and the body atop. Doesn't quite add up, does it?
Governor Caden, I must insist that you explain these doubts that you have by amending your formal testimony.
Gods! Aye, go on then.
Oh, Strongheart did not like that. Did have nothing to bark? He had something, though. He did have something. He had a weapon. He had a weapon. His last will and testament.
Objection!
That was his weapon. Confessing under oath to murders he didn't commit on a verbal assurance of later being broken out of prison. Genshin Asuke was taking incredible risky gamble. Very true. There's nothing to stop the British breaking their word and executing him behind closed doors anyway. Under normal circumstances, no man would stake his life on a gentleman's agreement like that. Which means that Mr. Asuke must have had a trump card. Something guaranteed he wouldn't be betrayed. Some kind of weapon.
Mathers! The fellow couldn't have possibly had anything like that.
But you know that he did, Governor. The Asuke papers. The name given to the last will and testament of Genshin Asuke.
Ah!
Turns out Mr. Asuke was hiding his will in his cell at Barclay. Chief Warder Vigil caught him with it one day.
You squealed, did you wee rat? Did no one tell you to keep that secret?
You can't touch me now.
Ah!
Mr. Vigil caught sight of that will through the bars of the convict cell. Mr. Asuke pleaded with the warder. Alright then, but what's on that paper?
A last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now. A weapon to surpass Metal Gear!
If the convict had been killed following the elaborate pretense of the jailbreak, that document mysteriously disappeared, didn't it? Well, yes. All the prison warders searched through the belongings of his cell, but that will was just nowhere to be found. As understanding, also search was made of the document, which came known as the Asuke papers. Governor Caden, I believe you ordered your prisoners to have to find at all costs, didn't you?
Eh?
But I'd be right in saying that you knew? You knew the so-called Asuke papers had the potential to make great waves somehow?
Ching! What the place are you blithering about? The will was found, right and proper. The fella said what I said it would be.
But how can that be? Where in his cell? We all searched the place from top to bottom.
Well, they didn't do a proper job, eh? Peeling well like who?
You can't criticize me now.
I showed you before, did I know? Yon lawyer?
Yes, you did. I have the documents here. It's written in Japanese and reads, "The last will and testament of Genshin Asuke." Which means everything is as it should be. Not quite, my lord. You see, there's an undeniable inconsistency here. What? What inconsistency? Mr. Asuke described this document as the only weapon he had left. Yet this will contains nothing of significance at all. Nothing I would have given a convict any leverage.
Are you suggesting, my learned friend, that the last will and testament stored at Barclay Prison all these years is actually a fake?
Oh. I This is clear but demonstrated already. But in our Barclay prison is far from above board. Uh-oh. That last vilification by the defense was an affront to the entire British legal system. This absurd notion of a weapon is something for which we have only the former Chief Warder's word. The man could quite easily be lying, or at the very least sorely mistaken. What? No! I definitely heard him say that! I swear! Clearly we need to get to the bottom of this. We need to know exactly what happened with these so-called Asugu papers. Waste of time. If the will is fake, where's the real document?
Objection!
This individual stabbed in the back by judiciary 10 years ago. He lost everything. For nearly his own life. And now you're going to do it again. You're ready to brand him as a liar and turn your back on him and let him defend himself. Something's up. You saw that autosave? Yeah. What did you say? It would seem that a vocal few here are utterly blind to the truth. Very well then, let the witness testify again. Tell the court precisely what you think you saw, the convict's last will and testament. Yes, sir, my lord. This is a weird trial. This is weird. We're constantly fighting against the judge. Apparently the name's pronounced Asogi. But Asugi sounds... to me it sounds better to say. Asugi? I don't know. I don't know Japanese enough. But also I've been saying it the entire past 2 games, so it's too late now. As the warder responsible for condemned convicts, I attend to Mr. Asugi kept watch over his cell. And after he is found guilty in court, he is doing something of that will in his cell. We turned the cell inside out looking for it after the execution. Probably some pun we don't get. A Japanese pun that I don't get. Asogi, I don't know. Kazuma Asogi. Genshin Asogi? I don't know. Yeah. I only found out about the Asugu papers, detective coming in town to impound them. Documents in the folds of the fellow's robe that was left in his cell. A kimono, I think it's called. In his kimono? That's a lie! We searched every inch of the man's cell. We looked through all his clothes. It can't be true. Well, you're no satisfied with calling me a liar once, eh, wee Africa? There's nothing you can do about it now. You don't have any hold over me anymore. Other than the hold you'd like to take in my caveat, of course. Is that what you're going to do, is it? Going to give me a good shake again? Or are you too scared? Ah! Little and large. What a double act. We complied with Asugi's will as was possible. All his postal effects were delivered to his family home in Japan. As a courtesy, the homeland of the most notorious killer our country's ever seen. And we are much obliged. I confirm that all my father's belongings arrived safely. Aye, you cannot deny the handwriting that of your old man, eh? He wrote 2 wills, maybe. Yes, it's no mistaking that it's my father's brushwork. Really? And this last will and testament was the man's last weapon, was it? We can safely assume the convict was merely prattling, knowing that his end was nigh. That smirk on his face is disturbing. So, counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, please. Yes, my lord. All right. Ugh. Let's pass everything.
Hold it!
So that mean that you conversed, Mr. Asugi? Yes, certainly. Though there were precious little time before his execution was due. He was remarkably calm, considering his days were very much numbered. In all honesty, he really did strike one as a man capable of mass murder.
yet he confessed in full to the crimes.
I know. That's why I felt compelled to ask him one day. I can still recall his reply. I'm guilty of the unforgivable crime of ending another human's life. Yes. But he was so tranquil and intelligent. Put me in the mind of Eastern Holy Man. What about the will you saw him with? What can you tell us about that? It was the beginning of all the drama. I remember it very well. Yes. Now, he wasn't supposed to have papers or running utensil in the cell. But he somehow got it. Probably because the prosecutor's office gave him it.
Hold it!
He pleaded with you not to report him, didn't he? Yes, that's right.
And like the bumper you are, he didn't tell me. Blatant breach of trust, that was.
I could see the man of noble spirit. I found myself wanting to treat him accordingly. According to what you told us 2 days ago, the convict had been strictly forbidden from having any writing materials whatsoever. Yes, you're quite right. Ah, so when exactly was the will penned?
That was before the man was remanded in Barclay, obviously. Yes, the prosecutor's office under supervision of the relevant authorities. Personally instructed us to make a will for the benefit of his family and his homeland, blah blah.
In that case, how was it found in his cell?
What do you mean by that?
Well, if it was penned at the prosecutor's office, you'd expect that it would remain there for safekeeping, surely.
Bah!
It's curious. Doesn't seem to be any obvious explanation for why it was subsequently found in the convict's cell.
Oh, well...
Defense makes an astute point. Well, Governor?
Prison governor cannot be expected to get the inner workings of the prosecutor's office.
In that case, Lord Strongheart, perhaps you could shed some light on the matter.
I'm unable to offer an explanation here and now.
Of course you aren't.
I have to consult with the notary responsible for the will at the time.
Sure. The fact that my father's will was discovered in his cell is clearly consistent with what was expected. I want to know why. Another inexplicable mystery, then. Well, the thing is about that will.
Hold it!
It was the governor who ordered the search for the will, as I understand it. Is that right? Yes. When I reported back that we couldn't find it, he grabbed me by the collar and yelled, "It cannot have disappeared completely," in my face.
Aye, well, it's down to the governor to keep everybody working as hard as they should.
I think the governor needs a wee taste of his own medicine, Naruhodo. The point is, it was clearly considered a very important document, wasn't it? But it proved impossible to find. That's right. Then before I knew it, it was in the morning paper. That blood-curdling article. The executed mass murder who'd risen from the dead. Oh, you mean... The article based on Mr. Drebber's experience in Lowgate Cemetery. Yes, that was it. The day after I'd read that news, I was summoned to the governor's office. And that's when the awful accusation was made. That you aided Ryunosuke to escape from prison, resulting in your immediate dismissal. I'm afraid I really don't remember anything after that. Because you blocked out your memory and then jumped out the window.
As the governor of the prison, I had no choice. I couldn't have done anything else.
Hold it!
That directive came from the same source as the one instructing you about the jailbreak?
Aye, from the top levels of the prosecutor's office.
What name was on it?
I didn't can before, I didn't can now. All I can tell you, so my orders were to do everything in my power to find that document. Detective said I'd be somewhere inside the fellow's cell.
Document? Was that the wording? Document? Not will?
Aye, that's what it said.
Am I clutching at straws here? I just wonder if it was really Ryunosuke's last will and testament that the sender of the directive was after. Oh. Continue with your testimony then, witness. Oh boy. something. Mr. Husky's kimono.
My, the one he brought with him when he was locked up.
Yes. It's weird to have his personal effects with him during his incarceration, I understand.
That's right. Was granted as much freedom as possible during the few days before his execution.
Indeed. Had a number of items of personal significance, I remember. He was very reluctant to part with them. Some books, that kimono, his sword. His sword? Karuma, the famous sword of the Yasuki clan. It bears the soul of my family. I don't doubt it, but I wasn't really getting at that. Forget being the soul of the clan. Could the men have had a more obvious weapon?
Have some respect, Ryunosuke.
Respectful silence?
The warders carry firearms at all times, and inmates have shackles around their ankles. They couldn't have hurt anybody with that thing.
Still, he was allowed a sword, but no writing materials?
Aye. Well, that will before I came to service at Barclay, see? Dr. Mikatomo was asked to bring the necessary Japanese writing implements to the prosecutor's office.
A Suzuri inkstone, black sumi ink, and some Hanshi rice paper, no doubt.
I suppose he wrote it. But I'm sorry to say, those just look like a squirrel mass of jet like earthworms to me.
Expecting seppuku? I don't know.
Excuse me.
Are you feeling fate, Mr. Vigil? Mr. Vigil! Sir! It was Scarlet, sir! What? Oh! I'm terribly sorry. I didn't mean to blurt it out like that. Scarlet? Less swaying and more explaining would be helpful. It's something about the testimony we just heard? I have recalled something of importance? Something of importance. Possibly. Possibly not. Unable to tell which way he's leading, I'm afraid. My lord, defense asks that Mr. Vigil be permitted Sutherland's testimony if this possibly or possibly not important detail.
Permission granted.
Go ahead, Mr. Vigil. Yes, it was Scarlet. Scarlet? As I remember, the document was written in scarlet ink, but perhaps I'm mistaken. Do we have... Let's look at the writing here. This does appear to be it. Oh, hey, hold on. This is from Clint's autopsy report. Recent scarlet ink stains visible on the little ring fingers of the right hand, but no document corresponding ink was found. Oh! Hey. I didn't expect this. I thought it'd be one of the pieces of paper that had scarlet writing on it, but no, it's in the autopsy report. I think like, this autopsy report was written with scarlet ink. But no. It's this.
Objection.
Scarlet-colored writing is what you said you thought you saw, Mr. Vigil? And I believe that's exactly what you did see. What?
Heavens again! You have no evidence to say that!
Have a look at this report.
That's my brother's autopsy report.
Yes. Here's something in here that bot's bothered me since I first read it. It states that scarlet-colored ink stains were noted in the fingers of the victim's right hand. Yes, so it does. So scarlet ink? I'm not familiar with the habits of the British aristocracy, but I freely admit. I mean, how's to guess they don't all go around with ink stains on their fingertips, do they?
Your wit is not appreciated. My brother was a well-bred and fastidious man. Should ink have sullied his fingertips, he would have cleaned them immediately. What is your point, counsel?
My point is this. Lord Clint Van Zeeks is writing the unusually colored ink. Must have been directly before his death. Because he died before he had the opportunity to clean his hand.
What? I remember something troubled me at the time. At the scene, the lid of my brother's inkwell was open. But Clint was punctilious about such things. It seemed unusual. and no document pen in the color of the ink that was in the inkwell was ever found. So the document disappeared. Are you suggesting that was the document my father had in his hand that night in his cell was the same document Lord Clint Van Zieks was writing once before his death? Then it was... Mr. Vigil's testimony is to be believed. It can only mean that, yes. Mr. Vigil! Sir! When you spotted Mr. Askew with the document in his cell, his precise words were as follows, were they not? Alright then. Well, what's on that paper? A last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now. A last will and testament? Ugh! The conversation really did go as Mr. Vigil says. What we now know completely changes the meaning of what Mr. Askew said. You really think? Mr. Vigil did indeed see the convict with a will. It wasn't that of Genshin Asagi. It was the last will and testament Lord Clint Van Zieks. No. What?
Objection!
Uh-oh. This is madness. My brother's last will and testament? That would mean that he had chosen to die. That is what it would mean, yes. No, impossible. That is utterly out of the question. Lord Van Zieks. Clint was pursuing the professor, consumed him day and night. Whatever happened, he would have never abandoned his investigation for its conclusion. Never. He wouldn't rest until the job was done, until the killer was caught. The idea that he would willingly accept his own death, it's obscene.
Objection!
And yet, we can be sure that he was writing his will moments before his death. Like Genshin Asagi can't even be in possession of that document. So what could the will possibly have contained? Clearly said they couldn't be made public under any circumstances whatsoever. Because armed with that document, my father was able to negotiate with the judiciary for his life. Something so conclusive that it prompted the powers to be enact that... the powers that be to enact that daring jailbreak plot. I've been talking a lot. I'm bad at words sometimes. It can be no question about contain the information of the utmost secrecy. Information of the utmost secrecy? Oh! No, it couldn't be. I've heard more than enough. Pursuing this notion of a phantom will nobody can attest to having seen. Sever's absolutely no purpose.
Objection!
No, my lord. That's unacceptable. What did you say, counsel? Last will and testament that Genshin Asagi in his possession was that of Lord Clint Van Zieks. All the testimony evidence presented to the court is logically less than that is a possibility. We have a duty to pursue the line of reasoning to its conclusion. But with no possible means of knowing the contents of this document, there's no line of reasoning to pursue. The reason why Lord Clint Van Zieks may have high noble standing with chosen death. If it remained so secret, people in the judiciary would have been willing to negotiate the jailbreak condemned killer. The only explanation that fits those facts is an unthinkable truth that turns absolutely everything on its head. Well, is it going to turn out that... just too hideous. Is it going to turn out that Lord Strongheart is also the Professor and the Reaper at the same time? It's Naruto. However difficult the situation might become, you work with your client in pursuit of the truth. That's what you resolved to do when you entered the courtroom this morning, if I'm not mistaken, Mrs. Sato. So hold your head high, and keep soldiering on. Yes, you're right. 10 years ago, in his final moments, Lord Clint Van Zieks left behind a will. A will that Genshin Asagi was able to use as a weapon to negotiate his escape from prison. In all probability, the details in the will relate to the Professor case. The defense's last statement is mere conjecture. What are you getting at, man? Ryunosuke. As soon as these words come out of my mouth, there's no going back. I believe that the last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zieks was in fact...
Oh. Uh-oh. 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 You could do this, Miss Naruhodo. I believe that what Lord Clint Van Zieks actually penned that day was a confession. A confession? Regarding the mass murderer knows the professor. And his true identity.
Objection!
Enough, Council. What are you saying? Do you even realize? A confession about the true identity of the professor? That would mean...
Lord Van Zieks, I appreciate this must be hard to take in. It's the only explanation that fits. The killer that terrorized London a decade ago became known as the Professor. Man believed to have been murdered 5 members of the aristocracy. It wasn't Ryunosuke at all. No, you can't be suggesting. It was the fact the man believed to have been the 5th victim. Lord Clint Van Zieks himself. That's why the Will and Testament was his weapon. The confession. That's why they let him go free. Oh my god. It's finally open, is it? Pandora's box. The Great Van Zieks family. So this is Pandora's box, huh? Oh my god.
My brother.
Oh, this is so awful. Poor Lord Van Zieks. I wonder, though, did he never suspect? It's like a postmortem combination of that blonde guy's brother. Kind of. Miss Naruhodo? Lord Barak Von Zieks is a brilliant prosecutor. Is it conceivable that he didn't realize what his older brother really was?
Order! Order in court!
Lord Van Zieks. The professor made use of an enormous hound as a murder weapon. Tell me, did your brother own a dog?
Yes, he did. Balmung. He was a well-known hunting dog. People called him a giant.
I don't believe this.
When my brother would go hunting in the forest of the grounds behind the house, he always took Balmung. After Clint's death, the creature passed away too, almost as if he were following his master. He was a magnificent hunting dog.
Wait. The collar of the hound had a bee on it. It had a bee on it. Bee for Balmung.
He was a magnificent hunting dog, worthy of the jewel-studded collar around his neck.
A jewel-studded collar?
That's right. Though sadly, some years ago now, it was stolen by a thief who broke in the house one night.
I don't know if it's that jewel. It might be. I don't know. This was Asuki's though. There was earlier. It's like I think it was at the end of the last game. There's a jeweled collar that they found that had a bee on it. That was taken away as evidence for the professor case or something like that. But it had a bee on it. I know that. A jewel stud collar stolen by a thief. It so happens that myself and my colleagues have come across such a collar during our time in London.
How could you?
There's an old emblem attached to the collar too, made of pure gold. There it is. It's up with a small crown and ornate capital letter B.
What? An emblem bearing the initial B?
Oh my, you know it.
It's the insignia of the Baskerville family.
What? The Baskerville? Why is that name coming up now?
Baskerville is the family name of my late brother's widow. That pure gold emblem was an heirloom, which Clint acquired upon their marriage. There can be no doubt, then. The collar you've described was Balmung's.
The family insignia of Lord Clint Van Zieks' widow? There's a considerable amount of blood on the collar when we saw it. Since you know the dog was used for hunting, it could have been from his quarry, of course. But it could equally have been from human prey. Oh my god. So in fact, the person responsible for these murders of nobles and royals was a noble himself. That threatened to be an enormous scandal that would effectively destabilize British society. My father knew that and was using it to negotiate his way out of the unjust charges brought against him. At the very last hour, those he bargained with betrayed him, slaying him mercilessly on foreign soil. Well, can you deny it, Lord Strongheart? 10 years have passed. Still now, the 6 million inhabitants of our great capital rest easy believing that justice was done. That though his anonymity remains, the diabolical murder was caught and executed. Very well then. You may have the truth. Oh god. Tell me then. Tell me what Clint really was. Lord Clint Van Zieks was too pure of heart. Became a prosecutor, went in pursuit of the black roots of crime. He drove himself into a corner. He came to the uncomfortable realization that to fight the most fiendish of criminals required one to become even more fiendish one himself. Clint. The 19th century is a truly miraculous 100 years for Great Britain. Indeed, the whole world. New industry, new technology, with the birth of the Metropolitan Police Service, new law and order. But these dazzling new developments meant ever deeper shadows were cast on society. Water solely by factories, air thick with noxious fumes, and crime, growing daily to fill the darkness. Lord Clint Van Zieks made it his mission to combat that darkness. As time went on, slowly ate at his soul, until eventually, he was consumed. It's ironic, really, somewhat surprising, that the truth has once again been unearthed by a Japanese. Once again? What do you mean? 10 years ago, your father, Ryunosuke, turned up in my office one night. The professor? Yes, beyond all shadow of a doubt. Must issue a warrant to search his home at once. Don't be absurd. The man comes from one of our country's most illustrious families. He's a paragon of justice here in the capital. Yes, that's the point. So I know if you British can see it. Use these noble staffs as diversion whilst he commits these atrocious crimes behind the scenes. Do you have evidence? But nothing definitive as yet. But he keeps an enormous savage hound on his estate. Need the full support of the judiciary for this, or against a member of the aristocracy. So Lord's family says a fierce god dog. Should know that's commonplace here in Britain. I'm sorry, but I can't possibly put Scotland Yard on this based on the 10 years accusation of visiting students. So I turned down Asugi's plea. As a result, he took it upon himself to visit the Van Zieks mansion on his own. I can only imagine now what happened between the two men. Though we know the outcome, of course. Lord Clint Van Zieks perished. I don't believe this. So, in actual fact, Kazusa's father did... He made the late Lord Van Zieks meet the same fate. Put a permanent end to the professor killings. By taking the drastic measure of ending the perpetrator's life.
As soon as I heard, I hurried to the mansion. When I arrived, it was easy to grasp what had happened.
And what about the will?
Asugi must have already taken it. Nothing of that nature was found at the scene. We had no idea of the existence of such a document at that time.
Oh boy.
I was the only person who knew of the true identity of the professor. So, I resolved to keep it a secret, and to guard the secret to the bitter end.
So you're admitting to it? That you were behind it all? It was you, then, who paid the crimes of my father.
I did what needed to be done in order to protect the law and order of the British Empire. Even if that meant employing an unforgivable ruse.
It was you who arranged this fabricated evidence.
I ordered that detective to take care of it. Whilst keeping the truth from him, naturally. Gregson. Obviously, he opposed me at first. Why off your rocker? We can't do something like that. There's no question I was asking you about Lord Van Zeeks. Our staff have made statements that they saw the man running from the mansion that night. Yes, well, I've no doubt it was that Japanese fella. But we haven't got a shred of conclusive evidence against the man. Worse than that, he doesn't keep a dog, so we're short of a murder weapon to boot. And we're short on time, Gregson. Let's put a stop to this man's rampage, for the good of the country. So we'll use whatever means necessary. Do I make myself clear, detective? Blimey. So that night 10 years ago, when I was attacked by those thugs in the back streets, and Genshin's ring was taken, that was him, was it? That was Gregson, some hired help. Detective handed the stolen ring to Dr. Wilson. The famous discovery from the victim's stomach during an autopsy. In the light of that decisive evidence, Mr. Asuki was found guilty of the charges brought against him. However, behind the scenes, he had actually already struck a deal with his accusers, in which he agreed to silently accept the charges. I just don't believe that part. As far as I knew the man, my father despised such underhanded dealings. It was extremely easy to make him comply. You'll see, he had one crippling weakness. What weakness? Isn't it obvious? You, Kazuma Asuki. Me. Perhaps you have no desire to return to your homeland, Asuki. What? Though I hear you have a 14-year-old son. Agree to cooperate, accept your guilt without contention, and you will see Japan and your son again. You scoundrel! Whether you choose wisely or not, it will be a closed trial by order of Her Majesty. So whatever rash claims you might make in court, you'll have no trouble in stifling them. There's only one outcome for you, Asugi. The gallows. Don't forget that I still have a weapon at my disposal. A document revealing a truth that I know you're desperate to keep hidden. Yes. It hadn't escaped my mind. It's the only reason I'm willing to bargain with you. I only want to protect this country's law and order. You understand? So, what's it to be, Asugi? Kazuma. He did it for me. And as I told him at the time, my motive was simply to protect Britain from the damage the truth would do. To protect this country's law and order. At any cost.
Objection!
I've never dared let myself even consider this possibility until now. But in the light of all this treachery, I have to ask. The mastermind behind the Reaper the Bailey. Was it you, Lord Male Strongheart? That smile is so off-putting. Rather brilliant idea, wouldn't you say, Lord Berg von Zeeks? That the spirit of your late brother, that paragon of justice, should return to reap justice for a sibling? Could there be a more appetizing tale for London's masses, I ask you?
What brazen...
I knew that you'd played the part to perfection, but your role really wasn't that of some embodiment of death. No, you were London's guardian angel. An angel of bloody hands? I think not. Those who had cooperated with me already were only too happy to participate in my plan. Inspector Gregson, Dr. Wilson. My minions worked tirelessly.
if you call them your minions, do you really think you're the good guy? That's a, are we the baddies type of moment? A good guy doesn't call his staff his minions. The good guys don't say that. You know that. You realize that, right, Strongheart?
It's all thanks to them that you were exalted, as a demigod the Reaper became.
But Dr. Wilson left Britain 4 years ago. He was invited to work in Japan.
That's right. So I had to employ the services of a young protege after that. Dr. Courtney Sith.
Dr. Sith?
So what of the execution of the Professor and the subsequent reign of the Reaper the Bailey? Successfully safeguard law and order in our mighty capital for the past decade. That is everything. My lords, ladies, gentlemen, I do hereby confess, it was I who sired the concept of the Reaper. However, let me say in my defense. It was all for the preservation of law and order across the entire empire.
Jeez.
There's no one left now who revealed the precise truth of what happened 10 years ago. Therefore, this trial can go no further. Now, I would like to entreat all those present. Beyond these 4 balls, nobody need know the truth. Even Her Majesty must be protected from this. Just to all appreciate the importance of my request. It's, of course, for the good of the country.
Can he do this? Can I try Aurelian now? I have one last question. For the accused, Lord Van Zeeks.
What?
Of course, I know that you're a highly accomplished prosecutor, so I find it hard to believe that you didn't have any doubts at all. That you never suspected your older brother. Yes, the same thought occurred to me.
It was only once, but yes, I couldn't say that I never had my doubts. My brother's sense of justice was extremely strong. Perhaps too strong, I observed. At that time, there were members of the aristocracy who were bleeding the country dry for their own gain. Since they were nobles, they were untouchable. For my brother, it was a source of great turmoil. Coincidentally, at the same time, the Professor began his terrifying reign. During the time of the Professor killings, my brother did not appear to be himself.
That made you suspect?
Yes. But it was only once, not more.
Only once? Really?
Clint wasn't the culprit. That was my conclusion at the time. I still believe that now. Do you have any evidence to support that idea? The third victim was the Lord Chief Justice at the time. It was he who had recognized my brother's potential and trained him as a prosecutor. No matter what the circumstances, it's unthinkable my brother could have killed his friend and mentor. That will do. Neither Clint Van Zeeks nor Ganshinaski still walk this earth. Much we debate this matter now, we cannot hope to reach a conclusion.
But
there are only 2 extant pieces of evidence from the time. The woebegone ring that acted as incriminating evidence to condemn Ganshinaski, the 3-page last will and testament penned in black ink and left by the man.
Oh, wait. How's he know it's 3 pages? This is the first I'm hearing 3 pages. How'd you know how'd you know that? How'd you know that?
Later today, I'll present myself with the mystery of justice for whatever sanction is deemed appropriate. That is all. Course adjourned.
Objection!
How... Thank you, Kazuma.
Me?
If it wasn't for you... I would have made this 11th hour discovery. What discovery? My lord, I'm afraid I must insist the trial continues.
I beg your pardon?
This court has been reminded today already. I must stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth. In that end, one particular statement made by somebody in this courtroom moments ago. I feel a very subtle contradiction.
What contradiction?
But Audio was actually accused of one simple impression. It wasn't him who said it. Well, it began with Lord Van Zeeks and his recollection about his brother. Lord Strongheart didn't permit the defendant to speak at length.
Merely pointed out that we can draw no further useful conclusions here. So what of this contradiction?
One of them definitely just said something contradictory. It's time to identify who. Lord Strongheart did. It's Lord Strongheart, I'm sure of it. Something he said was slightly off. Come on, Ryunosuke, think back over his words. Find the problem.
Neither Clint Van Zeeks nor Genshin Asuki still walk this earth. Much we debate this matter now, we cannot hope to reach a conclusion. Only two excellent pieces of evidence from the time. The Woebegone ring acted as incriminating evidence to condemn Genshin Asuki. The 3-page last will and testament penned in black ink left behind by the man.
How do you know it's 3 pages long? Lord Strongheart, would you care to explain?
Explain what, Counsel?
One of the statements you made just a few moments ago. Something you said was inconsistent with a certain piece of evidence we have.
Inconsistent?
And also an inconsistency remains. The defense has a right to pursue an explanation. Ryunosuke, what?
Let me warn you about the statements you are making, Counsel. They may very well prove fatal. You claim my words contain a contradiction. What piece of evidence, I ask you?
This is only 2 papers, actually, but still.
Take that!
This here is the will left behind Mr. Asugi. The 2-paged will. Oh, that's inconsistent.
What?
Yeah, moments ago, your precise words were the 3-page last will and testament. Ah. Could it be that originally there was a 3rd page? Uh-oh.
For a moment, I thought perhaps you identified something worthwhile. But a mere trifle, I see.
Trifle?
Governor Caden! Oh, what can I do for you, sir?
You're present with a Japanese man penned his last will and testament?
Aye, I was there for sure. Remember the black round like scrolls this day. And, quite so, my lord, there's a 3rd page at the time.
What?
Only the first 2 pages of the actual will, though. Mind correctly, the 3rd was a message to his lad back in Japan.
For legal purposes, we required only his will.
Wonder what a comfortable words of Britain to get back to Japan, eh? So it was decided that the 3rd page wanted to be sent.
Objection!
How dare you make that decision? I had a right to know what it said, to hear my father's final words to me.
Courtroom is no place for sentimentality, Counsel. As it happens, I have the 3rd page of the document we're here tonight now.
My father's message.
It will be given to you at the end of these proceedings.
Too late once the trial's over. We know what it says now. That's the last time he gives a vital clue. My lord, defense calls for Genshin Asuki's last words to his son be read out loud before the court now.
Request is denied. Inevitability of modern words can be of no consequence now.
Objection!
The prosecution agrees. The court should know the content of that message. Every possible piece of evidence must be thoroughly examined.
Very well, then. Governor Caden. You'll read the 3rd page document for all present to hear. Yes, sir. Only, I should point out, my lord, that I cannot actually read worm language.
This beautiful handwriting. Shame on you, Barry. Oh, shame on you, Barry. Oh, Sholmeske, I could be of assistance here. I'd be happy to translate the words in English for the court. Father!
You're still here, are you, Dr. Mikotoba?
Naturally. Consider myself a member of the judiciary. Albeit a lowly one. But perhaps I should quietly withdraw after translating Genshin's message.
Your cooperation is much appreciated.
Kazuma, the truth is shrouded in darkness. Darkness only a clad's gray sword can pierce. Mighty Karuma, twist thy head and watch them fall. All thy mortal foes. Twist thy head? That's not how swords work. Wait a minute. That's not how Wait a minute. That's the end of the message, would seem. Also, you change sides. Haiku poem, twist thy head? Father. What is Karuma? The name of the Yasuki clan's famous sword. There's a sharp blade known to all, passed down for generations. By his Japanese spirit. Twist the head. Of the sword? Is something hidden inside it?
It's not known to me.
It's the katana sword that submitted as evidence early in these proceedings. The one worn by the prosecution counsel when he confronted Inspector Gregson. Twist the handle. Uh-oh. What's hidden in it?
All these procrastinations are beginning to try my patience. Gentlemen, this court is long overdue. Presiding judge, I've been accommodating as possible the will of the courtroom. However, despite all that, no new information has come to light.
Let's check that sword right now. Right now, right now, right now. Boop-a-doop. Boop-a-doop. Twist thy head. Mighty Karma, twist thy head and watch them fall. All thy mortal foes. It's a proper way to use the sword, is it? Maybe I should try it. Hurts my neck, that's the trouble. Miss Naruhodo, if I may, I may suggest it. Think perhaps it doesn't mean your head. Oh. Once studied the history and development of the katana some time ago. As I'm sure you're probably aware, the sword's head is the part at the very end of the hilt. It's written as head Japanese, but it's pronounced as Kashira, I believe. Kashira. So what Sasuke's words really mean, twist the butt of the hilt. You don't think... Ah! What's inside it? Is that a tightly wound sheet of parchment? Scarlet ink! It's written in scarlet ink! I penned this my last will and testament. In the final moments before my inevitable and willing death. This is it, isn't it? Mr. Naruhodo, look at the signature at the end. Clint Van Zeeks. The date 10 years ago on that fateful night. So for 10 years, it's been silently concealed inside Karma and no one knew. Last will and testament, Lord Clint Van Zeeks. Wait. Oh my goodness. Look at this. This is unbelievable. Uh-oh.
In pursuit of justice, Lord Clint Van Zeeks tragically lost all sense of morality. He murdered his former mentor. Clearly, he was already devoid of his normal faculties.
Objection!
How dare you! I refuse to believe that of my brother. Too much time has passed. We cannot ever hope to know more than we do now. Especially since the alleged will he penned in his final moments appears to have been lost forever. Ugh. Lord Strongheart. You appear to be in something of a hurry to wrap things up. I wonder why. We've heard you state time and time again during these proceedings that everything you did was the interest of protecting British law and order. And I stand by that. Without the Reaper, we could never have achieved the reduction in crime the capital has seen.
Objection!
What about Inspector Gregson, then?
And Dr. Wilson. They were no criminals. You used them to achieve your ends, and then you had them killed.
However you dress it up, there's nothing fair or just about that.
Lord Strongheart, what exactly is it that you're hiding?
This case is more twist of the friendship bracelet, yeah. It's a very strong friendship, apparently.
Dr. Mikotoba? Or are you not to quietly withdraw off the translation of former associate's will? In this courtroom, no argument carries weight unless it's supported by evidence. And it would seem that the defense has no more evidence to present.
I do.
In which case... I hereby order all discourse from these proceedings be struck from the record.
This is my last chance. Miss Naruhodo! I have to present some decisive evidence now, or it's all over. But can I? Present evidence, we have it. Wait, my lord. As it happens, the defense does have evidence to present.
Don't be absurd. There's nothing of relevance remaining for the time.
Objection!
It's high time that you realize something, my lord. This gentleman has an uncanny habit of producing evidence at the final hour that he had never escaped everyone else's attention. Nonsense.
What is it, Ryunosuke? What do you have? I dare say, the final decisive piece of evidence. That will reveal the whole truth about this rotten tale. How can you? Decisive. Well, it appears there's no escaping it now, my lord.
Let it be so then. Present whatever you think you have that can settle this decade-old enigma, if you're capable.
What exactly is this evidence that the defense claims to be so decisive?
Take that!
There is a single piece of evidence that can clarify what really happened 10 years ago. The last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zeeks.
Ha! A wonderfully astute observation, I'm sure. But in case it had escaped your notice, that document was lost long ago.
That's right, it was. Only, I have it right here. Discovered just moments ago.
Impossible! That can't be!
Everything that's happened comes back to this will. This document is the key that will unlock an entire mystery. Oh my god. We got him now.
My brother's last will and testament. Where did you find that?
It was rolled up inside this.
Inside Karama.
The ultimate weapon Ryunosuke obtained is laying undisturbed in the hilt of the sword all these years. Just waiting for the right time to emerge and reveal the truth. The signature and seal certainly look official.
My god, it's true. It's my brother's handwriting. There can be no mistake.
But he's hyped up like an anime, yeah.
I forbid the contents of that document being read out. Do you hear me? Strictly forbid it!
Objection!
You can't do that, my lord. This document could explain everything.
That document could literally destroy the meaning of justice in this country. I demand that you hand it over to me, at once.
Why? What are you trying to hide? Could it be that you already know what's written on this page?
Ah, what are you implying? Court is adjourned with immediate effect. Clear the courtroom.
Objection!
Do that, my lord. And you'll suffer a fatal blow as Lord Chief Justice. Beg your pardon.
Forcibly ending a trial without good reason. Not any trial. A closed trial by order of Her Majesty the Queen. To defy the monarch's will is treason!
Ugh.
Yeah, Barak stick his leg out real far. My god. Well, well, my lord. Rather appear as though proceedings aren't going to go quite as you hoped. You fools. I just realized something. How are we gonna send him to jail? He's the Lord Chief Justice. How's this gonna work? Go ahead, Ryunosuke. Read it. The prosecution gives its full support. I'm pretty sure that's gonna come up, though. How we put him in jail. He's the guy that... Never mind. Farewell, then.
No. For God's sake. No!
Oh, he's lost it. He's lost it.
I pen this, my last will and testament, in the final moments of my inevitable willing death. The hour is 11 p.m. I sit at my writing desk in my office. My good friend Asugi stands at my shoulder. He has expressed his intent to invoke the dying ritual of the duel, that I may depart this world with honor. An honor of which I am utterly undeserving. The Japanese are truly merciful people.
Right, The postmortem report did say that, like, he had other injuries as if for a duel. That's what this is about.
Clint Van Ziek's law of the Madden Van Ziek's estate hereby confess the following. I am the killer who has come to be known in society as the Professor, guilty of 4 counts of murder. I will not here discourse the corruption rife among the aristocracy, which is to me, as one of them, so apparent. However, 6 months ago, I took the life of a member of the House of Lords, the heart of the depravity. A demon who had habitually sacrificed the common man to further his own interests, abusing his position of power.
Oh no.
The law is impotent against such vile avarice. Only a fellow demon can rid society of this menace.
Doggy.
That demon was my quarry, upon which I unwillingly set my great hound. But though I am a hunter of some experience, I am a poor felon, it seems.
Look at Genshin just leaning against the wall like that. See, his thing's flowing in the wind too.
Like father, like son. My guilt was at once recognized by another, and I became subject to his extortion. He held me over the threat of exposing my wicked crime to my beloved wife and brother. Under that threat, I've done this man's bidding for months now, killing those he demanded I kill.
Oh.
To watch my former mentor perish before my eyes in the jaws of the hound I commanded. I realized that I had lost the last shred of decency within me, and sunk to the level of a wild beast.
Who was it that... Was it Genshin that found out? Or I don't think it was Genshin that found it. He would have done that.
There's no path back to the light, be it I or my dear friend Asuki dies this night. To my extortioner, male strong heart, may you feel the jaws of the beast at your throat every time you swallow.
I kind of figured or something like that. I was like, if it's not Genshin, it's him. So now we know. Yes, Clint Von Zieks was a murderer. But somebody was directing him and naming his victims. His extortioner, Lord Male Strongheart. It was you!
Lord Strongheart, a moment ago, claimed that what the court has just heard could destroy justice in this country. But you weren't trying to protect justice at all. All you're trying to do was conceal the secret of your true nature, and the countless lives you sacrificed up until now. It just didn't make sense to me that the third victim, the former Lord Chief Justice, was my brother's benefactor, and a man of lofty principles. As I said, Clint had no possible reason to kill the man.
But he did, didn't you, Lord Strongheart? To eliminate the man who stood between you and the office you set your sights on. Oh my god. You used your own hunting dog, Lord Clint Van Zieks, to take him down. He's just smiling through all this.
Had to be done. London's unsavory shadows are deep. The arm of the law fails to reach their depths. Crime must be cut off at the roots. Lord Chief Justice at the time couldn't see that. He was weak. Lofty principles, you say? Tantamount to cowardice, you ask me. Which is why I took his place, in order to fight the crime he was allowing to spread like wildfire. By murdering the man? The Reaper, the Professor, the name makes no difference. As I've explained countless times already, it was done for the furtherance of law and order in London.
Objection!
Are you going to legitimize the murder of my father now, too? Ah, Kenshin Asugi. Well, that was unfortunate. I fully intended to send him back to Japan, as we'd agreed.
I don't believe you. It was you, wasn't it? You killed him. He's the one that shot him? Are you saying?
No, it wasn't me who took your father's life.
Then who?
On the night following his mock execution, I went to Logate Cemetery at 3 in the morning of Jigoku.
Judge Jigoku? Oh, the judge shot him.
There had to be a collaborator on the Japanese side to manage Asuki's treatment after his reposition. Jigoku had fierce ambition.
As a reminder, Jigoku is the judge in Japan.
fierce ambition made him easy to manipulate. 10 years ago, after he'd stood trial for the destruction of the witness stand, I had words with him. When I told him the position of Minister of Foreign Affairs could be his, he couldn't agree fast enough. Seishiro, you fool. As you know, Asuki escaped President of the closed casket and was subsequently interred. We intend to dig him out of this grave before he ran out of air. But sadly, all did not go to plan. Ah! There's an unexpected visitor to the cemetery with his own ideas about digging up graves. A man who'd witnessed what nobody was supposed to see.
Drebber.
Of course, I knew grave robbers frequented London cemeteries. But that grave on that particular night... Blast! We found the convict was really executed. The scandal rocked the very foundation of the Empire. Then what do we do? Shoot him, Mr. Jigoku! Shoot Asuki at once! He can't live now this has happened. He has to go. What are you talking about? An agreement! Promise you can return to Japan! The thing has changed now. The truth got out because of this. Both of us will be finished. However... Come on, Jigoku. Do it. Pull the trigger. Shoot her! Jigoku shot Asuki from the shadows. The grave robber was so close. The blood sprayed over his coat. And camera. Flew as fast as his leg would carry him. Then Jigoku and I put Asuki's body back in the grave, from which he'd just emerged. And I later learned of the waxwork modeler's presence at the scene as well. I made her swear 2 things. Never to remove the professor's mask, and never to speak of the events of that night. With that, the secret was buried along with Asuki's corpse. So, how you know what really happened in Lowgate Cemetery that night?
There we go. I think that's everything now. I think that's everything explained, actually. Like, for reals. Actually.
It was Jigoku, your Japanese acquaintance, who killed Asuki in the end, you see. You told him to! He claimed to be the man's friend, but when push came to shove, he pulled the trigger.
Just remember Jigoku left the courtroom earlier. He said the assassin exchange proposal was a demand for his British counterpart, not a request. So you coerced him too, using what happened in the graveyard. By that time, Jigoku was the Minister of Foreign Affairs negotiating international treaties with Britain. You can imagine what would happen if it came to light he'd murdered a compatriot 10 years earlier. He would have lost everything. I merely reminded him of that. How would he sleep at night?
These past 10 years, I've fought tirelessly with the darker recesses of London's criminal underworld. I've used whatever means necessary to ensure justice prevails and law and order reigns supreme.
That couldn't be further from the truth. The fact is, you haven't fought crime at all.
How dare you! I saved Clint Van Zeeks from dishonor's death!
Objection!
Whilst behind the scenes, you systematically buried anyone who stood in your way. And then you made my father take the blame.
It was unavoidable. It's the only way to protect our justice system and public order.
Let's not forget the others he had killed as well. Setting the defendant up as the Reaper to cover up the truth behind the murders of countless more.
That's... enough! Do you have any idea of the conniving that led to the acquittals of those wretched criminals? We have to fight fire with fire. Our courts can't function without a Reaper. Can't see all I've done for this country? It's been my struggle.
Objection!
You've done nothing. As Lord Van Zeeks here worked tirelessly and justly in court, also during the disgrace of the Reaper name. Inspector Gregson fought with anguish for having to sully his hands for his desire to do the right thing. Not to mention Getch Nasuki risked his life going in pursuit of the truth you had to handle. He tried to hide. Now the darker recesses of London's underworld are largely filled by you.
You little... when will you get it through your thick skulls?
That was all for Queen and Country? I'm tired of that excuse. You've constantly twisted the truth for bargaining power to make others do your bidding. Nothing more. People who willingly twist the truth and coerce others have no right to call themselves part of the judiciary.
strongly suggest you don't ever talk of justice again. Grr. He is McFreakin' losing it. I guess now's the part where, like, you can't take me to jail, I am the law. Oh, he just froze. Well, well. Dear me, my good fellows, dear me. Well-deserved round of applause, I think, for quite marvelous performance. What are you talking about? Slightly grave expressions, beautifully pronounced Queen's English. Really, our friends from the Far East are quite the picture of industriousness. You fraud. Keep your mockery. Please, don't misunderstand. It really is exactly as you've both said. What are you trying to say? I've occupied the darker recess of London's underworld and, how'd you put it, done nothing? I confess, it's a little embarrassing to have it pointed out quite so starkly, but yes, I really have done nothing, which means I can be indicted for nothing. No? What? It's true. Personally, I've committed no crime. Merely been surrounded by fools. I've acted very rashly indeed.
Objection!
You can't get away with that. You've consistently preyed on people's weaknesses. And what? Threatened them? Are you sure it wasn't just bargaining? I would like to address all the good lords, ladies, and gentlemen of the judiciary who are present. You all know of these darker recesses in our great capital, and deep down, I believe you also know that to fight those who dwell there requires at least some of us to occupy the darkness ourselves. So let me appeal to your good sense now. Consider the situation with me. If this catalogue of horrifying revelations were to become common knowledge among the 6 million inhabitants of London, what might happen? To learn the infamous murder of royals and nobles was a suspected member of the aristocracy himself. Evidence is fabricated, the scapegoat's trial amid secret negotiations and prosecutors affected jailbreak. The Reaper of the Bailey was an organized group of assassins managed by Scotland Yard Inspector. And finally, that it was all masterminded by Lord Chief Justice himself. If the general public of Britain knew the truth, all faith in the police and prosecutor's office would be completely lost, without doubt. Public order in the capital would completely break down. We'd be cast back to the lawless days of the last century. Precisely as was 100 years ago, when 1/10 of the populace were criminals. Look what we've accomplished since then. A public policing force, a comprehensive set of laws. Oh, his entire face changed color there. But to continue to protect this new era of law and order, say again, we must at times occupy the darkness ourselves. We have successfully identified and apprehended the man responsible for taking Inspector Greggson's life. That is all that was expected of this trial. All these other matters that have been discussed will be limited to the business of these proceedings, in interest of preserving law and order. Protect Her Majesty the Queen, of course. Well, my lords, ladies and gentlemen, what say you? We can at least arrest you, though, and just put someone else in. Oh god. Oh god. Tide's turned! Are you hearing this? That's the will of the British judiciary? Oh god, he's... For your rousing response, friends, I express my heartfelt gratitude. Therefore, in accordance with the overwhelming wishes of the court, the record shall be erased. You have to respect the man's ability to turn a situation to his favor. Lord Strongheart really is a master of manipulation. I've conclusively proven his guilt. It still manages to evade justice. I just don't know what we can do. Ryunosuke. Looks like the trial really is going to come to an end now. Almost out of options. We're not out of options. We're not out of options. There's really only one path left open to me. Use evidence. We have one option left. Yeah, since I know only too well, the only thing that carries any weight in court is evidence. We're not presenting the badge, no.
Mr. Naruhodo, what evidence is there to use at this stage of the trial?
I have an idea. I don't know whether anything will come of it, but if there's ever a time for using this particular item we have among the evidence, it's now. Ours is lucky charm. Been told to tug its ears if I find myself at a dead end.
Take that!
Oh my! Yes, Mr. Sholmes asked if you had that with you earlier.
Exposed all of Lord Strongheart's wrongdoings now. I've no doubt that Mr. Sholmes had already deduced exactly how truth would unfurl. So I think it must be time for the great detective to take center stage, don't you?
Yes, absolutely. Let's take the tail by the ears then, and heave!
Alright, here goes. Heave!
Ow, 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 ow! My dear fellows, must I remind you every time, a gentle tug would suffice. Mr. Sholmes, you're looking quite the wrong direction, Mr. Naruhodo, because I'm over here. Ah, Mr. Naruhodo, he's...
Hello? Is that a hologram?
Mr. Sholmes.
Is this a hologram? I was expecting you back, Sholmes.
Delighted to be here again.
So, the bunny is actually, like, a radio. We established that happened earlier. There's a whole section where it played as Sholmes and Mikotoba. But, how is this?
Glad to be here again, Lord Strongheart.
What is the meaning of this? Bailiff, seize him. Put that man in irons. It's a hologram. It's close quarter, but once already, man. What the? We can't get hold of him, my lord. We just go right through him.
I'm afraid your efforts are wasted. You see, the great detective you see before you is composed entirely of light and shadow. An image, if you will. Mr. Naruhodo, I must congratulate you on your fine deductions. Mr. Sholmes, what on earth is... Are you familiar, I wonder, with the invention known as the telephone? Yes, I hear that some public telephones have been installed recently in Tokyo. The sound of the speaker's voice is converted to an electrical signal and transmit instantly to another place. Quite. Sound is transmitted, so could not images keep them company, I mused. Alice and I did some modest experimentation to develop such a device specifically for this very day. Modest experimentation, Mr. Sholmes? What a modest description. And somewhat incidentally, thought we might just as well transmit an entire scene.
Was this all recorded? Was this all recorded?
Somewhat incidentally, Mr. Sholmes, now you're just being immodest.
Do you mean to say you're not actually here, Sholmes?
Oh. I knew my trusty partner would have no trouble grasping the concept. Except he's grasping the stand to steady himself after your shock arrival. Poor father. I'd have hoped he might have been forewarned, being the great detective's great partner.
Leave my courtroom at once! Get out! I swear to you.
Dear me. You, on the other hand, Lord Strongheart, appear to have a very poor grasp of the situation. Allow me to reiterate, I am not here. Which would, I hope, lead naturally to one asking, where exactly are you? The very question I was awaiting. I'm at present enjoying the air in a rather splendid garden. A garden? Not just any garden, you understand. A garden at Buckingham Palace. Yeah? Yeah?
What? You can't be Buckingham Palace?
What's Buckingham Palace, Mrs. Sato? Never heard of it. Do you ever read the news, Mr. Naruhodo? Mr. Sholmes. Is ours with you there? Ah, well now. Alice is currently enjoying some tea. With Her Majesty. Her Majesty? Not just any Her Majesty, you understand. Her Majesty, the Queen of the British Empire.
Game. game! What? What on earth is all this about?
Buckingham Palace. Is Her Majesty the Queen's residence in London, Miss Naruhodo?
Order! Order in court! I demand immediate silence! Her Majesty the Queen? You can't be... I mean, no. This is some sort of unforgivably distasteful trickery by a third-rate detective, that's all!
Unforgivably distasteful trickery? What an apt description. A closed court session attempted by elite members of the judiciary is a rare event. Soon Her Majesty would be more than a little curious about the proceedings. So I decided to show her everything, from start to finish.
You showed her?
Indeed. I did the Herlock Chum's remote cinematograph.
You meddling... This is some kind of nightmare.
Just as I appear to be standing before you, regaling you of talk of my latest invention. No doubt you've inferred that the reverse is also true.
You don't mean...
Her Majesty is seen and heard every moment of the proceedings. I assume there'd be no objection. After all, every trial in this country is conducted under the auspices of Her Majesty, as you know.
You...
I confess, I'm quite impatient to hear Her Majesty's opinion about the unforgivably distasteful trickery in which you've engaged over the past 10 years.
No! I was merely...
Oh, sorry to keep you all waiting. Vicky and I had so much to talk about. Vicky? Iris, there you are. In fact, I have a little message here from Her Majesty.
A message?
Well then, if everyone is sitting comfortably, ahem. Forthwith and with immediate effect, all authority previously afforded to male Strongheart is hereby revoked forevermore. Furthermore, he will be prosecuted for crimes against his country in a public trial by jury in the coming days. So, it seems that Her Majesty doesn't believe we need to fight fire with fire. Justice in this country needn't be administered from the shadows at all. Male Strongheart. The darkness you foster to conceal your despicable actions these last 10 years is a thing of the past now. After today, your brand of law and order has no future, because no longer are you the Lord Chief Justice. In the eyes of the law, and of Her Majesty the Queen, you're nothing but a criminal.
Adjourned! 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 Court is adjourned!
Oh, he broke it!
Guilty.
Oh, super guilty. The scales are just... Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay, I thought they were gonna stab him. I thought they were gonna stab him because the sharp parts are at the bottom. You also thought they were gonna stab him? Yeah. I mean, the pointy bits are... Oh my god, he's all burnt up.
Lord Clint Van Zieks left a will in which he confessed to everything. When those words came out of Asugi's mouth, it deranged me completely. I knew I must do anything and everything in my power to contain the situation. But I couldn't find the dang document. Searched his cell, but it wasn't there.
Which precipitated the jailbreak plot, I presume. What do you mean?
The need to obtain that was all-consuming. I'm sure that I facilitated Asugi's escape. It emerged with the will somewhere on his person. But despite searching his limp body in the cemetery that night, it still eluded me. It never even crossed my mind that it was concealed in that sword's hilt.
What pains me now is that my brother left this world without a word to me.
I'm sorry, Lord Van Zeeks. In point of fact, I think perhaps this isn't that isn't the case. Sorry.
How can that be?
There's Mortimer's last will and testament that we conveniently didn't say until now.
What?
We didn't mention this part, I guess. We just left it out.
As I confront the prospect of my demise, I feel bitter regret for my younger brother. Barak, you have always looked up to me, and now you follow in my footsteps to become a prosecutor. It is my fervent wish that my unspeakable deeds should not hinder your advancement. I ask not for understanding, for none could understand my depravity. I ask only for forgiveness.
Asuki is a fine detective and hunter worthy of respect. He has agreed to honor my final 2 wishes. The first is that this document survives. The second, I cannot commit to paper. I have confessed my sins to my wife. May she find a resolution to my death. For my eternal gratitude to my Japanese friend, I rest my quill. Clint Van Zeeks.
Clint.
Male Strongheart. You colluded with Seishiro Jigoku in a criminal plot so immense it spanned the oceans. You cold-heartedly murdered all those who knew the truth about what happened 10 years ago. But why'd you set about that now, a whole decade later?
To ascend to the very peak. These last 10 years made me realize being the Lord Chief Justice wasn't enough. Short of becoming Her Majesty's Attorney General, I could have no real power to effect the changes needed in this country. And for that promotion, I need to ensure no remnants of the past remained. How could you? I'd like everything to run smoothly, in the exact manner that I prescribe, like a well-oiled machine. And I was just a step away. And for your ambition to succeed, did you even bother to count the number of brilliant people you had killed?
Ah, Mr. Reaper, are you not forgetting something?
Such as?
You very much adopted your usual prosecutor-like demeanor in the proceedings now. But the reality of the situation is that you are the defendant in this trial. However, the presiding judge would appear to have fallen for the bench, as it were. Hey, he's back. May I suggest, therefore, we trust the final adjudication to the old friend?
My lord! As a member of the judiciary, I have been following the proceedings from the gallery, and I must say, I shan't ever forget the extraordinary battle between good and evil that I witnessed here today. The darkness that has blighted justice in our land these past 10 years has at last been dispelled, thanks in no small part to the efforts of a bright young star from the east. Defense Counsel Naruhodo.
Yes, my lord.
On behalf of everyone here present in the Old Bailey, I give you my heartfelt thanks.
You're too kind, my lord.
The first time I faced you in court, just under a year ago now, I had the faintest of intimations.
Nothing for Cosma? Well, I mean, I did everything until this. Cosma was supposed to be here, but
that a British justice so warped and twisted over its long history has found no change. This might just be the man to do it. But at the time, I wouldn't allow myself to acknowledge the possibility. I couldn't overcome my hatred of the Japanese after the circumstances of my brother's death. Mr. Naruhodo, allow me to apologize for countless discourtesies on my part. You're a lawyer of boundless talent.
Oh, Lord Van Zeeks. He was too racist, yeah. When I first arrived in Great Britain, I was literally nobody. Sorry, not a lawyer. The truth is, my fortunes have entirely been made by the miraculous people I've met. My best friend, Kazuma Osogi, who led me here to Britain in the first place. My loyal and ever-patient judicial assistant, Misa Sato, helped me study to become a lawyer. The brilliant Lord Van Zeeks never failed to challenge his Nipponese rival. Not to mention, the exceptional master of logic and reasoning who showed me the true art of deduction, Mr. Sholmes.
Saving the best for last, Mr. Naruhodo. What a relief!
I'm well aware. With all these people's help and support, I wouldn't be where I am today.
Really? What about Iris and Gina, huh? What about them? You didn't mention them.
Truth is the guiding light that always leads to happiness. I've lived with that principle for a long time now, but actually it's not true. Truth can also cause great pain, sometimes even leave people on the brink of despair. And for that reason, there are those who feel the need to hide the truth, who do it instinctively even. But as soon as we allow our eyes to settle on something other than the truth, the darkness takes hold. And there it grows, until eventually it makes us blind to the guiding light of the truth altogether. So that's why it's my belief that we must all resolve to never avert our eyes from what is just and true. We must never Ace Attorney 2 resolve, so we continue to walk the straight and narrow path ahead.
Well, must excuse myself now. But before I go, Miss Naruhodo, let me compliment you on your grand opus.
What?
Without your beautifully composed case against Lord Strongheart, Her Majesty would have been unable to act. Thanks to you and your fellows, the haunting undertones corrupting British justice system has been silenced.
Thank you very much.
You missed the win for Kazuma? Yeah. So, shall they pass across again somewhere? Oh yeah, So Mikatoba asked Ryunosuke to come back to Japan after this. I think I see why. Because, like, he was like, you're the man that Japan needs to change the justice system. And, yeah. Well then, it appears this long chance finally come to an end.
My apologies for any anxiety caused, my lord.
I'm quite sure we shall meet again here in the courtroom before long, Prosecutor Berg von Zeeks. In conclusion of these proceedings, I hereby declare the defendant Berg von Zeeks.
Completely forgot those lessons learned by the time Japan California happens? Yeah. Don't learn from history, you're doomed to repeat it.
That is all. Court is adjourned.
Fireworks and doors? Yeah. They have the fire on the things. So why not fireworks? I mean, they technically already had the omnibus fire, so they, you know. Never mind. It really is all over. But I sacrificed too much? This is before or after the Great Fire of London? I don't know. Mr. Naruhodo. I really must congratulate you. It was a truly splendid performance. Honestly, I couldn't be happier for you. Oh, thank you very much. I really couldn't have done it without you at my side. Through it all, Mrs. Sato. Oh, it's very, very after. Oh. Your kind of words mean so much to me. Really was a very splendid show, that, Naruhodo. I thought you'd be smiling from ear to ear. You look rather glum. Well, of course I'm delighted about the verdict. But exposing the truth, I'm afraid I've caused my client a great deal of pain. I'm really not sure that's what a lawyer ought to be doing. Oh, well, in that case, I'm quite sure when you see Lord Van Zeeks' smiling face, everything will seem much better. Yeah? Mrs. Sato. Everything seems worse. He has a face like thunder. Oh dear. I really shouldn't have presumed.
Mr. Naruhodo,
Yes.
almost a year it's been now, since I first encountered you here in this very courthouse. For you to have risen to the level of excellence you demonstrated today, well, it's quite remarkable.
But I suppose the most unpalatable truth you could ever have imagined in court today. Feels though I've robbed you of something you held so dear. Wonder how long the epilogue will be? Probably need some amount of time, yeah.
What was it that he said? To fight those who dwell in the darkness requires at least some of us to occupy the darkness ourselves. But that was just the feeble excuse of a coward. Only those with a steadfast eye for the truth have what it takes to fight the dark forces of crime. You made fine work of establishing that fact in court today.
Oh. Well, thank you. What magnanimous words. I'm quite sure Kazuma-sama would have a smile on his face at this very moment if he were here. Kazuma. Mrs. Sato. There's another face like thunder here. Oh my, and he really was here. Lord Van Zeeks. Allow me to congratulate you on your acquittal.
Congratulate me, or curse me. You failed to bring down the Reaper.
I mean, we did. I owe an apology.
No, it's I who should apologize. Your father, Genshin. If I had been stronger, then perhaps. Made an unforgivable error of judgment. Can offer no excuse.
And I can offer no forgiveness. That said, I suppose you fought for justice and the truth. For that, at least, I can't withhold respect.
Your words mean more to me than you could know. I will hold them dear.
Kazuma-sama. I must say, there's one thing that's still bothering me. What's that? The will that Lord Clint Van Zeeks wrote before his duel with my father. Asagi's a fine detective, and a hunter worthy of respect. He has agreed to honor my final two wishes. The first is that this document survives. The second, I cannot commit to paper. I have confessed my sins to my wife. May she find resolution in my death. For my eternal gratitude to my Japanese friend, I rest my quill, Clint Van Zeeks. Was the second wish the duel? Or what? What could the second of his final wishes have been?
That your father agreed to honor, you mean?
Think perhaps I might be able to shed some light on that. What? Father? It was 10 years ago, as you know. The day before the execution was scheduled. Went to the prison to say my farewells to Genshin. Why don't you put it more of a fight, Genshin? If you'll agree to it, Seishiro and I will gladly petition the government. We've been through this already. You don't need to worry about me. Anyway, Yujin, I have a favor to ask of you. Something of great importance. You're one of my greatest friends, Genshin. Whatever it is, consider it done. Whoa! Hello! Thank you for the raid! A.K.A. Stargazer. You're at the end of this game, so Ace Attorney 2 spoilers if you were about this. This is like the end of the game, but thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a lovely stream. When you tell me an address, you need to go there at once, in secret telling no one. Did you find the Lady of the Gentry in hiding there? The Lady of the Gentry? She's not in a good way, and she's with child. The birth is imminent.
As a medical man, I'd like to attend to her. Please, your only hope. By any chance, the child yours, Genshin? Don't be daft. It's a favor that was asked of me by a man I knew. That's his dying wish. My goodness. I swore the man I would help. That I would do whatever I could for his wife and an unborn child. If something should happen to me, I need to ask you that same favor. You're the only person I know that I can truly rely on. What'd you say? If something should happen to you?
Don't tell me it's Iris, that's their child.
Tomorrow night you're gonna be... You never know, though, do you? What life will bring. Alright then. Tell me the address. I'll head there at once. With Seishiro and... No, not with him. Pardon? This is a favor I'm asking of you. And only you, Yujin. Right, I see. Very well then. That very night I caught a train from Paddington to Dartmoor in Devon. Found the old house. In the middle of nowhere, it was. An old hunting hound lay asleep on the grounds.
A puppy!
The poor woman was on the floor at the back of a darkened room. She was in mortal danger. Broken bars particularly delayed before she weakened further, but it was a torturous birth. Did everything humanly possible for her and her child. Oh boy.
Babby noise.
In the end, I was lucky enough to welcome a new life into the world. But tragically, my efforts to save the mother's life were in vain. I held the healthy newborn girl in my arms and wept for longer than I care to remember. Eventually, in something of a daze, I looked around the room. There's precious little in it, but an old travel trunk caught my eye. Baskerville! Been clearly well lacked over the years, made of top-quality leather and fine stitching. But it was when I saw the emblem on the side of it that everything dropped into place. B for Baskerville.
But Baskerville? You mean the one was the wife of Lord Clint Van Zeeks?
That's right.
Oh no. Iris Baskerville. I believe that's leading to this.
The newborn was his daughter.
Or Iris Van Zeeks? I don't know. Something. I'm assuming that's what this is leading to, and it's silly.
That makes no sense. Why on earth wouldn't Clint have trusted the child to my care in that case? We didn't know we even had a daughter.
I suppose he didn't really have any choice.
What?
Well, your brother said that he confessed everything to his wife. She must have been beside herself with worry for her child. The true identity of the professor were effort to be made public. The girl will be forever branded as the daughter of the infamous mass murderer.
So the only solution was to distance the young girl from the Van Zeeks family as much as possible. I don't believe it. I imagine that at his final hour, Lord Clint Van Zeeks made the obvious choice. He would have thought to himself, this Japanese man here is someone I can trust.
And hey, all this happened 10 years ago. Do you guys know how young Iris is?
I honored my promise to Genshin, of course. However, only a month later, I was summoned back to Japan. Without disclosing the parentage of the child, I couldn't obtain permission to take her with me.
Oh, how awful.
I was completely at a loss. In the end, I had to ask my great friend. I asked him if he would be a father to her.
That being Mr. Sholmes, I presume?
Yes. He took one look into my eyes and agreed to it on the spot.
Mr. Sholmes, he has the heart of gold.
Really, all that can be said that I did for the child was give her a name.
Oh?
When I come to Britain, I was trying to escape from the grief of losing my darling wife. So it's her name that I gave the little girl.
Your wife's name, Professor Mikotoba. In other words, the name of my mother. Ayame Mikotoba. Oh! Oh! That's right. Ayame. Or in English, Iris. Iris? I had no idea. Ouch! Mr. Naruhodo, what's wrong? This little thing just pinched me out behind through my trouser pocket. Hard. Ah, my dear fellows, can you hear me? Mr. Sholmes, is that you? Yes, we can hear you. You see what excessive tugging can do? Let that be a lesson to you. Mr. Sholmes, we weren't able to thank you properly before. You're simply marvelous. Your checkmate was a stroke of genius. Indeed it was, wasn't it? I surpassed myself, I feel. It became apparent to me that to stop the Lord Chief Injustice would require measures. Chief Injustice, nice. Bruno, Susie. Oh, Iris. Oh, I'm so pleased. What a wonderful outcome. Majesty Vicky said my special blend was delicious. Oh, I'm sure she did. After all, no one brews more delicious tea than you do, Iris. Let's have a party to celebrate. Mr. Reaper, you simply must come too. I'm afraid I couldn't. The Reaper of the Bailey. Flustered by a 10-year-old girl. Again. It's his niece. His 10-year-old niece. No, really? Aw, poo. But I give you my word that I shall present myself at your residence in the near future to express my gratitude. Oh, how lovely. You've promised now. I won't let you forget. Bye for now, then. Alright, Iris, thank you for your help earlier. Thank you for the follow. Oh, that was nothing. Just come back home soon. Ouch! One final pinch goodbye, was it? Ding dong. Now he's smiling. Well, they gotta be leaving. Lord Van Zeeks, would you care to accompany me? Certainly. Mr. Naruhodo, allow me once again to express my deep gratitude to you. I believe you saved my life. Wait, Lord Van Zeeks. Yes? What are you intending to do now? Well, clearly, I should have to resign from the prosecutor office. Oh no! I intend to publicize the full truth about the Professor case. Once that's done, the Van Zeeks family will be ostracized completely from London society. Surely not. So as soon as I'm free from my employment, I shall leave the capital. Oh, I see. Don't be a fool. Are those the actions of a man who once fears the mighty Reaper of the Bailey? I beg your pardon? For the past 10 years, you've endured that pseudonym and been cast as one of the dark forces yourself. Now you've finally been freed from that disrepute. Your battle is just beginning, surely. Well, I certainly never expected to hear those words from your lips. Wait a very long time to come to London. I'm properly here. I intend to learn all that I can. Anyway, goodbye for now, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Kazuma Asugi. Seems though he's really matured suddenly. He's not the only one who's matured, Miss Naruhodo. Well, I think we should make our way back to Baker Street. Must help Iris with tonight's dinner. We must. Alrighty. Well, we're not going to get Kazuma at the party either? Because then I came to an important decision about my future. Yeah, about the favor that Mikotoba wanted, I'm sure. Whether to go Japan or stay here. Is Kazuma getting arrested? I don't know. He didn't actually do anything. Like, yes, he was hired to be an assassin, but he didn't do anything. I don't know. Oh god. Ah. About time you got here. We've been waiting ages, Otto. What are you doing with that colorful piece of history? It's a party, ain't it? Gotta go for the bang. I mean, fireworks, ideally. But you ain't got fire. Smoke's the next best thing, ain't it? There's a girl on Fresno Street who could help you with that, I think. Right. I'll remember that. You have to reload that thing every time I speak. You really must hear this. Check out the most extraordinary thing. I sure defy expectations. Take out every detail now, Mikitoba. The world-famous great detective regaling his partner with the tale of his adventure. Sight to behold. Would you care to hazard a guess? Where do you suppose the fiendish runaway had concealed himself? Would you believe? Inside the trunk I found abandoned in his cabin? I would believe it, yes. I say, Mikitoba, I detect not a hint of surprise. I wonder why that is, Maybe because I was there at the scene as well, Sholmes? What? You were? Then why the deuce didn't say so before? Not quite the sight I was expecting to behold, but still. Hard not to feel privileged to see it. Hello, Mrs. Sholmes, Professor Mikitoba. I'm back from the Bailey. Not a moment too soon. Feast prepared by Iris and Mrs. Sato awaits. I must say, I haven't seen Sato looking so happy in a very long time. Ah, Bruno! There you are! Dinner's on the table, everyone. Please do come take a seat. Time to fill my boots! Goodness, is that really true, Gina? Yep, I'm losing my Compass Club and going back to what I know best. It's a diver's life for me. You really made it the police force? Why, Ginny? Well, the boss ain't around no more, so... Oh. And anyway, no matter how hard I try, I bet never gonna accept a diver-tuned dick, is he? Well, people can change, you know. Ah, yes, that reminds me. I rather thoughtfully offered to retrieve the bailiff of this now defunct piece of evidence. Eh? It's the inspector's pocket watch. The crown's been reattached. That watch was his pride and joy. So was great achievements at Scotland Yard. For 10 years without fail, I measured every second of the man's remarkable career. But now, it's stopped. Someone needs to keep the memory of Inspector Gregson's career alive. Taking on the great responsibility of finding that watch every single day again. Yes, someone with an equally fierce detective spirit. It's gotta be me! There ain't no one else! Quite right. I mean, after all, the boss was... well, he was my boss! Yes, Ginny, yes he was! Oh yeah, I made you a promise and all, didn't I, Iris? I'll become a proper detective one day and track down your old man. Oh. Alright then, it's decided. I'll do it, I swear. I'll find your dad, bring him kicking and screaming. Squinty eyes with resemblance. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure it'd be appropriate. Yes, I think, Gina, it might be best to... well, I think I'd like you to forget that promise, Ginny. Eh? Iris? Well, obviously I've always wondered about who my real daddy is. Of course I have. Want to know where I've come from. Thought it might tell me something about myself. But I've caused such a lot of trouble trying to find out. For so many people. Hurley, Bruno, Professor Mickey. Oh no, not at all, my dear. Really, you owe no apology to anyone. But anyway, I decided to give up on it. Because I finally realized my daddy is the greatest in the world. I don't think it matters what his name is or where he's from. Don't you agree? Hurley? Found family. You love to see it. With every word, Iris. Thank you, Hurley. Thank you, Daddy. I think, Mikitoba, Yes, Sholmes? I think I ought to express my gratitude to you. Oh? For 6 years, you and I solved many a mystery together. And during that time, I remember countless expressions of gratitude for our good services. But a moment ago, I heard the most pleasing expression of gratitude of them all. I should never have experienced it. Were it not for you. You old softy, Sholmes. But I must confess, it's a weight off my mind to hear you say it. Well then, these calls would lengthy violent recital, wouldn't you say? Oh, well, the food would go cold, that's the only problem. Maybe next week early. Are you sure a week is long enough, Iris? You can see the resemblance, kinda? This most troubling cases, even reeling from the most shocking revelations. Return the evening to the suite of rooms. There's always warmth and happiness to be had. The home of the world's greatest detective. And my home, too. With my Grace family. I'm pretty sure he's gonna tell Mikotoba, no, I'm not leaving. I'm staying here with my family. This attic room has been my home and office for almost a year now. I've certainly had some unforgettable experiences whilst I've lived here. I think now, the time has come. You're not No, don't do it. Time to bid this place farewell. Nope, don't do it. Naruhodo. Oh, Professor! Are you alone? I didn't hear any sound from Sasato's room. Yes, I saw someone after dinner. She took a carriage. Something about important matters you need to take care of. Ah, I see. I wanted to thank you for what you did earlier. Oh? With Iris, I mean. The subject of her father came up. Lord Clint Van Zeeks. I made up my mind many years ago never to tell her who her real father was. So I was agreed with Genshin, after all. Lord Clint Van Zeeks' final wish before he died, you mean? Yes. I take some rather drastic steps at times to protect that secret, you know? Calling Sasato back to Japan 6 months ago, for example. Oh, that was why? That's why. When I read Soseki-san's report about his final days in London, my heart nearly stopped. I stumbled across the crux of that terrible case. The dog's collar. The description of the Baskerville insignia left me in no doubt. Baskerville? If you decide to investigate insignia, sooner or later, you have made the connection to the Van Zeeks. Makes matters worse, Sasato knew of the published story as well. So did Iris have written based on my notes from the time. Yes, the Hound of the Baskervilles. Exactly. It was a work of fiction, based on the grim reality of a huge beast of a dog being used as a murder weapon. Adopted the Baskerville family emblem around its neck. On of those 2 clues, I feared you and Sasato might arrive at the truth. So I invented that story about having collapsed to justify her leaving London and returning to Japan at once. All in aid of halting investigations you and she might have been contemplating. I see. Something I've never understood. Why Sasato-san came across that manuscript in Japan, though? You know, Iris is the Hound of the Baskerville story. I mean... Did Sholmes give it to you? Sholmes sent it to me. Yep, immediately answered my question. That was before Sasato left Japan. He's very troubled about what should be done about it, you see. I'd read and carelessly left it on my desk. Which is where Sasato came across it, of course. It was the only case Sholmes never pursued that I didn't record in meticulous detail. I was stunned when I discovered that young Iris appears to give her so much for my paltry notes. Sholmes and I discussed the matter and decided that we couldn't allow the story's publication. At that point, I returned the manuscript by post to Sholmes for safekeeping. So he did all that to stop Iris from finding out the truth about her father? That's right. But Sholmes had told me how astute she'd become. However, having witnessed events in court today, I say my opinion is somewhat shifted. Oh? I think at some point in the future,
The time will come for us to know the truth. When it does, well, I believe it'll be for the best. I think so too. Actually, Professor, I want to talk to you about something too. Judging from that expression, I'd say you've come to a decision, have you? Yes, I have. I will be returning with you to Japan. Quite sure? I'm really only here as a substitute for Kazuma. He's here in Britain now, as originally intended. Locum student Naruhodo doesn't really have a right to stay, I think. I see. Looking back now, when I first arrived here in February. Oh, there's the music! The music's playing. And becoming a lawyer just seemed to be the way things turned out. With Kazuma, Sato-san, and Mr. Sholmes all gently pushing me in that direction. I spent the best part of a year immersed in this world, but always aware of a seed of doubt inside me. Till today. Saying in that courtroom earlier, all doubts vanished from my mind. I was totally focused. I was sure of my belief in my client. I was sure I could see the trial through. And at the end of it, I finally realized no one else chose this path for me. I chose it myself. The path of a defense lawyer, eh? Yeah, that's what I am now. That's what I'll be going back with you to Japan as. That's the path I'll be following for the rest of my life. Well, it sounds like you made quite a resolution there. I have. Very well then. I must say it's extremely welcome news.
Well, we also don't have a judge anymore in Japan.
We should make arrangements for your return first thing tomorrow. I don't imagine we'll depart for a few days. Not if the symposium hadn't been cancelled now. It's such a shame. Never mind. I'm sure there'll be other opportunities in the future. Well then, I'll bid you good night.
Oh. Uh-oh.
Sato-san. I just wanted to let you know I'm back.
Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs.
How much did you hear? Did you, hear what your father and I were discussing?
Sorry, I did, yes. I couldn't help but...
Oh, how much did you hear?
Well, from the part about his real father, I think. In other words, from the beginning. So you made up your mind. You return to Japan and continue working as a defense lawyer.
Yes, I'm sorry. I really should have consulted you about it. Did want to earlier this evening, actually. But had already gone out.
Oh no, that's quite alright. I already knew that's what you decide, Naruhodo-san.
You did? Sasato-san.
Ah, yes?
I suppose this means it has to be farewell soon.
I suppose...
You'll be a great help to Kazuma going forward. I mean, I know he's a brilliant lawyer, but he's new to the British courtroom. Certainly benefit having a brilliant judicial system inside.
I'll do my very best.
Wish I could say it, but I just can't. Can't ask her to come with me. After all, she was always supposed to be coming to Britain as Kazuma's assistant.
It's growing late. We should both try to get some sleep. I'm sure you must be exhausted after day.
Oh, yeah. You're right.
Before I retire, let me just say one more time. You really worked quite splendid in court today. So if you ask me, anyone who thinks he was a substitute or locum should be ashamed of themselves. Chisato-san. Thank you. Ah, we're back here, except the turntables. Can't believe this day's finally come. You're really leaving then, Runo? I'm afraid so, Iris. Thank you so much for everything. I don't know what I'll do without your wonderful cooking and delicious tea. Oh, I wish you weren't going. But you have to come back and visit. Say you will. Of course. I promise. Well, it was a very brief reunion, but it's a pleasure to pursue a case with you again after so long. For a while, at least. Felt like old times. Yes, I suppose, on reflection. There's something to be said for it. Having a little fun once in a while. I'll just go and say goodbye to the professor as well, I think. Alright, Iris, you do that.
Susato-san.
I've just checked, Naruhodo-san. Your luggage is already on board. Such a beautiful morning. Perfect for embarking on a journey, isn't it?
Before I set off, I'd just like to say how thankful I am for everything you've done for me.
I can finally sit back and stretch a bit.
And give my warmest regards to Kazuma, please.
Actually, I think you ought to give him your regards in person, don't you?
Oh, Kazuma's here.
Ryunosuke.
Kazuma! What are you doing here?
Do you really think I'd miss my best friend's departure?
Thanks. To be honest, I'd been looking forward to our wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's capital, but,
Well, we'll have to save that for another time. Personally, I'm looking forward to facing you in court again.
Me too. But, we're both defense lawyers, so,
I'm going to become a prosecutor.
Uh-oh.
I'll stay in Lord Van Zeek's tutelage for the time being, but before long, I intend to be just as formidable as the Reaper himself.
Oh, I see.
Actually, Ryunosuke, I have a favor to ask.
Name it.
I'd like you to take care of this for me for a while.
Karuma? Why?
Because I've seen it now. I've seen what's inside me. The demon that reared its ugly head that day. It was only for the briefest of moments. The last time I came face to face with that inspector. But it was unmistakable. I wanted to kill him.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
I've always known there are demons that live inside people. And now I know there is one in me. The fact that it very nearly consumed me is something I'll carry with me. Until the end of my days. While I devote my life to fighting those whose demons have got the better of them. As a prosecutor.
So, that's what you've resolved to do, is it?
That's what you've
Until
Great
I'm
Ace Attorney 2 resolved to
face
do.
the demon within me. To slay it once and for all. I leave this in your care. If you'll take it.
Of course I will. I'll keep it by my side. Always. Until we meet again, then. You have your path to follow, and I have mine.
Naruhodo-san? The path you're going to follow from now on. I wonder if I might follow it at your side, and unless I'd be a burden.
What? I mean, I would very much like you to come with me. But aren't you...
You're so predictable, Ryunosuke.
I am?
Honestly, you never change at all. But that's what I like about you.
You mean you knew about this?
It was the evening after Lord Van Zeek's trial came to an end. She came to see me at the prosecutor's office.
Really? Or when I had that conversation with Professor Mikotoba?
So, you'd go with Ryunosuke back to Japan?
Yes. I know it's unfair of me to follow my own interests like this.
Coming here especially to tell me. You're a stickler for
What?
etiquette, aren't you?
The spin.
Well, what are his feelings?
We've never discussed it, of course, and Naruhodo-san has made no such suggestion. I worry that perhaps I'd be a burden to him.
He's just as much of a stickler for etiquette as you are. He'd never say anything before he was asked. But I'd feel happy knowing you were with him. Look out for him on my behalf, will you?
Of course.
Susato-san.
The way they said Mikotoba reminds me of how the English dub for Persona 5 is like Ryuji Sakamoto, which I don't know, just it sounds weird. Doesn't sound right. Again, I don't know Japanese that well. Don't know much Japanese at all. I know the lyrics to Bakumatai, but just vocally. I don't know, it just sounds weird.
What do you think, Naruhodo-san?
With you by my side, no trial would seem too daunting. So if you're willing, I'd be honored if you'd come with me. Together we can take on the world.
I'm terribly incompetent, but if you'll have me, I'd be delighted.
Oh, no, not at all. If anyone's terribly incompetent, it's me.
Ah! What's wrong?
Your luggage, Susato-san. There's no time. The ship's going to set sail any minute now.
It's all right. There's no need to worry. As it happens, my luggage is already on board too.
It is?
Your fine judicial assistant has everything in hand as always, I see.
Bruno! Your ship's about to leave!
Time to go then. Look after yourself, Ryunosuke.
The few parts where there are voice acting of the characters makes me happy because it shows how, like, accurate I did the voices. Which surprised me. There were, like, only, like, one or two that I got kind of wrong. But all of them I got really well.
Kazuma, draw your sword.
Uh-oh. I'm surprised I got most of the voices right, which is really awesome. I know it probably sounds silly to say that, but
One day, when our paths cross, once more, we'll fight a duel of words across the courtroom. A day I eagerly await, as a lawyer.
I've been waiting to hear you say that, partner.
Don't forget me then, Kazuma.
As if I could, Ryunosuke.
And Mr. Sholmes, Thank you so much. I'm very much indebted to you.
Indeed, Mr. Naruhodo. I believe you are.
I'll never forget all you've done for me during my time in London.
Quite. I should like to think you will remember your debt of gratitude. Especially when I visit you in your country. What? The truth is, although many are ignorant of the fact, the world is far smaller than most folk realize.
Well, I'd be delighted if you came to Japan one day.
Oh yes, would welcome you with open arms, Mr. Sholmes.
Oh, that sounds wonderful! I can't wait!
In that case, let us conclude that this is to be merely a brief parting, my dear fellows.
The ship's left like 10 times over now.
And that brings us to the end of my adventures in Great Britain. A peculiar twist of fate brought me halfway around the world those many months ago. But that was just the start of my journey. Who knows where fate will lead me next? Still, I'm confident this won't be my last meeting with the friends I've made in London. And when we're together again, no doubt the first words I'll hear will be...
Objection?
Come, the game is afoot.
Oh.
The ship, with our friends from the east, sailed steadily towards the distant horizon. But Sholmes' face was alight with joy. The times may change, but a steadfast friendship will remain true, Wilson. We have but to gently close our eyes, and we are with our companions once more.
So I do just that. And when I do, I can hear his strong, familiar voice ring out.
Objection!
There we go.
Until we meet again, Ryuno.
Hey, there it is. The deed is done. I've been thoroughly inundated with inquiries on a purvey electoral goods. What a promised close court secrecy. Anyway, I've decided an absence from London is in order. A sojourn distinct climes. About Japan, perhaps. I understand that wardrobe class incurs no charge whatsoever. I don't have time to say my thoughts on stuff. I gotta do more voices. I delivered a note to Hurley the other day. It just said, "Thank you for everything, Daddy." But it made Hurley cry. I gave him some lotion I'd invented as well, to dye his hair red safely. But he said that might make him cry too, so I'd rather not use it. The music in this game is really good though. In those days, when I was known as the Reaper, I felt your presence at my side. Once, unable to bear the burden of that grim pseudonym, I even retired from the courtroom. Despite everything, I still wear your prosecutor's badge of pride. But the darkness once beset me is no more, as you too are no more. The bats are still there. One, in the words of a young foreign friend of mine, must stride forward towards a brighter future. Toby! The boss left a note for me, you know. I can read every letter now. A to Z, the old lot. Cleared a load of stuff up. The boss was trying to protect me, see?
That's exactly what me and Chief Inspector Toby are gonna keep doing for Londoners. I only wish I could have said how grateful I was before he, you know.
Dina, the truth is, I'm not the upset fellow I think I am. I might be a dive at heart, but it's a good heart. It reminded me I need to be true to myself. Got one more job to take care of before it's ta-ta to London town for the foreseeable. And then, gotta complete your education in the art of deduction a la Gregson, as they say.
You're dead. Why are you here? Your Excellency, the Spaz accused of illegal entry of the Office of Minister of Foreign Affairs. Oblique observation of a statement overruled. Must have been detained in Britain anyway. Who's this gaddish counsel for the defense? And would have forbidden entering the courtroom. Oh really? My friend Sasa's the British courtroom all the time, doing a wonderful job. Perhaps I should have engaged the services of a regular legal team. At least, Soseki Natsume is no longer in Britain. At least he's in Japan now. Alright, what next? Who else? Mama, is it true about Japanese people? Are they experts at filleting corpses? Yes, they are. Fish corpses, on the whole. I'd like to hone my own filleting skills. You don't mind, do you, Mama? Yes, I do. I'm not a corpse yet, am I? What a lovely family. No, and I'm glad. What a lovely family. Here I am in Great Britain, the invitation to my dear old university friend. You sent me a very nice letter saying you'd like to show me around now that everything was settled. But what have I done? I was so excited to pick the splendid hotel, now I can't afford the bill. Oh, Beryl, come to ask you again, please. I wish I could just vanish in the thin air sometimes. This guy never catch a break. When I went to make the waxwork impression of the killer of the cemetery, I realized what had happened. But even in the witness stand of the highest court of the land, I could never speak of it. The Lord Chief Justice and I had struck a bargain, you see. For a faithful reproduction of the visage, there was nothing we tough spells would not do. Okay. Guess now I can take the mask off, though. Everyone calls me gossip.
Everyone calls me gossip. Sometimes little Tim is the passerby, you know.
Everyone calls me Peppino. I sell the spaghetti and some bread to the more my header. Everyone, they call me. No, I cannot do it. This is ridiculous. Oh, dearly, how charming. You've made lots of new friends here, I see. Yes, when we're released, we're all going to strike it rich together. Okay. Sure. Please tell me we get to see the little bohemian boy again. Please. Oh. When I was accepted the foreign study tour, I knew exactly what path I had to take. However it might have ended, I knew that I wanted you there to see it. If I ended up in the dock, there's no one I would have rather had defending me. But now, thanks to you, there's a new path I want to take.
Sure we'll meet again in the courtroom, my friend. Until then, leave Karma in your care. I've made some tea, Naruhodo-san. Supporting you rest while you can. Once we arrive in Japan, you should be busy establishing your new office. I'm so delighted to be accompanying you. After all, your talents have been recognized by a great detective. Because you really are the grace of lawyers. A great ace attorney, some might say. Yeah, I'm sure they would. A great Ace Attorney 2 Resolve, possibly. On little water guy's there too. Little kitty. Because of course he is. It's over. It's over. My God. It's actually over now. My God. Kitties! Multiple. It's done. I can actually play other games now. Oh my God. I can actually do that now. This is amazing. That's incredible. We got the silly walks again. Like, as much as I wanted to play other games, I'm like, this just got me. I just got too invested. Just had to keep playing, but now it's done. Oh, there he is again. He's back. Ah, Wagahai's back. It's Wagahai, I remember the name now. There's a little Bohemian boy! Oh no! Man, this is good. This is amazing. Very, very, very good game. Games, as it were. There's Beppo! Well, Beppo's in hiding now. No one can find him. He's gone forever. He has an axe on him. Why does he have... You never see... He has an axe on his... Oh my God. Why though? Anyway. Oh, Charles is gone. I don't know where he's going. Case of fire, I guess. There's Toby. Little Toby. He's not coming, is he? Aw, he's not coming with us. Dance! Dance, water, dance! So yeah, when Sholmes said his dungeons are like a dance, he meant literally. Get out of my sight, Judge Jigoku. Get out of my sight, you! Hey, remember I said that from the very beginning? Of the first time we saw him, I didn't trust him? That was right. The obviously evil guy is evil. Who could have seen that coming? Vibe check failed. Oh, he's back. What are you doing, Sholmes? He just left and came back. Oh wait, he left to go dance and they came back. Okay. That's what it was. Oh, no, they're going off screen. No, they're gonna die. No. Oh, they're gone. This is a blast. I love this a lot. Getting funny voices on its own is fun, but this is so good. Mwah, chef's kiss. Mwah. Very good. Ace Attorney games are good. And they're fun. Yep. Finn. It is done. The game is finished. Ah, look at that. Yo. Aha. We've done it. Oh my god, that was a long stream. Hey, remind me never to go this long again, ever. Like, never ever, please. Remind me to never ever go this long. Please. 9.5 hour stream, no. Never again, please. Bye, Bonnie. Yeah, we've gone late. But this was fun. We'll play something else next time, I promise. There's no more Ace Attorney left. There's no more great Ace Attorney games. Unless they make a new one. No, but seriously, we're done. We're gonna play other games from now on. But, thank you all for joining me. Hope you enjoyed. Thank you for the raid, the follows, etc. And... see you guys next time, everyone. Hope you have a loveful... hope we have a wonderful rest of your night. Bye, everyone.